The Paul A. Baran Paul M. Sweezy Memorial Award. The Age of Monopoly Capital. Selected correspondence of Paul A. Baran and Paul M. Sweezy, 1949–1964. Edited by Nicholas Baran and John Bellamy Foster. Contents. Preface by Nicholas Baran. Introduction by John Bellamy Foster. Editor's note on the text. 1. The early post-war years, 1949–1952. 2. The Cold War years to 1956. 3. A new left critique. 4. The search for a method. 5. The magnum opus and the Cuban Revolution. 6. The Kennedy years, civilian government spending. 7. Inflation, imperialism, and the Cuban Missile Crisis. 8. Here is Rhodes, jump here. 9. The last struggles. Chronology. Bibliography. Acknowledgements. Glossary of names. Index. In memory of Paul Alexander Baran and Paul Merlier Sweezy and their great friendship. Preface. By Nicholas Baran. The correspondence of Paul Baran and Paul Sweezy in the 1950s and early 1960s is one of the great unknown legacies of Marxian political economy in the United States. This book is the culmination of over 2 years of work, converting approximately 800 letters to Microsoft Word so that they could be published. The entire collection of letters is now available online in PDF format at the Paul A. Baran Archive at Stanford University. 1. They are also available online at the Baran Sweezy Archive at Monthly Review. 2. This book is a collection of selected correspondence, focused primarily on letters that illuminate Baran and Sweezy's intellectual and theoretical exchanges, with the more personal and extraneous exchanges omitted. In discussing the letters between my father and his best friend and colleague Paul Sweezy, the best place to start is with the first 2 paragraphs of Sweezy's Paul A. Baran, a personal memoir, part of the short book published by Monthly Review Press shortly after Baran's death in March of 1964. I first met Paul Baran shortly after he came to this country in the fall of 1939. I was teaching at Harvard, and he looked me up in Cambridge, bringing with him a letter of introduction from our mutual friend Oscar Lang, who was then a professor of economics at the University of Chicago. Paul had a very powerful personality, and one could be attracted to him immediately on meeting him, just as one could take an immediate dislike to him. He and I were drawn together at once, and our intellectual and personal friendship became ever closer and more meaningful to both of us during the next 25 years. As it happens, however, we never for long lived in the same locality, so that much of our discourse was perforce by written word. While he was alive, I always found this deplorable. But now that he is gone, I can appreciate its positive side. Up until about 1950, we corresponded sporadically and did not save our letters. But soon after he went to Stanford in 1949, we began to correspond regularly and soon discovered that it was necessary to save letters for reference and continuity. As a result, I have a precious file of hundreds of his letters. He was a good letter writer and liked to think on the typewriter. We exchanged views on current happenings here and abroad, tried out ideas on each other and developed them through criticism and discussion. Some of his best and most stimulating thought is in these letters, and I hope in good time to publish a volume containing a substantial selection which I am confident will be a most valuable addition to his all too few written works. 3. Sweezy never got around to publishing that volume, but fortunately he did save the file of letters, which amounts to some 1,000 single-spaced typewritten pages. The Baran Sweezy letters not only reveal the remarkable personal and intellectual friendship between the two men, but also chronicle a crucial period in the history of socialist economic thought and Cold War politics, the Marshall Plan and the division of Germany, Eastern Europe, the Korean War, the Eisenhower-Stevenson election, the McCarthy era and its academic witch hunt, the Soviet invasion of Hungary, the Cuban Revolution and the prospect of other revolutions in Latin America, the Sino-Soviet split, and the rise of China in the socialist world. The letters report these events contemporaneously, from Baran's and Sweezy's perspectives as they were occurring, without the benefit of hindsight. One of the key tenets of Marxism is to apply historical perspective to the analysis of social and economic conditions. These letters provide a remarkable historical perspective on the events of the time. They illuminate the issues that face supporters of socialism living in the capitalist world, particularly within the American Academy and in the United States in general. The other and perhaps most important thread in the letters is, to paraphrase Sweezy, the trying out of ideas on each other and the development of those ideas through discussion and criticism. These letters quite literally represent the foundation of their book, Monopoly Capital, as many passages in it are taken verbatim from the letters. In them, Baran worked out his version of the economic surplus theory, which laid the groundwork for his book The Political Economy of Growth. Converting these letters to Word has been a painstaking process. As Sweezy said, my father liked to think on the typewriter. As a young boy, I got the impression that his typewriter, as I called it, was literally an extension of his person. I spent many hours at my father's house listening to his rat-a-tat-tat. He was a two-finger typist but incredibly fast considering his method, and he basically did not believe in paragraphs. His letters were for the most part single-spaced streams of consciousness, often typed on both sides of the page, and often with a worn ribbon. The upshot of his letter-writing style is that most of his letters did not accurately scan into digital format and had to be retyped. Here is what Leo Huberman, co-editor of Monthly Review, had to say in a letter to my father about one of his early submissions. Yours is an interesting provocative piece, which if written on one side of the paper, double-spaced, would be even better. However, we're gluttons for punishment and will decipher it. Particularly because it contains some excellent Baranisms. In addition to the typewritten letters, there are a considerable number of handwritten letters, which were primarily composed when Sweezy or Baran was traveling. Both men traveled extensively and often wrote to each other on hotel stationery. Their handwriting reflected their very different personalities. Sweezy wrote neatly and legibly, reflecting a more deliberate and methodical style. Baran's handwriting reflected his impatience, anxiously moving to the next thought, no time to worry about delineating the different vowels, which often ended up looking like a series of small sine waves. I spent quite a bit of time with a magnifying glass trying to decipher key words in a Baran handwritten sentence, and not always successfully. Just as handwriting reflected the two Pauls' different personalities, so did the letters themselves. It is worth pausing to briefly consider the backgrounds of the two men. Baran was educated in the classical European tradition. He spoke and read Russian, Polish, German, and English fluently. He could deliver a lecture in any of those four languages without a hiccup. He also spoke French very well, and had a good grasp of Latin. He was exceptionally well read in philosophy, history, and literature, and of course in classical economics. Baran grew up in Russia and Germany, and then lived in Europe until his late 20s, when he emigrated to the United States. Like many European intellectuals who came to the United States around the time of the Second World War, Baran had a hard time adjusting to the American way of life, particularly as exemplified in the suburban backwater of Palo Alto, California. Baran felt at home in a cafe in Paris, but was a fish out of water at the Stanford Faculty Swim Club. And while some European immigrants embraced American culture and sought to assimilate into it, my father kept his distance, disdainful and contemptuous of American culture. He absolutely despised the game of baseball. He had similar feelings about chewing gum, potato chips, Coca-Cola, and the abomination of American television, all of which were forbidden in his household. Because my father and mother divorced when I was young, my mother was able to allow me some exposure to these things at home, but on the weekends at my father's house I was exposed to Scrabble, chess, and a regular dose of Paul Robeson records, one of his few concessions to American culture, and a good one indeed. Sweezy, on the other hand, was an American through and through. He got a classic American education at Exeter and Harvard, and also did postgraduate studies at the London School of Economics and in Vienna. He grew up in a venerable old New England family, and was a serious baseball fan, often listening to the Boston Braves and then the Boston Red Sox on the radio. He was also a formidable scholar, with a strong background in philosophy and history, as well as being on the path to a tenured professorship in economics at Harvard, where he had a teaching position as an assistant professor until his Marxist views got in the way. One only has to read Sweezy's Theory of Capitalist Development, which was published when he was 32 years old, to appreciate the breadth and depth of his intellect and education. Unlike Baran, Sweezy understood American culture. He was a great admirer of Thorstein Veblen, the merits of whom Sweezy and Baran debated extensively in their letters. Baran did not share Sweezy's enthusiasm, at least until later when they were working on Monopoly Capital and Baran came to recognize Veblen's contribution to understanding business enterprise. Although he and Baran were both critical of their colleagues in the American economics profession, Sweezy, with a more nuanced view of the American way of life, was more willing to give the benefit of the doubt to those who had not yet fully embraced Marxism, but at least were on a sympathetic path. Baran was quicker to dismiss those who didn't see the light as intellectually dishonest or incompetent. Sweezy generally tried to mollify Baran's anger, encouraging him to look at things a little more dialectically. It is ironic that for all his understanding of dialectics and historical materialism, Baran had difficulty applying those analytical tools when it came to U.S. society, which was also reflected in his role as a father of a son growing up in America, whom he in vain tried to shield from the culture around him. Sweezy was Baran's sounding board for his complaints about life at Stanford, about his colleagues feeding their rhododendrons and going off on junkets paid by the Rand Corporation in exchange for their towing the bourgeois line, and about students more interested in their suntans than in their studies. And though he may have been a bit harsh in his assessment of colleagues and students, Baran's complaints about Stanford were not unjustified. Indeed, as Baran became more outspoken in his support for the Cuban Revolution, he was abandoned by his colleagues as well as by the university administration, which froze his salary and tried to make life for him at Stanford as unpleasant as possible, hoping that he would give up the fight and quietly resign. Ironically, as Baran neared the end of his life, large numbers of Stanford students were rallying to his cause, attending his lectures, and demanding that the university stop its harassment of him. The Baran-Sweezy letters represent an ongoing quest for common ground between two men coming from different cultural and educational backgrounds. Remarkably, as their friendship and understanding of each other grew, they almost always succeeded in finding that common ground. Although my father was strident and passionate about his views, and therefore expressed them frequently in the harshest terms, he would listen to Sweezy, and try to moderate his tone based on Sweezy's criticisms. And Sweezy clearly benefited from Baran's relentless demand for theoretical clarity, leaving no stone unturned. They were a study in the ability to disagree respectfully and then arrive at a mutually acceptable position, a skill that seems all but lost in today's acrimonious intellectual atmosphere. It is important to emphasize that these letters comprise a private correspondence between two friends and colleagues who trusted and respected each other. Though they sometimes joked about their letters being published posthumously, some of the thoughts and emotions expressed in them were certainly never intended for public consumption and should be read keeping that perspective in mind. In today's world, the concept of privacy is almost an anachronism, but it did indeed mean something 50 years ago. Yet 50 years seems long enough to justify publishing these letters largely uncensored, in order to present as full a picture as possible of these two brilliant economists. Nicholas Baran. San Francisco, April 2017. 1 Paul A. Baran Archive, Stanford University, http://www.oac.cdlib.org/findaid/arc:/13030/C8xs5zkx. 2 Baran-Sweezy Archive at Monthly Review, https://archive.monthlyReview.org/index.php/Baran-Sweezy. 3 Paul Alexander Baran, A Collective Portrait. Introduction. By John Bellamy Foster. Paul Alexander Baran and Paul Marler Sweezy are legendary critics of 20th-century U.S. capitalism. Their joint work, Monopoly Capital, an essay on the American economic and social order, published in 1966, is the single most influential book ever published by Marxian political economists in the United States. Long recognized as a classic, it has transcended the epoch in which it was written, charting a course of critique that subsequent thinkers have extended to the 21st century's increasingly globalized monopoly finance capital. Political economists all over the world have built on Baran and Sweezy's work, which has influenced some of the most important radical and revolutionary movements of our time. 2. In recent years, knowledge of Baran and Sweezy's corpus has expanded as a result of the discovery of the two missing chapters of Monopoly Capital, some theoretical implications and the quality of monopoly capitalist society, culture and communications, which were published, respectively, in the July, August 2012 and July, August 2013 issues of Monthly Review. 3 These two chapters had both been drafted by Baran, based on the author's common ideas, but were not included in the final book, as all the issues had not been resolved between them at the time of Baran's sudden death on March 26, 1964. In addition to these works and a number of co-authored essays, Baran and Sweezy left behind in their joint corpus a voluminous set of letters, dated from 1949 to 1964, which have now been made available, largely unedited, as part of the Baran and Sweezy Letters Project. 4. The present volume, The Age of Monopoly Capital, Selected Correspondence, 1949 to 1964, is an effort on the part of Nicholas Baran, Paul Baran's son, and myself to make available a carefully edited and annotated selection of many of the most important letters by these two thinkers. Here they address core issues in the Cold War period, as well as the development of their own critique of political economy. This volume provides both an invaluable set of reflections on history in the mid-20th century by Marxist scholars whose range of analysis was quite literally the entire world and a ground-level view of the writing of Monopoly Capital. Many of Baran and Sweezy's most important ideas, such as Baran's conception of the heterogeneity of the historical dimensions, appear only in their letters. Other ideas to be found here provide a much wider and richer context for analyzing their published work. No correspondence in Marxian economics, since that of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels themselves, offers such powerful insights into the making of a political economic critique. The two Pauls. The two Pauls, as they are sometimes called, first met in fall 1939 at Harvard. Sweezy was in the stacks in the library doing research when Baran came up to him with a letter of introduction from their mutual friend, the great Polish socialist economist Oskar Lang. Baran had just arrived from England to take up graduate studies at Harvard, where Sweezy was a member of the economics faculty. They left the stacks and went off to talk, and, as Sweezy recalled, hit it off right away. We got along beautifully, and we were in very close agreement on most theoretical questions. 5. The two new friends, both around 30, came from very different backgrounds. Baran was born into a Jewish family on December 8, 1910, in Nikolov, Ukraine, on the Black Sea, then part of the Tsarist Empire. Baran's passport and other documents said he was born on August 25, 1909, but he said that was incorrect. His real birthdate was December 8, 1910, and his birthday was always celebrated on December 8. His father, Abram Baran, was a native of Vilna, and his mother, Rosalie Baran, of Riga. His father in his youth had been involved in the Menshevik wing of Russian social democracy but gave that up when he began to study medicine. Dismayed by the October Revolution, Abram Baran took his family to Vilna, which was then part of Poland, and Baran's parents assumed Polish citizenship, with Paul Baran included on his mother's passport, giving him Polish nationality. In 1921 his parents moved to Dresden in Germany where Baran was educated in the gymnasium. In 1925 Baran's father was offered a position in his specialty in lung tuberculosis in Moscow, and his parents departed Germany, leaving him behind to complete his secondary education. During that time in Dresden he became involved in the communist youth and student organizations. In 1926 he rejoined his parents in Moscow and enrolled in the Plekhanov Institute of Economics at the University of Moscow. Baran had wanted to return to Germany and thus gladly accepted when, in 1928, his mentor, Professor S. M. Dubrovsky, director of the International Agrarian Institute in Moscow, invited Baran to accompany him to Berlin as part of a research project with the International Agrarian Institute. While carrying out his research duties, Baran enrolled at the University of Berlin. When his research assignment expired, instead of returning to Moscow, he took a research assistantship at the Institute for Social Research in Frankfurt, then the center of critical Marxian thought in Germany, working under the economist Friedrich Pollock, the associate director of the institute at Frankfurt. Pollock was then working on a treatise on the Soviet economy, and Baran relocated to Breslau, which had the main Russian archives in Germany, to carry out this research, while at the same time completing his undergraduate studies. In 1931 he moved to Berlin in order to work on his doctorate under the prominent socialist economist Emil Lederer, who was later to found the well-known University of Exile at the New School for Social Research in New York. Baran was awarded his PhD for a dissertation in social planning. 6. In this period in Berlin, Baran was disturbed by the position taken in the USSR in what was known as the Third Period, in which social democracy was characterized as a form of social fascism. Believing that the chief danger was the growth of fascism itself, Baran left the Communist Party and affiliated with the German Social Democrats. During this time he became well acquainted with the Marxist theorist Rudolf Hilferding, the author of Finance Capital, a study of the latest phase of capitalist development. Hilferding was then the most renowned economist in German social democracy, and served as finance minister in the coalition government of the Weimar Republic. As editor of the official paper of the German Social Democratic Party, he invited Baran to write for it, which Baran did under the pseudonym of Alexander Gabriel in order to protect his parents. Fighting Fascism, in a radio broadcast entitled No Vacation from Politics, Baran declared that the politicization of the working people is dangerous for the rulers of this world, but it is the hope of our entire culture. 7. In early February 1933, a few days after Hitler was appointed Chancellor and prior to the Reichstag fire, Baran met with Hilferding and discussed the dangers of Hitler's rise to power. Hilferding still thought the constitutional order would hold and downplayed Baran's concerns, seeing him as overall too radical. A few days later Hilferding was forced to go into hiding and then fled the country. He was to die in prison in 1941 at the hands of the Gestapo after the Vichy police turned him over to them. 8. Baran fled to France in May 1933, where he did various research jobs and in 1934 obtained a visa to visit his parents in the USSR. The situation had changed there, however, and was no longer safe for him. Most of his friends at the University of Moscow had been implicated in either the Bukharin or Trotsky oppositions. His friend and protector Dubrovsky had disappeared. Baran was unable to extend his visa and after 6 months with his parents in Moscow was forced to leave the USSR. That was the last time he saw his mother. He left for Vilna where he worked in his family's timber business. He traveled extensively on the continent, negotiating with foreign buyers. In the process, he built up ties with anti-Nazi groups in Germany and acted at great personal risk as a liaison for exile groups in various countries. He was good at business and in 1938 was sent to London as the permanent trade representative of the Vilna interests. It was during this time that he learned English and decided to pursue an academic career in the United States. By the time he departed with a visa for the United States, Poland had been occupied by the Nazis. 9. Sweezy's background was worlds away from that of Baran. He was born April 10, 1910, in New York. His father, Everett B. Sweezy, was vice president of the First National Bank of New York, then headed by George F. Baker, a close associate of J.P. Morgan & Co. His mother, Caroline Sweezy, was in the first graduating class of Goucher College in Baltimore. He had 2 older brothers, Everett, born in 1901, and Alan, born 1907. All three brothers went to Exeter and then to Harvard. In the early years, Paul followed in the footsteps of his brother Alan. Both Alan and Paul were editors of the Exonian and then later presidents of the Harvard Crimson. Both studied economics at the undergraduate and graduate levels at Harvard. Paul had all but completed his senior year at Harvard when his father died in 1931, interrupting his studies. Consequently, he did not graduate until the following year, in 1932. In 1931-32, having completed his undergraduate studies, he began to take graduate courses in economics at Harvard. 10. In 1932, Sweezy went to England for a year's study at the London School of Economics. During school breaks he spent several months in Vienna. These experiences decisively changed his life and outlook. Like many, he had been shaken by the onset of the Great Depression. His father lost the greater part of his fortune in the 1929 stock market crash, although enough remained, in his mother's estate in particular, to ensure a comfortable existence. In Britain, Sweezy was awakened by the intellectual and political ferment in response to the deepening depression and Hitler's rise to power in Germany. In the heated debates then taking place, particularly among younger scholars, Sweezy found himself increasingly attracted to Marxism. Two things played key roles in his change in perspective: lectures by Harold Lasky that he attended at the LSE, and his reading of Leon Trotsky's History of the Russian Revolution, which had just been translated into English. In 1933, Sweezy returned to the United States to continue his graduate studies in economics at Harvard, where the intellectual climate had by then been dramatically transformed. Marxism, which in his prior years at Harvard had played no part in his education, had become an important topic of discussion. A big change was the arrival at Harvard of Joseph A. Schumpeter, one of the foremost economists of the 20th century. A conservative economist and a former Austrian finance minister, Schumpeter nonetheless had enormous respect for the economics of Karl Marx, even going so far as Sweezy put it in an interview as to build a structure of thought which was to rival Marx. In other words, he took Marx as a model in a way. Schumpeter had a small seminar of about a half-dozen students in which Sweezy informally took part. Over the years the two became close friends. Sweezy was for 2 years Schumpeter's teaching assistant in his graduate course in economics. After John Maynard Keynes's General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money was published in 1936, Sweezy became an active participant in the Harvard discussions surrounding the Keynesian revolution in economic theory. At the same time, he married a young economist, Maxine Yapel, who was to become best known for her analysis of privatization of the German economy under the Nazis, introducing the concept of privatization into English for the first time. Sweezy worked for various New Deal agencies. In 1937 he carried out an important study of interest groups in the American economy for the National Resources Committee, which was published in 1939 as an appendix to the NRC's well-known report The Structure of the American Economy. In opposition to Adolph Burley and Gardner Means's The Modern Corporation and Private Property, which claimed that a large number of U.S. firms were management-controlled, Sweezy demonstrated that it was possible to discern 8 leading interest groups consisting of industrial and financial alliances. Sweezy also carried out research for the Securities and Exchange Commission on their study of monopoly in 1939, and for the temporary National Economic Committee, which was charged with analyzing issues of competition and monopoly in the U.S. economy in 1940. He entered into the debates on economic stagnation in this period. Both he and Maxine Sweezy were among the authors and signatories to a small, influential book, An Economic Program for American Democracy, written by a group of Harvard and Tufts economists, published in 1938. In 1937, Sweezy completed his dissertation, Monopoly and Competition in the English Coal Industry, 1550-1850, which won the David A. Wells Prize and was published the following year by Harvard University Press. In 1938 he was appointed a member of the Harvard Economics faculty under a 5-year contract. He was to play a key role in the founding of the Harvard Teachers Union. These were years of enormous intellectual productivity. Beginning in 1934 and over the next 6 years he wrote some 25 articles and reviews on economic topics. His crowning achievement was his article Demand Under Conditions of Oligopoly, published in the Journal of Political Economy in 1939, which introduced the famous kink demand curve of oligopolistic pricing. This was to be immensely influential in economics, and later provided the basis of Baran and Sweezy's conception of oligopolistic pricing in Monopoly Capital. Point 11. As John Kenneth Galbraith was to recall of these days, Sweezy was a dominant voice in the debates on economic stagnation, capitalism, and socialism at Harvard. Japanese Marxist economist Shigito Tsuru later recalled that Sweezy in his sacred decade of 20s was the kingpin in the golden era of the Harvard economics department in the 1930s. Hence, when Baran and Sweezy first met in October 1939, both just shy of 30 years of age, each had already played significant roles in the world historical events of the 1930s. Both had arrived at similar political economic views of the world. Not much is known about the early years of their friendship. Baran completed his graduate studies at Harvard and went on to take a research assistantship with the Brookings Institution. Sweezy was occupied in 1939–41 with teaching, helping build the Harvard Teachers Union, working on New Deal committees, and writing his classic text The Theory of Capitalist Development, Principles of Marxian Political Economy, based on the lecture notes to his course on the economics of socialism. His acknowledgments to the book included Mr. Paul A. Baran. With the U.S. entry in the Second World War, both Baran and Sweezy turned to the war effort. Baran worked in wartime Washington, in the Office of Price Administration, the Research and Development Branch of the Office of Strategic Services, and then the Economic Effects Division of the U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey in Germany, serving as a technical sergeant under John Kenneth Galbraith, whom Baran had known during his work at the OPA. He later served as part of the Economic Effects Division of the survey's mission to Japan, as deputy chief of the division. Baran was sent to Germany in March 1945 for the survey to view the economic effects associated with the bombing. In his autobiography, Galbraith provided a memorable account of Baran during the war years, when he was under Galbraith's command in the Strategic Bombing Survey. A technical sergeant in rank, Baran was one of the most brilliant, and by a wide margin, the most interesting economist I have ever known. He was currently celebrating the end of the war with the Germans by intensifying his ongoing war with the United States Army. Baran's war with the Army was tactically diverse. His uniform attracted immediate attention, for his stomach bulged over his belt, his pants were always being hitched up and his shirt was only episodically inside. His hair, like his uniform, was in a constant state of disorder, and once, he said absent-mindedly, he appeared on parade in carpet slippers. He couldn't or wouldn't remember to call an officer sir or to salute except as he might encounter one before a urinal. Least supportable of all, the average officer could not ordinarily understand what Baran was saying but could guess that the extravagantly convoluted sentences reflected adversely on his intelligence. In Wiesbaden, Baran uncovered General Franz Halder, the commander in the early campaigns on the Eastern Front who was fired by Hitler in disagreements over strategy at the time of Stalingrad and arrested after the July 20 attempt on Hitler's life. He had expected on the day of surrender to be taken promptly to see General Eisenhower and maybe then to General Marshall. Instead, not uncharacteristically, he had been left in total neglect for several weeks by American soldiers who had never heard his name. Baran, who had specialized on these matters for the OSS, interrogated him for many hours on the details of German operations on the Russian front. When finally Baran showed signs of being satisfied, Halder begged with great respect to have a turn. Could I now ask my interrogator a question? Baran: yes. Halder: has the American Army many intelligence officers like you? Baran, in an unprecedented sacrifice of truth to modesty: I wouldn't know, General. Halder: if it has, it explains much about this war. I may tell you that your knowledge of the problems facing the Wehrmacht on the Eastern Front is markedly greater than was that of the Führer. 13. Sweezy entered the army as an officer candidate and was soon assigned to the Office of Strategic Services, working under his former Harvard professor and colleague Edward Mason. In fall 1943 he was sent to London to join the research and analysis program of the OSS there, where his immediate superior was another noted U.S. economist, Chandler Morse. The London branch of the Research and Analysis section had been publishing for some time a newsletter that was a weekly summary of what was happening in the Axis countries, derived mostly from the German press, but also from other occupied areas. The information was collected in neutral Portugal and then channeled into London. Sweezy began working on the newsletter and turned it into a monthly magazine, the European Political Report, that drew on an expanded range of sources. The newsletter took an explicitly New Deal, leftist, anti-fascist stance. For example, it adopted a strongly anti-British position on the 1944 British assault on the Greek resistance. Having encountered Sweezy in London in these days, economist Tibor Saitovsky later recalled that Sweezy had mentioned how much he enjoyed the work on the OSS magazine, and had declared his desire to start his own magazine when he returned to the United States after the war. 14 The London branch of the OSS relocated to Paris in the winter of 1944-45 and then to Wiesbaden in the spring. Later some of Sweezy's branch relocated to Berlin, where he witnessed the devastation caused by the Allied bombing. During his time in Germany he had frequent contact with members of the Strategic Bombing Survey Team, including Baran. In September 1945 Sweezy was sent home and demobilized. He had reached the rank of second lieutenant and was awarded the Bronze Star in 1946. The citation specified the medal was for his role as editor of the European Political Report. The Cold War and Monthly Review. The years following the Second World War were those of the developing Cold War and McCarthyism, which became an increasingly dominant reality in the 1950s. After the war, Baran took a job at the Department of Commerce until the end of 1946, during which he lectured at George Washington University in the fall term. He then accepted a position at the Federal Reserve Bank in New York, where he was in charge of the British desk and also had responsibility for reporting on developments in the Soviet Union. In the spring of 1948 he was invited by the Hoover Institute and the Economics Department of Stanford University to teach a graduate seminar on economic planning. The powerful impression that his teaching made on the students led to his being offered a job as an associate professor of economics at Stanford in 1949, followed by his promotion to full professor with tenure in 1951. Baran resigned from the bank in the summer of 1949, in time to make a trip to Europe. He tried to obtain a visa to visit the Soviet Union to see his parents, but the Soviet embassy in Washington turned him down. He therefore accepted the invitation of Lang, who was well situated within the Polish government, to come to Poland and try to get a visa there. Again the visa was refused. His mother died in the following year. All attempts to get his father out of the USSR so he could come and live with him in Palo Alto failed. Naturally, this left him with a bitter feeling that never went away. As Sweezy was to write of Baran's general view of the USSR. Paul's attitude toward the Soviet Union was complex. It is obvious from the fact that he was expelled in 1935 and refused admission in 1949 that he was persona non grata there in the Stalin era, and in private he was outspokenly critical of many aspects of the regime. Nevertheless, he steadfastly refused to criticize the Soviet Union or its leaders in public, and his attitude on the whole was sympathetic and positive. Some people saw in this evidence that he was really a Stalinist, others that he was at heart a Russian nationalist. Undoubtedly there is a grain of truth in both of these explanations. Though he deplored the excesses of Stalinism, he was firmly convinced of the rightness and necessity of Stalin's policies of industrialization and collectivization of agriculture, and there is no doubt that he was proud that his native land was playing so important a role on the stage of world history. But much more important, I think, was his feeling about the class struggle and the Soviet role in it. He saw the class struggle in our time as one gigantic worldwide confrontation, and he had no doubt that the Russian Revolution was the greatest victory for the side he was on, To criticize publicly the regime which emerged from it might bring aid and comfort to its enemies who were also his enemies, and that he was determined not to do. 15. It was in 1950, soon after he joined the Stanford economics faculty, that Baran married Elena Jachenko. They had in common that they had both been born in Russia and had spent much of their lives in Germany. On April 16, 1952, they had a son, Nicholas Mark Baran. During his years at Stanford, Baran remained in close contact with some of his old friends from the Institute for Social Research in Frankfurt who had settled in the United States, in particular Herbert Marcuse and Leo Lowenthal. Baran and Marcuse had an important correspondence over the years, while Baran frequently visited Lowenthal at Berkeley. 16. Sweezy received a Social Science Research Council demobilization grant following the war, allowing scholars who had been in the military to resume their research. During the war, his marriage with Maxine Yapel had ended and he married Nancy Adams, whom he had met in Europe while she too was assigned to the OSS. They settled at his family home in Wilton, New Hampshire, and had 3 children, Samuel Everett, Elizabeth McDougall, and Martha Adams. Despite more than 2 years left on his contract at Harvard, Sweezy decided to resign his position, recognizing that there was little chance in the rightward political climate of the time that he would receive tenure. Instead, he devoted himself to independent research, churning out a wide array of publications. On March 27, 1947, he engaged in the famous Sweezy-Schumpeter debate at Harvard, on the laws of capitalism and the future of socialism. 17 In 1948 he chaired the New Hampshire campaign of the Progressive Party, whose presidential candidate was former U.S. Vice President Henry A. Wallace. Based on a gift of funding from the noted Harvard professor of literature F.O. Matheson, Sweezy and the socialist writer and journalist Leo Huberman, author of We the People and Man's Worldly Goods, founded Monthly Review, an independent socialist magazine in 1949, with the first issue appearing that May. Albert Einstein wrote his celebrated article, Why Socialism, for Volume 1, Number 1, of the magazine. 18 Sweezy was to take the primary responsibility for drafting a major article known as the Review of the Month for every issue and helped edit the magazine, while Huberman handled the business affairs, did much of the editing, and contributed to the articles and the ROMs. In 1952 Monthly Review Press was started when the acclaimed left journalist I.F. Stone was unable to find a book publisher for his The Hidden History of the Korean War. 19. From 1949 on, Baran and Sweezy were to be thousands of miles apart on opposite coasts of the country, Baran teaching economics at Stanford and Sweezy editing Monthly Review in New York. They saw each other only occasionally, when their vacations from their main occupations allowed them to travel, or they phoned. Mostly, however, they communicated by way of letters. It is to this that we owe the existence of the Baran and Sweezy correspondence. Some of their letters related to Monthly Review, to which Baran contributed. Later, as Baran began to write The Political Economy of Growth, and as he and Sweezy worked together on Monopoly Capital, their correspondence became more valuable and more frequent, so that they were careful to keep the letters. However, some were clearly lost, and thus the extant letters do not constitute a complete record of their correspondence. It is from this voluminous correspondence that the present edited volume of Selected Correspondence was compiled. The early 1950s were dominated by the Cold War, which had been developing throughout the late 1940s with respect both to the growing U.S. conflict with the Soviet Union and, domestically, in the United States, the repression of dissent. The anti-communist/anti-left witch hunt of the period came to be known as McCarthyism, after U.S. Senator Joseph McCarthy, the most virulent of the witch hunters. But McCarthyism was arguably first launched not by McCarthy but by Truman's red baiting of Henry Wallace's Progressive Party in the 1948 election. The early years of Monthly Review were thus often dominated in its domestic discussions by issues of how to respond to McCarthyism, including a debate on fascism. Up to 1953 Baran contributed to these debates under the pseudonym of Historicus, reflecting the fact that the Red Scare was at the time extended to faculty in the universities with loyalty oaths and the firing of noted left academics. Many were imprisoned. On June 19, 1953, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg were executed on charges of conspiracy to commit espionage, referred to in the press as treason. Baran played a leading role in defining Monthly Review's response to these developments. His 1950 essay, Better Smaller But Better, which argued for a consistent, reasoned critical stance rather than watering down the analysis and political practice by trying to cooperate with retreating liberals, even if that meant a shrinking audience in the present, came to define the magazine's general position in the political conjuncture of the McCarthy era and afterward. Almost 20 years later, Sweezy was to refer to this essay as among the most perceptive diagnoses of the socio-economic condition of early Cold War America that I know of. 20. Later, and far less successfully, Baran was to lead the way in treating the issue of fascism in the United States, writing an essay on this topic for the October 1952 issue of Monthly Review and a rejoinder to criticism soon after. These published analyses were to be less fruitful than Baran and Sweezy's private correspondence on the subject of the jumping place that distinguished fascism from normal repression associated with the capitalist state. 21 Here they focused on the suppression of all political opposition and the effective setting aside of the rule of law as the determining elements. This analysis was to be developed concretely more than a decade later by Huberman and Sweezy in the article Goldwaterism in September 1964. 22. The McCarthy anti-communist purge was directed against the left of the New Deal coalition that had emerged under Roosevelt, including militant trade unionists, radical leaders within the African American movement, media figures, and socialist academics. The goal was to marginalize the institutions and movements of the left. At first, attempts were made to defend dissent based on the First Amendment, but once the Hollywood 10 were sent to prison for refusing to cooperate with congressional inquisitors, that defense was considered dead, and it was assumed by everyone that the only conceivable defense was based on the Fifth Amendment's provision against self-incrimination. However, in May 1953, Einstein wrote a letter to a teacher, published the following month in the New York Times, proposing a more aggressive First Amendment attack on the very legitimacy of the purge itself. The Einstein strategy was adopted by the editors and writers for MR, among others, who were called before the various witch hunt committees based on trumped-up charges of subversion. 23. In July 1953, Huberman and writer and frequent Mr. Contributor Harvey O'Connor both testified before Senator McCarthy's committee. 24 Huberman and Sweezy together with their lawyer worked out the necessary details of implementing an Einstein-based strategy, which required laying the foundations for a court fight. Huberman directly confronted McCarthy, and when asked how his views deviated from those of Communist Party members declared, "I want to make it crystal clear that communism is not an issue. He issue my right as an author and editor to pursue my occupation." This was the first time since the Hollywood 10 that anyone had risked contempt of court and prison in defiance of the inquisitors, and was a direct response to the Einstein letter. Monthly Review defied the Inquisition by printing Huberman's entire testimony before the McCarthy Committee in the magazine under the title of A Challenge to the Book Burners. Huberman and Sweezy followed this up in Monthly Review by further flaunting their open opposition to McCarthyism, with the publication of the testimonies before the McCarthy Committee by Harvey O'Connor and Corliss Lamont, a November 1953 review of the month on Defend the First Amendment, and a January 1954 review of the month on The Roots and Prospects of McCarthyism. 25. In January 1954, Sweezy was subpoenaed by New Hampshire Attorney General Louis C. Wyman, who was charged by the state legislature with investigating subversive activities. Wyman focused on a lecture that Sweezy had delivered at the University of New Hampshire. Sweezy was called upon to answer questions on the content of his lecture, turn over his lecture notes, report on his political views and political activities, and name the names of others with whom he had been associated, including communists, members of the Progressive Party, and fellow travelers of communism. Sweezy issued his own statement on freedom of speech that he read to the committee. He refused to turn over his lecture notes, provide information on the contents of his teaching, and name names. He also flatly refused comment on the views of others or to judge people on the basis of how they defended themselves, insisting on the need and right of some individuals to utilize the Fifth, and supporting all of those who defended their civil liberties. He challenged the right of the inquisitors to persecute those simply pursuing their political freedoms. He was cited with contempt of court. His case was appealed and wound its way through the state and federal courts until Sweezy v. New Hampshire was decided in favor of Sweezy by the U.S. Supreme Court under Earl Warren, in June 1957, representing one of a number of key decisions that spelled the end of McCarthyism. 26. The political economy of growth and Cuba. Although McCarthyism and the Red Scare with which it was associated was largely defeated by the late 1950s, anti-communism, which in the United States meant anti-socialism more generally, continually re-emerged. In contrast to Sweezy, Baran was not called up by any of the Inquisition committees, though he was under FBI surveillance and, given his biography and views as a Russian-born socialist, was constantly hounded by right-wingers. While he was not persecuted with full force within the university in the early 1950s, his department head was worried and there were signs that the hammer was about to drop, though it did not at this time. The reason undoubtedly was that his publications were mainly professional and he was not openly playing the role of a public intellectual beyond the university and the academic world. Two things would change that in the late 1950s. One was the publication of The Political Economy of Growth in 1957, the other was the Cuban Revolution in 1959, which brought Baran out into the open as an outspoken defender of Cuba. His great work The Political Economy of Growth was to take on added significance in the context of the Cuban Revolution, influencing Che Guevara. In his last years, in the 1960s, Baran was constantly under pressure within Stanford, his salary frozen, and attempts were made to force him to resign. This did not have to do with dissatisfaction from colleagues or students, but seems to have emanated entirely from outside forces, including those who provided private funding to the university. 27. The general attitude at Stanford in the 1950s is reflected in this observation in a letter from Baran to Sweezy, November 28, 1956. I ran into the chairman of our sociology department. The Honorable Professor Lapierre, a personally very friendly individual who brags about, among other things, never reading a newspaper, and learned from him that his department has a $12,000 PA professorship in sociology and is unable to find anyone to take it. I said, why don't you try C.W. Mills? He has a mediocre job in Columbia College, is an interesting fellow and might be tempted. Lapierre looked at me with some astonishment, shrugged his shoulders and said, but Mills is not a sociologist, he is a Marxist. Baran's great work The Political Economy of Growth arose out of his research in the early 1950s, in which he was addressing the problems of economic development in poorer countries and the possibility of national economic planning and growth if these countries could somehow free themselves from imperialism. In 1952, he published his powerful essay on the political economy of backwardness in the relatively obscure journal Manchester School of Economics and Social Studies. This article had been rejected by one mainstream journal after another. One British reviewer rejected it on the basis that its argument on imperialism and underdevelopment applied to Latin America, but not to the present and former British colonies. In a complete reversal of this, a U.S. reviewer rejected it on the basis that it applied to the rest of the world, but it did not apply to Latin America, where the United States played a dominant role. 28. That same year saw the publication of Baran's long essay on national economic planning in a survey of contemporary economics, edited by B. F. Haley. In the following year, he wrote his article Economic Progress and Economic Surplus for Science and Society. 29. Baran was sharply critical of the dominant ideological notion of economic development associated with figures like W. W. Rostow, and also wrote a trenchant review of Rostow's The Process of Economic Growth in the American Economic Review in 1952. As he stated in a letter to Sweezy, have for review Rostow's theory of economic growth, where it is established that the degree to which economic growth takes place depends on a nation's propensity to grow. Utterly disarming in its straightforward lunacy. 30. Baran was invited to spend the fall term in 1953 teaching at Oxford University, where he was to present a series of 8 lectures under the title The Political Economy of Growth. It was out of these lectures that his book The Political Economy of Growth arose. While he was at Oxford delivering these lectures, Baran signed a contract with the Oxford publisher Blackwell for The Political Economy of Growth and received an advance of £50. In October 1955, he was still struggling with the manuscript and saying the motto of the thing should be "the truth is the whole." 31 The book was completed in late 1955, just before he left for several months in India as a guest of the Indian Institute of Statistics, during which he wrote an essay on planning in India. 32 Reading the manuscript on November 10, 1955, just before Baran left, Sweezy wrote to him, "It passes muster with flying colors. The first work in this growth field that is worthy of the great tradition. My warmest congratulations." Baran delivered the manuscript to Blackwell early in 1956. The publisher was alarmed by the content and mobilized editorial readers to suggest sharp changes and cuts. One reader, who had been asked to provide advice on cutting the manuscript, wrote, "You have not asked for my opinion on the book, may I give it nevertheless? The author is a communist. No doubt the administration of underdeveloped countries by Britain and other colonial powers has been, and is, by no means perfect. But according to the author, everything that Western countries have done has been for their own advantage, and the underdeveloped countries have always been exploited." He puts the worst interpretation on all Western motives. If his book were read by, say, an African student, with little knowledge of history, he might be very seriously misled. 33 Baran adamantly refused to make the changes that the readers and Blackwell demanded and withdrew the manuscript, paying back the advance. He then gave the book to Monthly Review Press, where he could be assured that such censorship would not take place. It was published in 1957 and has remained in print ever since. As Sweezy was to write 30 years later, it was one of the most important works in the Marxian tradition of the post-World War II period. 34. The Political Economy of Growth was divided essentially into 2 parts, one part on monopoly capitalism in the advanced capitalist states, the second part on the political economy of underdevelopment in the periphery. It was the latter part of the book that drew the most attention. The first part was to be reconceptualized and developed further in Baran and Sweezy's Monopoly Capital. The key to Baran's analysis was his threefold treatment of economic surplus. 35 Orthodox economics, according to Baran, usually treats the issue of investment necessary for economic growth as if it were merely a question of the disposal of society's actual surplus, defined as the difference between society's actual current output and its actual current consumption. Yet a fuller understanding of the mobilization of economic resources was offered by the concept of potential surplus, defined as the difference between the output that could be produced in a given natural and technological environment with the help of employable productive resources, and what might be regarded as essential consumption. Potential surplus, therefore, can be seen as including both actual surplus plus the following: society's excess consumption, loss of output due to the existence of unproductive workers, loss of output due to the irrational and wasteful organization of production, and loss of output due to open and disguised unemployment and underemployment. Enhancing growth thus critically depends on tapping those elements of potential surplus that are being wasted, and which therefore do not show up in actual surplus, as well as mobilizing resources being siphoned off from abroad. 36. Baran also included a concept of planned surplus, or the difference between society's optimum output attainable in a historically given natural and technological environment under conditions of planned optimal utilization of all available productive resources, and some planned optimal volume of consumption. In a planned economy, Baran insisted, the maximization of output was not necessarily the goal. In such a planned economy, certain noxious types of production might be consciously discarded, even though this would cut into the economic growth prospects of the system. There might be a shortened labor day or an increase in the amount of time devoted to education. 37. Overall, the value of Baran's conceptual approach was evident in the facility with which he was able to counter three of the most important postulates of mainstream development theory: the notion that underdeveloped economies had always been underdeveloped, the idea that the main obstacle to development was a vicious circle of poverty, requiring a diffusion of capital to poorer countries, and the belief that the problems of underdeveloped economies could be attributed to a dearth of capitalist entrepreneurs embodying Western know-how and initiative. Rather than following the usual practice of presuming that the poorer economies of the periphery had always been relatively backward, Baran approached the issue historically. The question that immediately arises, he wrote, is why is it that in the backward countries there has been no advance along the lines of capitalist development that are familiar from the history of other capitalist countries, and why is it that forward movement there has been either slow or altogether absent? The answer, he suggested, was to be found in the way in which capitalism was brought to these regions during the period of what Marx had called primitive accumulation, characterized by undisguised looting, enslavement and murder, and in the way in which this very process served to destroy fledgling industries in the colonized societies. It was thus the European conquest and plundering of the rest of the globe that generated the great divide between core and periphery of the capitalist world economy that persists to this day. 38. In illustrating this, Baran highlighted the differing ways in which India and Japan were incorporated into the world capitalist economy, the first as a dependent social formation carrying the unfortunate legacy of what André Gunder Frank was later to call the development of underdevelopment, the second representing the exceptional case of a society that was neither colonized nor subject to unequal treaties, and that, retaining control over its own economic surplus, was free to develop along the autocentric lines of the core European powers. The implications of this analysis were clear. Incorporation on an unequal basis into the periphery of the capitalist economy was itself the main cause of the plight of the underdeveloped countries. In short, they were caught in an imperialist iron cage. 39. What blocked the use of the enormous potential surplus for economic growth in underdeveloped countries, Baran argued, was imperialism, plus the related archaic, dependent, comprador class structure of these societies. Reactionary class elements, foreign capital, and a dependent parasitic state all came together to maximize the misappropriation and wasting of the potential economic surplus, trapping these countries in underdevelopment. Only a revolutionary reconstitution of society by emerging classes from below would allow true social and economic development. One of Baran's most profound observations, developed in a letter to Sweezy, following a one-gulp perusal in November 1956 of his forthcoming book, was what he called the heterogeneity of the historical dimensions. Here he argued that the political, industrial, cultural, and psychological changes associated with the revolution all occurred, but at different paces. Most important, the transformation of the capitalist or even pre-capitalist man into a conscious, understanding, honest citizen of a socialist society may last not generations but centuries. It is actually this unevenness of the developmental processes that creates the entire mess. But isn't this unevenness part of the essence of matters? Marx himself had clearly an inkling of all of this. His remarks about the socialist society emerging from the womb of the capitalist society and many others are clear indication of it. But didn't he in his general overestimation of the tempo assume a much lesser heterogeneity of dimensions? Didn't he believe that what is at issue are years, while in fact it looks more decades and ages? On this there is much to say and much to think. Khrushchev's revelations on Stalin in early 1956, followed later that year by the Soviet invasion of Hungary, led to the rise of the first New Left, particularly in Britain. 40 in the United States, Monthly Review, which had always been an independent socialist magazine, came out strongly against the Soviet invasion, with Huberman and Sweezy declaring, an uprising of classic form and proportions took place in Hungary. It was drowned in blood by the Soviet army. These are simple facts which no amount of arguing and no conceivable new evidence can change. After these events, we do not see how the feelings of any socialist toward the Soviet Union can remain unchanged. Any claim the Soviet Union had to moral leadership of the world socialist movement is now extinguished. 41 Baran agreed. 42. Baran responded to the fissure in Marxism associated with 1956 by writing a series of articles, primarily for Monthly Review, on the nature of Marxism, breaking with some earlier conceptions and introducing a view of Marxism that was at one and the same time more classical, in reaching back to Marx, Engels, Luxemburg, and Lenin, and more contemporary, distilling the essence of a Marxian critique and its relation to the present as history. This was very much in the spirit of the first New Left. It is clear that Baran had in mind doing a book titled An Essay on Marxism, but it was never completed. 43. The first of these essays appeared in the October 1958 issue of Monthly Review and was titled The Crisis of Marxism. It addressed the question of whether historical changes had made Marxism irrelevant. It answered in the negative, though recognizing the problems involved. For Baran, a rational response lay in the development of historical materialism itself in ways that adequately explored the problems of the monopoly stage of capitalism. 44 In On the Nature of Marxism, published in Monthly Review in November 1958, he presented his famous interpretation of historical materialism. Contrary to widespread opinion, Marxism is not and never was intended to be a positive science, an assortment of statements about past and present facts, or a set of predictions about the shape and timing of future events. It was always an intellectual attitude, or a way of thought, a philosophical position the fundamental principle of which is continuous, systematic, and comprehensive confrontation of reality with reason. The confrontation of reality with reason is by no means an abstract, intellectual undertaking. In every society that is split into classes, i.e., based on the exploitation of man by man, the exploiting class is vitally interested in the preservation of the existing pattern of social relations, and in administering the affairs of society it will seek to admit of only such change as will not endanger this pattern. The point is therefore unavoidably reached when the progress of reason and the expansion of our knowledge of reality are impeded, when existing and maturing possibilities for society's further advancement, for further growth and development of all its members, are sacrificed in favor of the interest of the dominant class in the continuation of the established social order, when, in other words, the particular interests of the ruling class come into conflict with the interests of society as a whole. At such historical junctures the confrontation of reality with reason reveals the irrationality of the existing social order, turns in the words of Marx into ruthless criticism of everything that exists, ruthless in the sense that the criticism will not shrink either from its own conclusions or from conflict with the powers that be, and becomes the intellectual expression of the practical, existential needs of the entire society, and in particular of its overwhelming majority, the oppressed and exploited classes. 45. Baran's distillation in this way of the historical essence of Marxism provided the basis of a renewed and powerful Marxian critique, rising above the stale dogmas that had come to characterize Soviet ideology. Baran, as his close friend, Harry Magdoff stated, did not simply quote or interpret Marx, he adopted Marx's way of thinking, he virtually breathed Marxism. It was this revived historical materialism that Baran, along with Sweezy, who also sought to recapture the classical meaning of Marxism, were to bring to their work on monopoly capital. 46. The Cuban Revolution in January 1959 was a turning point for Huberman, Sweezy, and Baran, and for Monthly Review. Visiting Cuba shortly after the revolutionary triumph, Huberman and Sweezy got to know Fidel Castro and Che Guevara. Huberman and Sweezy co-authored an influential work on the transformation of Cuban economic society, Cuba, Anatomy of a Revolution, and were among the first to recognize that Cuba would necessarily evolve in a socialist direction. Baran traveled to Cuba for 3 weeks in September, October 1960, together with Huberman and Sweezy, and wrote his important reflections on the Cuban Revolution, appearing in Monthly Review in January 1961. Baran's The Political Economy of Growth took on a completely different significance with the Cuban Revolution. After Baran's death, Che Guevara wrote, "I believe it is not necessary to give evidence of the admiration I felt for Compañero Baran, as well as for his work on underdevelopment, which was so constructive in our nascent state of knowledge of economics. 47. Baran spoke out strongly in defense of Cuba in the wake of the Bay of Pigs invasion and the Cuban Missile Crisis, presenting his views on the radio as well as in articles. This led to Cold War attacks on him and the university pressuring him in various ways. Writing to Sweezy in 1961 on the university's attempts to clamp down on him, he confided, "One should be above all of this, one should know that one cannot have one's cake and eat it too, one should realize that after all this is a class struggle and à la guerre come à la guerre, nevertheless it burns me all up, plays havoc with the nervous system, and the rational comprehension does very little if anything to one's irrational sensations and emotions." Baran had suffered his first heart attack in December 1960, shortly after returning from Cuba. 48 The pressure did not let up, and in May 1963 he was writing to Sweezy that due to Stanford's attempts to suppress his views and drive him out of the university, he was expected to carry a teaching load that is about twice as large as that of my peers, with a pay of about 60% of theirs. In less than a year he died of a second heart attack. The Making of Monopoly Capital. Baran and Sweezy's Monopoly Capital, an essay on the American economic and social order, was to be the most influential work in Marxian political economy ever published in the United States. It was also in a number of respects an unfinished work. The book was published in 1966, 2 years after Baran's death. In his preface to the book, Sweezy indicated that 2 additional chapters had been drafted, but in each case one or the other of us had raised important questions which still remain to be discussed and resolved. Since neither chapter was essential to the theme of the essay as a whole, the best solution seemed to be to omit them altogether. I reached this conclusion the more easily since even without these chapters the book turned out to be longer than I had expected or we had originally intended. 49. Sweezy was right that the book could be read without these 2 additional chapters, and in its published form was to prove enormously important in reviving a critical Marxian political economy that dealt with the monopoly stage of capitalism and thus with 20th century conditions. Nevertheless, one of the missing chapters, Some Theoretical Implications, attempted to deal with some of the larger historical and theoretical questions associated with their concept of economic surplus, and hence was crucial to the deeper and wider understanding of Baran and Sweezy's overall theoretical project. Indeed, some of what appeared to be inconsistencies in their treatment of economic surplus could not easily be resolved without it. 50 The other chapter, The Quality of Monopoly Capitalist Society too included a crucial critique of the culture and communications of capitalist society coupled with an unfinished treatment of mental health and related issues. 51 In this overall context, the author's correspondence with respect to monopoly capital takes on added significance. It not only provides unique insights into the thinking that went into the published book, it also gives us a window into the struggles they were having in relation to those chapters that were drafted but remained unpublished and that were crucial to their overall critique. Baran and Sweezy briefly discussed the general idea of doing a joint opus as early as the fall of 1952. It was a few years later, however, after Baran had written The Political Economy of Growth, but before its publication, that they began to work on Monopoly Capital, which evolved out of both Sweezy's The Theory of Capitalist Development and Baran's The Political Economy of Growth. It was while Baran was in India and the typescript of Baran's book was being prepared for Blackwell that Sweezy wrote to Baran, "I think I have started work on a book. I find it a little hard to define the subject and quite impossible to think of a title, but in general the problem is the nature of the giant corporation and what changes it makes in the structure and functioning of capitalism to have the capitalist function itself institutionalized in these huge affairs. All the traditional stuff about the capitalist conceived as a natural individual is out of date, and it is this undoubted fact that gives plausibility to all the fancy new theories of the managerial revolution type. But what no one has yet done is to point out the real meaning of what has happened, not that capitalism has been transformed or replaced, but that it has reached its streamlined apogee. The big corporation as an engine of accumulation puts to shame Marx's most ascetic accumulator. To bring this out into the light of day and explore its implications will be the theme of the opus. Sweezy went on in this letter to present some of the ideas that were later to define Chapter 1 of Monopoly Capital on the giant corporation. He developed this idea and then proposed their doing it together in a letter to Baran on January 6, 1956. A letter that Baran wrote from Calcutta on January 31, 1956, indicated his enthusiasm for the project, for basically priority number 1 job should be monopoly capitalism, as you say, for the rest of the world as well as for those in the US who might be and become interested. The details we would have to talk over, but en principe, I am very much in favor of the modus operandi which you suggest. The principal issue is to include in the basic model what is essential to it, and I have the feeling that in contradistinction of the competitive model of Marx, the state has to be brought into the center of the stage, rather than a secondary factor. From that point until Baran's death in 1964, Baran and Sweezy's correspondence, while addressing various developments in world history, Marxism, and Monthly Review, seldom strayed far from the issues of their joint opus. What is most remarkable about this correspondence is how two great Marxian political economists, each of world historical stature, collaborated, developing their ideas by means of a written back and forth. Baran and Sweezy are often seen as always representing the same viewpoint, but these letters reveal how often and passionately they disagreed, and also how they almost always were able to transcend their disagreements by working out the problem step by step and by means of critical reason, in historical materialist terms. The lowest point in their working relationship on the book came in October 1958, with what looked like a possible falling out due to Baran's reservations about Sweezy's approach to the crisis of Marxism. This did not seem to reflect substantive disagreements so much as the search for a method in response to the very real crisis of Marxism in the period. Their momentary disagreement went so far as to induce Sweezy, who was despondent at the time over the enormous weight of editing Monthly Review, to suggest that the book not be by both of them throughout, but that each of them author parts of it separately. This was soon patched up, however, by means of a phone call and a letter from Baran, who wrote of the uniqueness of their unalienated intellectual relationship. Other rifts that arose during their years working on Monopoly Capital were usually more specific and substantive. These disputes and their overcoming were the secret to the deep intellectual penetration and absolute clarity that were to characterize Monopoly Capital. Such disagreements were evident in their heated back and forth about such topics as fascism in the United States, Thorstein Veblen, underconsumption, Rosa Luxemburg, imperialism, and the Sino-Soviet split. Sweezy was critical of what he saw as Baran's tendency to jump too quickly to the conclusion that full-fledged fascism was developing in the United States in the early 1950s, something that was soon clarified as the dangers and limitations of McCarthyism became clear. The dispute over Veblen occurred in the context of the preparation of a special July-August 1957 issue of Monthly Review on the centennial of Veblen's birth. For this issue, Sweezy wrote on Veblen's theory of business enterprise and his absentee ownership, as well as a review of the month with Huberman on Veblen in general, while Baran wrote on the theory of the leisure class. 52 Baran was highly critical of Veblen, even seeing him as tending toward fascism. In contrast, Sweezy saw Veblen as a genuine radical economist and the greatest early 20th century theorist of monopoly capitalism. In the end, Baran seems to have arrived at a much more favorable view of Veblen, making the latter's conception of the penetration of the sales effort into the production process the linchpin in the chapter of Monopoly Capital on the sales effort, which Baran drafted. 53. Baran was also initially skeptical with regard to the concept of economic crises arising from underconsumption, questioning Sweezy's earlier analysis of the concept in the theory of capitalist development. But Baran went on to develop his own distinctive radical approach to underconsumption in his Reflections on Underconsumption, arriving at a similar reasoned, critical stance to Sweezy, who had by that time abandoned the term, though retaining some of the insights of the classic underconsumptionist perspective. 54 Related to this was Baran's contention that Sweezy had gone overboard in his criticisms of Luxemburg in the theory of capitalist development. Since Sweezy too admired Luxemburg's critique of capitalist accumulation, this dispute was soon patched up. However, Sweezy objected to Baran's tendency to follow Lenin in identifying imperialism exclusively with the monopoly stage of capitalism, not seeing it as extending back to the colonial period. Here the problem was to bring the conceptual structure into line with what they both agreed upon, namely, the historic laws or tendencies of international capitalist exploitation. With the emergence of the Sino-Soviet split, Baran and Sweezy found themselves at odds, with Baran seeing it more in Soviet terms, and Sweezy more in Chinese terms. Baran's final letter to Harry Magdoff emphasized that he was dissatisfied with Monthly Review's view on this. If he had lived, they would no doubt have reached a point of agreement as they had so often in the past. What is so important today about these disputes, all of which were integral in various ways to their analysis in Monopoly Capital, was the careful way in which they laid out their historical and theoretical analysis in each case, giving us a clear window into the development of the Marxian critique of 20th century capitalism. As Baran wrote, either one sticks to Marxian dialectics or else I don't know what we are talking about. It was precisely this that they had in common. In an article on Baran for the New Palgrave Dictionary of Economics in 1987, Sweezy succinctly summarized monopoly capital as follows. The economic analysis of monopoly capital is a development and systematization of ideas already contained in the political economy of growth and Paul Sweezy's The Theory of Capitalist Development. The central theme is that in a mature capitalist economy dominated by a handful of giant corporations, the potential for accumulation far exceeds the profitable investment opportunities provided by the normal modus operandi of the private enterprise system. This results in a deepening tendency to stagnation which, if the system is to survive, must be continuously and increasingly counteracted by internal and external factors. In the author's estimation, not always shared, or even understood by critics, the new and original contributions of monopoly capital had to do mainly with these counteracting factors and their far-reaching consequences for the history, politics, and culture of American society during the period from roughly the 1890s to the 1950s when the book was written. They intended it, in other words, as much more than a work of economics in the usual meaning of the term. 55. The analytical device they used to get at the role of these countervailing factors was to examine the generation and absorption of economic surplus, a concept modeled after Marx's surplus value but freed from the usual association of the latter exclusively with the notion of profits plus rent plus interest. The flexibility of the economic surplus concept, which in its most developed definition meant the difference between the income that could be generated with existing economic and technological means and the costs of productive labor, allowed Baran and Sweezy to follow the money. That is, they could ascertain the statistical traces of the more convoluted value relations of a monopoly capitalist economy in comparison with its freely competitive predecessor. In a monopoly capitalist society, characterized by excess capacity and prone to the stagnation of private accumulation, various counteracting factors intervene to prop up and perpetuate the system. It therefore became necessary to explore the ways in which the sales effort, the state, finance, and other factors, entered in to absorb the excess surplus, thereby altering all aspects of the economic and social order and creating a system that was increasingly irrational. This extended to the distortion of consumption itself. As Baran expressed it, in monopoly capitalism workers do not want what they need and do not need what they want. 56. The first title suggested for the book, as far as their extant letters reveal, arose more than 2 years into the project. In March 1958 Baran wrote, as a possible title of the book, a line it occurs to me, Advanced Capitalism, Studies in the Generation and Utilization of the Economic Surplus in the United States. Sweezy spent the next month in Palo Alto and they probably agreed on the title of Monopoly Capital at that time. In any case, by October 1958 they were referring to their book on Monopoly Capital. In July 1959 Baran proposed a new chapter outline of the book, which, though still far from the final version, had begun to take shape in terms of the main thread of the generation and absorption of surplus, as well as some of key chapter designations. It is clear from their correspondence that, by the end of 1959, the chapter outline they were then working with conformed to the one they would publish in a special July-August 1962 issue of Monthly Review devoted to a preview of parts of their forthcoming book entitled Monopoly Capital, 2 chapters on the America economic and social order. The 2 chapters included in the special issue were The Giant Corporation and what they then called On the Quality of Monopoly Capitalist Society I. The table of contents for the book as envisioned in the 1962 special issue was as follows. Introduction: The Giant Corporation, the tendency of surplus to rise, the problem of surplus absorption, consumption and investment, the problem of surplus absorption, the sales effort, the problem of surplus absorption, government spending, the problem of surplus absorption. Militarism and imperialism, on the recent history of monopoly capitalism, some implications for economic theory, on the quality of monopoly capitalist society I, on the quality of monopoly capitalist society II, the irrational system 57. This remained the table of contents during the remainder of the time they worked on the book together, with the sole exception that a new chapter 9 was added on monopoly capitalism and race relations, resulting in a renumbering of the subsequent chapters. But in the published version, as Sweezy explained in his preface, the draft chapters of Some Implications for Economic Theory and On the Quality of Monopoly Capitalist II were dropped from the book, since final versions had not been agreed upon by both of the authors. This resulted in a further renumbering of the chapters, accordingly, with Chapter 9 as Monopoly Capitalism and Race Relations, Chapter 10 as On the Quality of Monopoly Capitalist Society, and Chapter 11 as The Irrational System. For Baran and Sweezy, as Sweezy repeatedly stated, the originality of monopoly capital did not lie in the first 3 chapters, aside from their use of the economic surplus concept. The explanation of the problem of accumulation and stagnation had already been definitively laid out in their view by the Polish economist Michael Kalecki, who had anticipated much of John Maynard Keynes's 1936 general theory of employment, interest, and money, and by the Austrian economist Joseph Steindl, who had worked with Kalecki at the Oxford Institute of Statistics during the Second World War. It was Kalecki's and Steindl's work that inspired the chapters on monopoly capitalism in Baran's The Political Economy of Growth, and which was later to induce Baran and Sweezy in Monopoly Capital to enunciate their famous thesis that the normal state of the monopoly capitalist economy is stagnation 58. Where the true originality of monopoly capital resided rather was in connecting this problem of accumulation under monopoly capitalism, associated with the tendency to generate too much surplus, to the problem of surplus absorption, in line with their Hegelian motto, the truth is the whole. If monopoly capital did not simply stagnate due to the inability of capitalist consumption and investment to absorb the enormous surplus generating potential of the economy, then this had to be accounted for by examining the ways in which the system managed to absorb surplus outside the normal private accumulation process, and in ways contrary to freely competitive capitalism. Here they focused on how the surplus was absorbed by the expansion of civilian government, militarism, and imperialism, and the sales effort. 59. Much of the analysis was directed at what in classical economics had been called unproductive expenditures, that is, those not directly productive of surplus value and or not representing use values that would be present in a rational society geared to social needs. In broader terms, these forms of surplus absorption could be considered economic waste. Manifestations of this include military spending, most of the criminal justice system, advertising, product differentiation, unnecessary model changes, product obsolescence, luxury expenditures, public relations spending, insurance, and financial speculation. In relation to the sales effort, Baran and Sweezy placed heavy emphasis on what they called the interpenetration effect, through which waste penetrated into the costs of production, such that workers were compelled, in purchasing everything from toothpaste to cars, to pay for costs that were primarily related to the marketing rather than the actual production costs of goods. By exploring the absorption of surplus in this way, Baran and Sweezy were able to uncover the political economic relations that distinguished monopoly capitalism, in such areas as civilian government, the military, imperialism, the sales effort, finance, education, poverty, culture, and communications. They also went on to describe the wider political economic history of U.S. monopoly capitalism, and race relations. The concluding chapter on the irrational system explained that monopoly capitalism could not reasonably lay claim even to the limited quid pro quo rationality of competitive capitalism. Rather, it was characterized by growing irrationalities at every level: sex and love, family life, health, culture, education, economic production, the state, and the world system. The economic surplus was essentially equivalent to society's social accumulation fund at any given point in time, reflecting a social formation's freedom to pursue its ends beyond the costs associated with the value of labor power. 60 Joseph D. Phillips provided a long appendix to Monopoly Capital in which he estimated the actual economic surplus in 1963 to be 56.1% of GNP. Michael Dawson and I, building on Phillips's methodology, later estimated the surplus, more conservatively, at 49.9% in 1963, and 55% in 1988, at the end of Reagan's second term. 61 Although the economic surplus concept raised all sorts of problems of conceptualization and empirical analysis, such difficulties did not prevent it from opening up questions about the utilization of society's surplus, and thus the wider ramifications of an increasingly irrational monopoly capitalist society, alienated in terms of both class and the monopoly power of firms. It allowed one to understand that society's surplus was being wasted from any rational social standpoint on military spending, marketing, financial speculation, and production of goods for which demand was insatiable, since not aimed at satisfaction or real social and individual needs. The result was a society that produced needless and even harmful products efficiently, while neglecting many of the most vital needs, including the health, education, and welfare of the population. For Baran and Sweezy, writing in the mid-1960s, the working class in advanced capitalism had been incorporated into the system partly through imperialism and waste, and partly by being divided by race. The main immediate prospects for revolutionary change therefore lay in the populations of color in the advanced capitalist states and in the Third World Revolution then erupting, as witnessed by the wars/revolutions in Vietnam, Korea, Cuba, and Algeria. The forces for radical change in the United States at the time they were writing were limited, and the movement for black liberation could be defeated. But looking at the long term and in global perspective, there was no reason, they wrote, to write off permanently the possibility of a real revolutionary movement in the United States. In the meantime, what we need in the United States is historical perspective, courage to face the facts, and faith in mankind and its future. Having these, we can recognize our moral obligation to devote ourselves to fighting against an evil and destructive system which maims, oppresses, and dishonors those who live under it, and which threatens devastation and death to millions of others around the globe. 62. Readers of Baran and Sweezy's correspondence will notice the external as well as internal struggles that they were engaged with in developing their opus. In writing Monopoly Capital, Baran and Sweezy were very much concerned with views of left Keynesian and socialist economists associated with Cambridge University in England, particularly those of Joan Robinson and Nicholas Calder. Robinson, in particular, had been influenced by Kalecki, and was open to many of Marx's ideas. Baran and Sweezy were friends with both Robinson and Calder. Robinson was one of the key younger figures surrounding Keynes when he was writing the general theory, and one of the foremost developers of imperfect competition theory in economics. She was also the courageous author of an essay on Marxian economics, which, though not itself Marxian in orientation, had done much to forward Marx's ideas. 63 But Robinson was to lambast Baran's The Political Economy of Growth for its argument on inflation. For Robinson, the notion that Keynesian deficit spending, particularly if focused on military expenditures, could, in an economy operating below potential output, generate inflationary spending as Baran argued in The Political Economy of Growth was all wrong, and was a retreat to pre-Keynesian analysis, even if constructed on a different basis. 64. Sweezy replied to Robinson's original 1957 review of Baran's The Political Economy of Growth in the Nation, in which her criticism was first advanced. Robinson, he said, had failed to recognize that, in Baran's view, Keynesian deficit spending could be inflationary even below full employment, precisely because of its artificial creation of demand not through investment but through the promotion of military supplies and similar assets. Such artificial means of stimulation continually increased the ratio of cash or near cash in the hands of the public to currently produced marketable output, whereas the financing of this by the state was increasingly carried out, in effect, by printing money. Robinson, however, refused to enter a debate on the subject. She was to repeat the same criticism a few years later in her economic philosophy, something that Baran bitterly noted. 65 This certainly made the issue of inflation doubly serious and difficult for Baran and Sweezy, deterring them from straightforwardly advancing Baran's earlier analysis. All of this helps explain the fact that they failed to deal adequately with inflation in their opus, a shortcoming that was to be highlighted by later thinkers. 66. In reading Baran and Sweezy's correspondence, we discover that Sweezy, who drafted the chapter on civilian government spending, was struggling to figure out where inflation best fit into the argument. For some reason he did not think it fit well into the main chapter on government spending, as he had drafted it, no doubt because the analysis in the chapter employed a balanced federal budget, without deficits. In writing to Baran, he suggested that the inflation discussion should go into Chapter 8, on the history of monopoly capitalism, but in the end it was not inserted there, and the subject of inflation was missing from the book. 67 This may have been due to Baran's untimely death, and Sweezy's reluctance to insert anything as major as that, and as controversial, since they had not worked it out together. In 1974, Sweezy sought to make up for this deficiency, at least with respect to Baran himself, in an article for Monthly Review on Baran and the Danger of Inflation, pointing to Baran's prescient contribution to a theory of stagflation. Apart from conservative fundamentalists, Sweezy wrote, Paul Baran was perhaps the first economist to warn of the inflationary danger inherent in Keynesian fiscal and monetary policies. 68 Still, the lack of a discussion of inflation in monopoly capital itself remained a weakness of the book, given that stagnation emerged in the late 1970s in the confusing form of stagflation, something that Baran had foreseen a decade earlier. Of much more direct importance to the argument in monopoly capital were arguments that Calder had directed against Baran's The Political Economy of Growth. Calder had written a review of Baran's book in March 1958 in the American Economic Review that argued that the Marxian theory of exploitation, and hence Baran's notion of a rising surplus, was no longer valid given a fairly stable wage share of output. 69 Baran's long preface to the 1962 printing of The Political Economy of Growth was partly devoted to explaining that the surplus generated within the economy was hidden in the growth of waste and unproductive labor, disguising the rising rate of exploitation. Much of the surplus, Baran argued there, was actually concealed in the wages of workers who were forced to purchase out of their wages use values that contained more and more negative elements, increasing the costs of the products for consumers in ways that were essential for the realization of capitalist profits. In essence, this conformed to what Marx had called profits by deduction, whereby capitalists made profits by appropriating part of the wages of the workers. In monopoly capitalism, Baran and Sweezy argued, the growing dominance of the interpenetration effect, whereby sales costs were intermingled with production costs, meant that the commodities produced were geared more and more to the realization of profits rather than the satisfaction of social needs, distorting the entire economy. Only a minuscule part of the price of food sold in the supermarket, for example, was traceable to the direct cost of production of the farmer, the rest was attributable to finance, food processing, marketing, distribution, monopoly pricing, etc., all beyond the farm. The cost of bread was not mainly a product of the cost of wheat production or baking but included the cost of the production of various additives put into the bread, the cost of the plastic bags in which the bread was sold including the marketing that went into the making of the bags and the branding of the bread. All of this was formally rational in a monopoly capitalist society confronted with a chronic lack of effective demand. 70. The more complicated aspects of this analysis, involving the whole question of the effects on wages, were to be addressed in the Chapter 9 on some theoretical implications that Baran had drafted and was redrafting in response to Sweezy's criticisms in March 1964. Their letters from February 25, 1964, to March 9, 1964, represented the most intensive theoretical discussion of their entire correspondence. Baran's last letter to Sweezy, of March 9, was never completed or mailed. Instead, it seems clear that the ideas he was developing in it on the switch of capitalism from a progressive to a retrograde system inspired much of his rewrite of the Some Theoretical Implications chapter. Baran was about halfway into the rewrite of that chapter when he suffered his fatal heart attack on March 26, dying the following day. The subsequent publication of Some Theoretical Implications more than half a century later in August 2016 integrated the 19 pages of the new draft that Baran was working on with the original version of the rest of the chapter, together with annotations based on their letters. These final letters of Baran and Sweezy thus represent their last struggles together to question the rationality of production under monopoly capitalism. The longer view. What was so extraordinary about Baran and Sweezy's monopoly capital, and the reason it exerted so much influence on the US left in the 1960s and 1970s, is that it leaped across the barriers that normally separate economics from sociology, bringing both within a single whole. Recognizing this, they made an essay on the American economic and social order the subtitle of their work. The social was thus treated equally with the economic. The emphasis on the utilization or absorption of the economic surplus carried into every aspect of social life, leading to many of their more penetrating observations. Thus we are told in Chapter 6 on civilian government that except in times of crisis, where more authoritarian structures arise, the political system is democratic in form and plutocratic in content. And in the final chapter they talk about how the internal malfunctioning of monopoly capitalist society has as its logical outcome, if left to itself and allowed to triumph, the spread of increasingly severe psychic disorders leading to the impairment and eventual breakdown of the system's ability to function even on its own terms. 71 This destruction of humanity itself was the greatest tragedy. Hope thus lay, for Baran and Sweezy, in a world revolution that would revitalize from without as well as within the emancipatory hopes of humankind. Critics have often suggested, with good reason, that Baran and Sweezy's monopoly capital neglected culture and communications. 72 We now know, however, as a result of the publication of the draft chapter of Monopoly Capital on the quality of monopoly capitalist society, culture and communications, how deep their concern regarding what they called the cultural apparatus of monopoly capitalist society was, a fact that the present correspondence drives home. 73. Baran and Sweezy's critique of waste as the primary form of absorption of surplus has had an immense impact on the left's understanding of today's environmental problems, and the possibility of transcending them. This was something that Sweezy was to point to in subsequent essays, including Cars and Cities and Capitalism and the Environment. 74. Still more significant, Baran and Sweezy's analysis was critical to the understanding of the entire imperialist system in the late 20th century, and, as Samir Emin argues, has taken on added significance in the analysis of the generalized monopoly order of today. Their discussions of monopoly, multinational corporations, militarism and imperialism in monopoly capital, and in their letters collected in this volume, thus provide us with a window onto some of the crucial problems of accumulation on a world scale. 75. In all these, and other respects, Baran and Sweezy's works and correspondence represent the longer view, the title that Baran chose for his essay collection. More than a half-century later their letters, along with their major published works, are as fresh and as insightful as when they were first written. In relation to Marx and Engels' own correspondence, Lenin once wrote, "Its scientific and its political value is tremendous. Not only do Marx and Engels stand out before the reader in clear relief in all their greatness, but the extremely rich theoretical content of Marxism is graphically revealed, because in their letters Marx and Engels return again and again to the most diverse aspects of their doctrine, emphasizing and explaining, at times discussing and debating what is newest, most important, and most difficult. If one were to attempt to define in a single word the focus, so to speak, of the whole correspondence, the central point at which the whole body of ideas expressed and discussed converges, that word would be dialectics. The application of materialist dialectics to the reshaping of all political economy from its foundations up, its application to history, natural science, philosophy, and to the policy and tactics of the working class. 76. It is perhaps the highest conceivable compliment to Baran and Sweezy's correspondence that the things that Lenin said with respect to Marx and Engels's correspondence are largely applicable to Baran and Sweezy's letters as well, although written by very different thinkers under very different circumstances. Baran and Sweezy were, above all, the greatest analysts of the age of monopoly capital in the late 20th century, extending into a whole new stage of capitalist development the historical materialist method forged by Marx and Engels. In the letters selected here they distilled the essence of a critical materialist and dialectical mode of inquiry and applied it to what is now known as the golden era of monopoly capital and unrivaled U.S. hegemony, the age directly preceding and giving rise to our own. Editor's note on the text. The entire archive of letters is available online at the Paul A. Baran Archive at Stanford University, http://www.oac.cdlib.org/findate/arc:/13030/C8xs5zkx. Each letter is preceded by the writer recipient's initials. Obviously, it is easy to get confused since both writers are named Paul. Virtually all items in square brackets are comments or annotations by the editors. The Pauls used many abbreviations. Except for the obvious ones, we have tried to spell them out in the text, but in case we have missed some, here are the recurring ones, in no particular order. MR, Monthly Review. MRP, Monthly Review. Press ROM, MR's Review of the Month. Hubie or Hub, Leo Huberman, co-editor of Monthly Review until his death in 1968. PEOG, PAB's book Political Economy of Growth. TCD, PMS's book Theory of Capitalist Development. CAP, Capitalism. SOC, Socialism. Mono, Monopoly. Monocap or Monocap, Monopoly Capitalism. U/D, Underdevelopment. UDC or U/D/C, Underdeveloped Country. DVPT, Development. Eco or Econ, Economic. Barg, Bourgeois. Corp, Corporation or Corporate. MX, Marx. MNE, Marx and Engels. QOS, Quality of Society. IS, Irrational System. IAA, PAB's notation for 1AA importance or priority. Speci or Specie, Special Delivery Letter. MS or MS, Manuscript. SPL, Surplus. UDCs, Underdeveloped Countries. JKG, John Kenneth Galbraith while spelled out in the text. The notation for their discussions of the economic surplus, constant and variable capital, income, and so forth, can be found in Paul Sweezy's Theory of Capitalist Development. p. 59-71. The two Pauls were fond of German, French, Italian, and Latin phrases, and these are generally translated in the text, but some of the more frequently appearing foreign language flourishes are listed below. Stimmung, German word for mood or state of mind. Et tutti quanti, and all the rest mutatis mutandis, with necessary changes or accounting for present circumstances. Gleichschaltung, synchronization or bringing into line. Actualität, imminence, immediacy, current relevance. Hic rotus, hic salta. Auseinandersetzen, to confront or come to terms with. Beziehungsweise, as the case may be. MAW, MIT anderen Werden, or in other words subspecie eternitatis, viewed in relation to the eternal. Habet sibi, so be it, or in modern lingo, whatever. Dreck, garbage inside terminology. The opus, also called in earlier letters the Booklein, was the name for what eventually became their book Monopoly Capital. The two Pauls enjoyed referring to their children's terms for things, in particular, Nicholas Baran's words for the following: typewriter, tripriter. Immediately, mamdiately. Amazing, mamazing. Also, Nicholas Baran is often referred to as Nickpick or picnic, or some derivation thereof. The Age of Monopoly Capital. 1. The early post-war years 1949 to 1952. PMS to PAB. Wilton, N.H. February 17, 1949. Dear Paul. Many thanks for the modern review which I have already returned. It is a stinker, isn't it, and Hilferding's article is amazing for one who had been so clear-headed. Point 1 also for the reference to Estrin. I have written to him but have heard nothing as yet. Meanwhile another friend of mine has written me the following information, based on clippings about the time of H's death. I wish you would check it for accuracy and also add anything you can. Hilferding was in Berlin from 1919 to 1933 mainly as a lecturer in a SD school and writer for SD papers. He had been a doctor and was on the Austro-Italian front during World War I. He left Berlin in 1933 and stayed in Prague until Hitler took over Czechoslovakia in 1938, then to Paris. All this time he was active with the main staff of the German SDP, writing for their Neue Vorwärts and a clandestine paper that was smuggled into Germany. When Hitler took Paris he fled south with Breitschied. He survived the period of confusion and is reported to have believed that no French government would violate the traditional French hospitality to political refugees. But Vichy police agents picked them up in Als, February 1941. They were taken to Paris and turned over to the Gestapo. The end is not established. There are two versions, one that he committed suicide taking poison which he carried with him, the second, execution by the Nazis. He was born August 1877, and thus met his fate in his 64th year. He was a young man when he did his best work. The following specific questions occur to me as being important and unanswered. Where was he born? What was the family background, the father's profession? Where did he go to school and university? Did he study law and economics or only medicine? How much did he ever practice medicine? How did he happen to get into the socialist movement? What positions did he hold in the Austrian and/or German SBS? In the USPD? Is it true that he was the leading architect of the merger between the SPD and the USPD in 1922? Is it true that he was inordinately lazy and fond of good living? Why didn't he do anything significant after Finanzkapital? Any light you can throw on these or related questions from your own knowledge of the man would be much appreciated. I have finished the part on Boehm Bawerk, and found it very interesting to write. Shall start on H as soon as possible, so the sooner I can get the dope, the better. Point 2. Hope I shall see you in New York around March 4th. YRS/S Paul. PAB to PMS. Federal Reserve Bank of New York. February 23, 1949. Dear Paul. Thanks for returning the issue of the Modern Review. I understand from the Turtle Bay Bookshop that you will be here early in March, and I am looking forward to having a good chat with you. There are many things I would like to talk over with you at this time. The information on Hilferding summarized in your letter is incomplete and inaccurate. Let me tell you briefly what I think are the most important benchmarks in his career. What follows is not based on any sources but only on my own recollection and ought to be checked as far as details are concerned. Hilferding was born in Vienna in 1877. He got his training in medicine but never practiced it. Around 1906 or 1907 he became editor of the Neue Zeit and very early thereafter political editor of the Vorwärts. He became a German citizen sometime before the First World War and was elected to the Reichstag, where he was one of the leading members of the Social Democratic Caucus. In 1914 he voted with the left wing against war appropriations and was prominent as a pacifist. In general, one might say that he was not so much a left-winger in his political views as a pacifist by inclination or moral conviction. It is this pacifism of his, which at some point coincided with the position taken by the left, which misled many people into booking him and for that matter many other liberal politicians as leftists. An interesting parallel is this country where interventionists or anti-isolationists came to be regarded as progressives. He actually was always, fundamentally, a right-wing man and his leftism, if any, consisted on one hand in pacifism and on the other of certain amounts of Marxian orthodoxy in economic theory. When the pacifist issue became less relevant, and the Marxian orthodoxy in economic matters merged in his mind with economic liberalism, he went back where he all the time belonged, namely, to the right wing of the Social Democratic Party. It was his negative attitude towards the war as well as his reluctance to accept the flat empiricism of the Bernstein revisionist group, that made him one of the leaders of the USP. In that capacity, he was editor-in-chief of their newspaper, Freiheit. He was bitterly opposed to the 21 conditions, and after Halle, he became one of the leading protagonists of the merger of the SP and the USP. Once back in the mother party, he became very soon one of the most outspoken right-wing theorists, strongly supporting the advocates of coalition governments and the Fritz Tarnow wing of the trade union movement. He was Minister of Finance first in 1923, flopped, however, completely in an effort to do something about inflation. He became Minister of Finance again in 1928 and flopped equally badly in trying to do something about the impending depression. In both situations, his economics, which in his mind transformed itself by that time into an outright laissez-faire theory, prevented him from understanding the sort of problems which he had to face in the real world. In his later days, he became more and more addicted to his notions of economic democracy, which he somehow considered to be an automatic process calling for very little political action. As far as your specific questions are concerned, as I said before, he was born in Vienna. As to the family background and father's occupation, I do not know anything. He did not study economics in any organized fashion, but seems to have been working in that field much more than in the field of his formal training, namely, medicine. In both the Austrian and the German SP, he was a high functionary, being member of the central committees of both parties. He was inordinately lazy and found it extremely difficult to write, and had hardly written anything in the last 10 or 15 years of his life. He did occasionally contribute an article to his own magazine, Gesellschaft, for wrote also from time to time in newspapers, but fundamentally gave up research and writing since he got into big politics. He was fond of good living, enjoyed very much consorting with those in power, but was, so far as I know, scrupulously honest and completely immune to any kind of corruption. His corruption, such as it was ideological and social rather than of the sordid variety of accepting outright briberies. His political judgment was actually very poor. His basic indolence and fear of antagonizing the enemy led him to accept doing nothing as the best policy recommendation. I remember distinctly having spoken to him a few days after Hitler was appointed Chancellor and asking him whether he thought the time was ripe for the unions to call a general strike. Even then, in the first days of February 1933, he was sitting in a comfortable easy chair with warm felt slippers on his feet and remarked with a benign smile that I was a young firebrand and that political skill consists of waiting for the right moment. After all, he said, Hindenburg is still the president. The government is a coalition government, and while Hitlers come and go, ADGB is an organization that should not risk its entire existence for a fleeting political purpose. It was only a few days later that he was hiding at some friend's house, being already sought by the Gestapo. All the weaknesses of a liberal in politics were accompanied in his case with all the venerable characteristics of a liberal in private life. He was extremely intelligent, tolerant of conflicting views, undogmatic to the point of helping and furthering people who were distinctly his adversaries in political and theoretical matters, critical to an extent that held barely any definite views, and at the same time full of understanding and brilliant flashes. He was not a great man in the field which he had chosen because he was mainly a weak man. If by some stroke of fortune, he would have chosen medicine as his main occupation, he would have become most likely a great physician and humanitarian. Instead, he became a political utopian, a cowardly petty bourgeois who through his entire active life most likely has cancelled out all that he had contributed through the very short stretch of his imaginative creative work. This is about all I can say at this point. I do not know how useful it will be to you. As far as other more specific data are concerned, they can be secured, I imagine, through some library work, and as far as the last phase of his career goes, it will still have to be some eyewitness who could contribute the needed information. I am looking forward to seeing you. Give my best regards to Nancy. Yours as always. /S Paul. PAB to PMS and Leo Huberman. Stanford University. March 28, 1950. Dear Paul and Leo. I was very anxious to shuttle over to New York for the current interquarter vacation, but no money. My general frame of mind is lousy, and I wonder how long I should hang around here. My mother has died in Moscow, my father remained all by himself, I can't get there, he can't get permission to get out, it is frightfully difficult to control oneself, not to join the baiters and to call those butchers the names that they deserve. On what grounds of responsible reasoning could they justify not permitting a 65-year-old sick man to join his only son? On what grounds of responsible attitude to human lives could they refuse to permit me to visit for 10 days my dying mother? This brutality is not even a means to an end. It is a means without any conceivable purpose, sheer contempt for human existence, sheer soullessness of power-drunk soldatesca, sheer weight of a heavy sergeant's boot. How should one think straight on days like these? How does one not lose one's equilibrium, one's ability to see forests, when one is hit over the head with a tree? It takes all that one has not to become desperate. So much for today. I shall send that thing before the week is over. Best regards. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Wilton, NH. March 31, 1950. Dear Paul. I was very sorry to hear of your mother's death, and I can certainly understand your bitterness. At the same time, I think you have to make a distinction between their not letting you go to Moscow and their not letting your father come out. If there is justification for an Iron Curtain at all, and I think there is, then there is justification for not allowing Americans in, even on compassionate grounds. The reason, of course, is not in the individual case but in the fact that there are literally hundreds of thousands of Americans with close relations behind the curtain. If they were to be admitted on compassionate grounds, the curtain would be turned into a sieve, and you can be certain that not only individuals with relatives would take advantage of the fact. I don't see how this logic can be refuted. The case of your father seems to me different, however. He is old and unwell enough so that I assume they could not materially benefit from holding him, and I assume too that he has no special knowledge which would be advantageous to a potential enemy. The only reason I can think of is that there are probably hundreds of thousands of Russians who would like to get out of the country, and their discontent would probably be increased by everyone actually released. This is certainly not an argument that could be ignored, but it seems to me much less persuasive than the reason for not allowing Americans in. But, of course, you are right that they don't consider the problem from the point of view of simple human relations, and they may be acting simply out of callousness. It is a terrible thing, and one which I believe the socialist movement must find ways of fighting against, but God knows it is not hard to explain. They are still in power at all only because they have learned ever since the attempt on Lenin's life, I would say, to be supremely callous, and that sort of thing is bound to extend far beyond the strict limits of necessity. I know what you mean by feeling sometimes like joining the baiters. The reasons are not only in the Sioux either. Communists everywhere are very difficult to take, fanatics always are, I suppose. But one is always successfully and in my case easily restrained by one look at the baiters. The only real alternative course seems to me to withdraw completely into as private a life as possible. That seems to suit some people, but I'm afraid it never would me. The real index of the world crisis is the way it reaches deeply into the personal life of almost everyone. I have a feeling that it has never been so to quite the same extent in earlier transition periods. Nancy joins in sending our sympathy and warmest regards. As always. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. July 15, 1951. Dear Paul. During this interlude left to me by the planning business, I am trying to finish a paper that I started long time ago, and that has been occupying me quite a lot. Tentative title, The Concept and the Significance of Economic Surplus. Point 5. You know what I have in mind. Every social structure produces a certain amount of what one might call economic surplus. The mode of utilization of this surplus essentially decides the economic development of that society. This mode of utilization in its turn depends on who gets it, and on the system of values, drives and desires prevailing among those who get it. Where the recipients are landlords of essentially parasitic nature, the surplus gets frittered away. Where they are Ricardian Weberian Marxian businessmen, nothing is consumed and everything puritanically plowed back into business. Where capitalism and the capitalist spirit begin to rot economic royalism, the tendency begins to appear of frittering it away once more on a higher level. GB was example before the war, US in parts. There are lots of sidelines to the whole thing, and I am enjoying very much playing around with it. I have been reading theory, and with this stuff in mind, also John Stuart Mill and Marshall. It is amazing how the entire classical school, not only Marx, took it for granted that the capitalist abstains and cumulates. Was clearly adequate for the times and not an ideology, because ideology a bit late. 6. Does anything occur to you in connection with this story? Any bibliographical references that should be consulted? I would like to finish the thing before going to New York. I guess the general line was correct. There won't be any war, certainly not this summer, i.e. this year. These days every year gained is a lot more next time. Right? Best regards, yours. /S Paul. P.S. This place here is all but deserted. Tout Le Monde is in Santa Monica working for Rand. The corruption of the universities that this racket produces is unbelievable. Rand pays $50 per diem. You have to be damned cautious not to have security troubles, or else you don't get on this gravy train. Ergo, you are cautious. Even if your views don't happen to fully coincide with the ruling opinion, you keep your mouth shut. Why endanger such a fat paycheck by picayune utterances? Would be a nice little piece for MR on broadly, meaning of academic freedom these days. PMS to PAB. Wilton, N.H. July 21, 1951. Dear Paul. The only point I would suggest adding to the surplus study is the way the surplus gets disguised and, so to speak, dissipated under advanced capitalism. If a proper distinction is made between productive and unproductive workers, the former producing surplus and the latter living off it, it will be seen, I am certain, that the surplus of the American economy is vastly greater than statistics of profit plus rent plus interest would indicate. And the potential surplus available to a planned economy is even greater, because the unproductive workers could mostly be transferred to productive lines. More later. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Wilton, N.H. August 18, 1951. Dear Paul. Herewith the surplus paper. I would send it to the air, but I would also expect them to reject it. Touches on too many sensitive subjects, I'm afraid. From my point of view, the chief weakness of the paper is that it doesn't discuss what I think is probably the heart of the surplus problem for an advanced capitalist country, namely, the problem of unproductive labor. You allude to it several times, but you do not go into it. My own suspicion is that the potential output of this country, for example, is enormously greater than even the present war-induced expansion would lead one to believe. It could be reached only by cutting out unproductive labor and putting them all into productive pursuits. But when you try to analyze this problem closely, you get into all sorts of conceptual and other difficulties. Yours. /S Paul. John Kenneth Galbraith to PMS. Harvard. Cambridge, Massachusetts. January 24, 1952. Dear Paul 7. I have just read your lecture to me in the last issue of the Monthly Review, and I don't know that I am as grateful as I should be for your efforts to put me right. Point 8. Without opening up a public argument, I would like to ask you some questions. As you observe in my review of Perloff's book, I was posing a question, not answering it. Nonetheless, I have puzzled over the answer quite a bit, and in my careless non-Marxian way I have thought of the explanation you suggest. Point 9. There is no question that in the past these islands have been farmed for the benefit of outside interests, and this has much to do with their peculiar misfortunes. Moreover, such absentee or imperialist exploitation is still a factor in a good number of them. But I can see no escape from the fact that it is a singularly unsatisfactory and incomplete explanation of their woes. Consider in particular the following questions which any such explanation leaves unanswered. 1. Other parts of the world. Most other parts in fact were opened up by what you term imperialist exploitation. A goodly number of those so opened up under European auspices, the majority I would suppose at some stage escaped from their colonial status and proceeded onto a life of their own. This latter has frequently involved movement onto a tolerable standard of living. Why did the development which was commonplace in Canada, Australia, New Zealand, or for that matter the United States itself fail to occur in this part of the world? In other words, assuming for a moment that imperialism is the cause, why has it held its grip so strongly on this area and lost it in other areas of European colonization? 2. However, any answer that runs in terms of imperialist exploitation is unsatisfactory unless indeed some attenuated or even mystical connotation can be given to that phrase. Take the case of Haiti. This is the most poverty-stricken of the islands that I have seen. The United Nations 2 or 3 years ago estimated the average annual per capita income at $25. From visual evidence this would seem to be generous. The Haitians won their independence from Napoleon early in the last century and brought to a fairly abrupt end the system of colonial exploitation that had prevailed up to that time. The plantation system of agriculture, which had once been extremely profitable in the island, was abandoned and the land was divided up into small holdings. Apart from one sizable banana plantation, a smallish sugar company and recently established sisal plantations, there is no outside exploitation of the island. Nor is there any appreciable amount of agriculture that is dependent on foreign markets and which might thus be considered subject to indirect exploitation. Nor is there any important foreign debt. There is a not unimportant coffee industry in the hills, but it has been declining for many years. Yet, as I say, this is the island of the most extreme poverty of all. 3. You will see where I am going, and I now take the final step. There is in the area some positive correlation between standard of living in welfare on the one hand and efficient foreign development or exploitation on the other. This is a hard pill to swallow. It is even hard for me to swallow. Nevertheless, it is a fact that in Cuba and Puerto Rico, where the agriculture is subject to efficient, well-capitalized exploitation, the standard of living is perceptibly above that of, say, Jamaica. Again, on Haiti, the few workers who are employed by Standard Fruit or in the sisal operations are quite definitely a favored class. The sisal plantations, which are under a company jointly financed by the Haitian and American governments, is perhaps the only enterprise in the Republic that pays the official minimum wage. Many similar bits of evidence could be added. Are the Puerto Ricans wrong in seeking more outside investment? I am seriously puzzled as to what it is that explains the poverty of this and kindred areas, and I am going to put a good deal of time in the next 2 or 3 years trying to find out. I must say incidentally that I have an uneasy feeling that location and climate have more to do with this problem than in sophisticated times we like to suppose. If these islands had been 1,000 miles farther north, would their history have been the same? Do you realize that there are no developed and not very many developing countries in the tropics? I also have the feeling that there must be some base for industry before even agriculture can be very progressive. Kitty joins me in kindest regards to Nancy, the children, and especially to the new arrival. Yours sincerely. /SJK. Galbraith. JKG/LC. PMS to John Kenneth Galbraith. Wilton, N.H. February 2, 1952. J.K. Galbraith, ESQ. Lit Hour Center 205. Cambridge 38, Mass. Dear Ken. Thanks for your letter of the 24th, I specially welcome the evidence that MR's lectures are read, even if not always welcomed, in the quarters to which they are addressed. Here, very briefly, is the way I would try to answer your points, it being understood that to do so properly would require at least a book. 1. You are right that most parts of the world were opened up by imperialist exploitation, but I am rather surprised that you should regard this as a damaging fact from my point of view. I think it is safe to say that in no case where imperialism fastened itself upon a native population did it lead to any good for the countries concerned. It is notable that the only cases you cite are the US, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, all of which were essentially extensions of the exploiting imperialist society rather than subjugated colonies. Most of Asia, Africa, and South America follows the Jamaica pattern far more closely than the pattern of the US and the all-white dominions. 2. That Haiti, gaining independence long before the full development of capitalism, to say nothing of the appearance of socialism, should not be able to accomplish much for itself seems to me to prove remarkably little. And how in the world the imperialist countries can escape responsibility for the condition of their completely dependent colonies, so dependent, in fact, that the very populations were picked up and put there as slaves, is beyond my comprehension. I don't think there is anything attenuated or mystical about that. 3. Of course, the employees of the big foreign corporations have higher income than the rest of the peoples. Which does not prevent me saying that the big corporations have never attempted, and never will attempt, to bring about an all-around development of the colonial societies for the benefit of the people who live there. If the director of one of the big corporations were to adopt any such goal, the stockholders could sue him for malfeasance in office. His job is to make money for the corporation. I should have thought that it was pretty well accepted by now that imperialist investment in colonies has never failed to undermine the old societies without building any sort of integrated, viable society in their place. That a few thousand natives get relatively better paying jobs in the process is small compensation indeed. So much for the numbered paragraphs of your letter. I would express my own positive position somewhat as follows. Imperialism is clearly responsible for the condition of its colonies. Some of them might be pest holes of humanity if they had never been touched by imperialism, but they would be a different kind of pest hole, and this fact, to the extent that it is a fact, can in no sense be used as an excuse for the sins of imperialism. There is no hope whatever for the colonies to develop decent, humane, self-respecting societies until they have got completely free of imperialism. This does not mean, of course, that the mere winning of independence by itself will accomplish miracles. It is only a necessary condition, not a sufficient condition. Nor does it mean that, even under the most favorable conceivable conditions, the transition to a better state of affairs can be quick or easy. But when and if it does come, it will be as the result of a collective effort of the peoples themselves and not as the result of the activities of foreign corporations. In other words, for the colonies even more than for the advanced countries, socialism is the only answer. One final point which I am sure you will not take as a personal jibe since it is in no way intended as such, it concerns a matter which I am sure we both feel to be important and which I can see no reason for not discussing frankly. If you continue along the path your letter indicates you are now following, you will end up, at least on this issue of colonialism and imperialism, in the company of the extreme reactionaries, people who have fought you hard in the past and whom I know you have enjoyed fighting against. This may be another bitter pill which your scientific convictions force you to swallow. I think, on the other hand, that it is rather an unconscious concession to the trend of the times. Liberals have always been right to fight imperialism, those who continue to fight it are still right, and those who go on fighting it in the future will surely be vindicated in the long run. Let me beg of you to make a thorough study of the whole history and record of imperialism before you finally commit yourself to the kind of favorable judgment which your letter adumbrates. I believe you will not be sorry and you may save yourself from what later could appear as a terrible mistake. Nancy and I are both fine, after a somewhat hectic start. How is Kitty? Isn't she due any day now? Anyway, give her our love and best wishes. And we look forward to seeing you all in the not too distant future. Cordially. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. February 12, 1952. Dear Paul. This letter is very much overdue. I was planning to write to you earlier on a large number of subjects. Yet the pressures of current preoccupations have completely swamped me in the last few weeks, actually ever since I returned from the East. There is a lot of to do at the university. I have to keep preparing my economic history course, attend all sorts of superfluous meetings, write for MRS, and now organize our impending move to a new place. The latter will take place within a few weeks, and then Elena will be soon ready to go into action. It'll take some time until peace and equilibrium is restored. All this is a collection of nuisances that detract from work, but it just cannot be helped. I wonder how do people who are encumbered with jobs, family, etc. manage to get anything done. Anyway, attached is Dennis with many thanks. He is a smart cookie, although in a sense not fully appreciative of the real problem facing American capitalism. Point 10. After all, as you once said, capitalism cannot live in one country, and to lock the doors and pull down the shades is no longer a solution. This is where Dennis and Hoover and Taft and a number of other isolationist ruling class boys are off base, that is off base as far as the objective interests and requirements of their class are concerned. By setting up a fascist system at home, welding the country into one armed camp and saying to hell with the rest of the world, they obviously meet the short-run problem, but what about the long-run problem? The tragedy of the situation as far as American capitalism is concerned is really that there is no correct policy to follow as long as it remains capitalism. To move along the Truman-Atchison Joint Chiefs of Staff Red Bader line would end in war, and war would spell disaster not only to the rest of the world but to the American capitalists as well. To let things ride, to permit all of Asia to go communist, to let the colonial revolt sweep Africa, and to permit the French and Italian Reds finally to clean up their Aegean stables, is an unthinkable prospect for people who partly think in proper historical terms and partly in phony strategic categories like politicos and the generals. The only dialectical alternative would be to embark upon a gigantic international New Deal, come to terms with Moscow, recognize the social revolution where it has taken place, and organize a real Point 4 program in alliance with everything that is progressive in the world. This would outmaneuver the commies, cost them a lot of support, crush the domestic reactionary forces all over the place, lift Franco out of the saddle, etc. But to talk about such a swing in American policy is okay for AP Learner. It is such manifest nonsense that dry water by comparison with it appears to be a real tangible commodity. Mind you, I don't say that this should not and could not be the plan of the American left. It is educationally and propagandistically most likely the only thing that could impress people, but to believe that there is a chance for such a renaissance to materialize would be nothing short of fatuous in my opinion. But that leaves the question open: whether American capitalism? And this question will not answer itself by default, as it might in the case of the British or some minor capitalist center, simply because the American capitalists are unprecedentedly strong, are able and willing to fight, have not the slightest reason to give up. That is why I don't believe that in the longer run the Hoover-Taft-Dennis line will win out. I think that what is much more likely is a continuing attempt to fascicize the world, to create bastions of strength and to hope for the best, namely for a successful suppression of the social revolution by sheer application of force. Since the Russians are unable to resist it, much of what goes on today in the world may be successfully crushed. They may be able to suppress everything in Europe, may even be able to pacify Africa, and possibly parts of Asia, and put the local fascists into power. I don't think that they'll be able to restore capitalism in China, but maybe they'll be able to threaten the Russians and the Chinese so explicitly that the Politburo and Mao will have to beg the Indians, the French Indochina Reds, to lay off. This worked in a way in 1947 in Italy, it may work again. They won't stop history, they can make its march, however, terribly uncomfortable and slow. They may even spoil a great deal in the socialist camp. Continuous armament, continuous being on guard, continuous mortal fear improves no regime. Attached Edelman's article. Please return at convenience. I collect the issues. Point 11. The stuff needs to be seriously attacked in a professional magazine. The fellow is obviously reshuffling the cards under the table. Because there is no more concentration by his criteria, the issue is to be taken off the order of the day. The liberals are unduly upset, that is all. What about the cross-industry concentration, that is, General Motors invading, say, the lumber trade and becoming important there? Does not reflect itself in any data concerning GM nor for that matter the automobile industry, but clearly represents an expansion of GM's economic power. What about the whole prime contractor-subcontractor relationship where de facto, the large firm holding the prime contract completely controls the activities of dozens of small outfits that are only nominally independent? Would not reflect itself in any legal data, since nothing has happened legally. What about the large firms keeping their VIPs all over the Washington agencies, deciding on what, when and where, to produce, on prices, taxes and allocations, and the small fry permitted to say amen? If this is not agglomeration of economic power, then what is economic power? As usual, those professional economists employ their ingenuity long enough to find a definition which permits them to brush aside everything that the man in the street attaches some meaning to. Talk long enough about exploitation, and there ain't any. Get really going on the topic of imperialism, and it turns out to be an invention of some lunatics. Really analyze scientifically the notions of rich and poor, and it becomes clear that you are using your words carelessly. Mobilize all the available apparatus on monopoly and it becomes an institution domesticated on the moon. When people talk of increased concentration of business, they mean that a decreasing number of people or firms control the fate of the economy, conversely that a larger share of the economy is under the command of a given number of huge corporations. This heart piece of the concentration argument is completely untouched by Edelman's learned disquisitions. Any opinion? If you like, we could write a note on that matter jointly. Kalecki's manuscript is in parts at least a tough nut to crack. Point 12. I haven't seen his very last 2 chapters where he deals with development etc. You are right, it is an odd performance, and the thing that bothered me about it is the strongly classical air about the whole. Somehow or other to treat the capitalist process as purely endogenous, leaving out the government and all that goes with it, is a concession to bourgeois economics that one should not make under any circumstances. I think the Rusk is rightly yelled at Varga for his having nicely split eco from politics. Point 13. Kalecki with all his undeniable masterfulness and brilliance does it even worse. If he were to try to square his theory with Marx, he would also have to push beyond Marx's classicism and really come to grips with the problem: what is it that makes today's capitalism tick? Just received, barely inspected the new book of Sternberg's Capitalism plus Socialism on trial. Looks interesting, although British Labour Party line. If you ain't got it, could send it to you on Lend-Lease. Would very much like to try my hand on JKG's book. It is not too easy to come to grips with. It is really the theory of the liberal line of American monopoly capitalism and will be successful as such. He skillfully avoids issues, goes around lots of hot potatoes, is politically and otherwise stupid, although very bright in some obiter dicta and opersus needs to be exploded, but it has to be done skillfully. Have you read it? I'll write to you more about it, also about the February issue of the MR which I just finished reading. It's too late now and I have an early class tomorrow. Very soon the second installment. Love for all of you. /S Paul. P.S. Had a note from Lee Benson, reports progress on his enterprise. Wants me to be a co-editor, says you are willing to serve. Asked him who are the others. Point 14. PMS to PAB. Wilton, N.H. March 4, 1952. Dear Paul, I've been meaning to answer yours of February 12 almost since it arrived, but have been bogged down with 1,000 things to do. The I.F. Stone book on the Korean War, a bombshell if it only gets some publicity, has taken a lot of time, and just as I thought I had got my head above water, the galley proofs of Schumpeter's 2-vol History of Economic Analysis began to arrive. I had almost forgotten that I promised Mrs. S about a year ago that I would read them and report any remaining errors. So far the book is not epoch-making, but it does have the advantage over every other doctrinal history I ever read of being interesting. No small merit if you have to read it. Point 15. The Stone book is now scheduled for publication on April 18, and we have advance orders already of about 900. The experts tell us that this is very encouraging. Point 16. In the Adelman article, I haven't had a chance to read it yet but will in due course. I'll write you about it then. If you want the mag back in the meantime, let me know. My fundamental criticism of Kalecki's MS is not that it leaves the state out but that it fails to make any analytical connections with classical Marxian theory. K is contemptuous of value theory, of course, and argues that his system is entirely at variance with the Ricardo Marx system. This seems to me to be a superficial view. RM theory is in a sense a special case, but it is a special case which provides the absolutely essential link between the class structure of capitalism and analytical economic theory. Once this link has been firmly established, it is safe to go on, much along Kalecki's lines, to analyze the actual modus operandi of the system. K's theory, by the way, provides all the openings that are needed for integrating economic and political factors, it seems to me. I tried to present this line of reasoning to K when I was last in New York, but I did it badly and he wasn't really listening. He's a lovely guy, but I find it almost impossible to carry on a real two-way discussion with him. In this connection, incidentally, Schumpeter sensed the essential point, which again shows how much above the level of the vulgar economists he was when he wrote that the picture which the theorist paints of the economic process depends in large part on his conception of the value phenomenon, and again that nearly all of our insight into, and all of our attitude towards, the nature and meaning of capitalism hangs on our view of the meaning and function of interest and profit. Der Muessen wir stick resolutely to the theory of value and surplus value. This Kalecki doesn't see at all, in fact brushes it aside as an irrelevancy. I have the Sternberg book and have read a few chapters. Compared to most of the stuff that is being written it is a work of genius, but by more rational standards it is only fair as far as I've gone. I have agreed to review it, along with Rosa Luxemburg and the gigantic two-vol work by Hallgarten called Imperialismus vor 1914 for the Economic History Journal 17. It would be worthwhile to do a really thorough job, but I can't see how I'll ever get the time. Incidentally, what do you know about the Hallgarten? It certainly looks interesting. In the matter of Galbraith, events have already proved that you were right about its being taken up by the liberal monopoly capitalists. Did you see the longish article devoted to it by Businessweek? BW hardly ever reviews a book. And on the question of where JKG is headed, the enclosed correspondence is instructive. Point 18. Please return for the file. I may need it someday. Frankly, the next to last paragraph of my letter was written specifically so that if the occasion ever arises I can say I told you so. I haven't read the capitalism book and probably won't get to, at least not for quite a while. It certainly would be good to expose it in MR, and I hope you will be able to do the job. We don't pay enough attention to the liberal apologetics for capitalism. It can be a crucial front in the fight to win young people to a genuinely socialist position. I talked to Benson about a month ago. I don't believe he is going to get the support he talks about. He is politically very naive and doesn't seem to recognize that a so-called scientific magazine has political implications. The people he wants to bring together won't come together or work together. I may be wrong, of course. In the meantime, if I were you I would just keep asking down-to-earth questions about how many people are going to write for him, where the money is coming from, who is going to keep the subscription lists, etc., etc. Leo and I have told him that he has to solve these practical problems before he can get anywhere, but he doesn't seem to believe it. He would like us to do this for him, but we made it perfectly clear that we already have more of that kind of thing with MR than we can properly handle. Your analysis of the rational policy for American capitalism agrees pretty much with my own ideas on that subject, ideas which I began to form into some sort of coherent shape while writing the piece on Hoover for the March issue. It is obvious that the Truman-Acheson program won't work, nor will the Hoover program. Suppose an intelligent capitalist comes to understand this. What policy should he recommend? Clearly, he should be interested in prolonging the life of capitalism as long as possible and in making it possible for the class to dissolve itself peacefully and, from the individual point of view, comfortably into the new oncoming social order. A great international New Deal would be the obvious answer. Since the prolonged coexistence and peaceful growing over is also in the best interest of socialists, it follows of course that we can go along on this policy. As you say, its educational and propaganda advantages are great. But there is one catch. We must at all costs keep this position from degenerating into support for a Point 4 program which is really nothing but a fig leaf over the Truman-Atkinson genitals. In other words, we must at all times make absolutely clear that we are not going down the road of the ADA and the leaders of the U.S. labor movement today. Point 19. This is not impossible. In fact, I think certain relatively easy tests can be devised which must be applied more or less continuously. No militarization, observe the spirit of the Charter of the UN, channel all international aid through the UN, stay out of other people's civil wars, and perhaps a few other points. We would start by saying that there can be no compromise on any of these issues, they are the essence of a coexistence policy. And within the framework of a coexistence policy we must of course continue to stress that the only solution is socialism. Coexistence, in fact, makes sense only if it has already been recognized that socialism is inevitable and we want to get there as painlessly as possible. Obviously, the American capitalists are not going to buy such a program, but if they ever do lose confidence in their ability to manage the situation, a real popular New Deal type movement with FDR-like leadership might conceivably be able to drag them behind along that road. This, at any rate, is what we must work for. The alternative is to give up or start preparing the ground for the eventual occupation of the US by the armies of international communism, maybe 100 years from now. I haven't yet decided definitely, but I think I'll write the April review of the month along these lines. 20. It might be useful and help people to clear their minds on what they are for as distinct from what they are against. The one link in the chain of the argument that I haven't quite thought out yet is the tests to be applied to tell whether a program or movement can be supported or not. If you have any rapid thoughts on this, jot them down and send them back by return mail. Yours. /S Paul. P.S. What does eklik mean? I ran into it in the theory and can't find it in any of the dictionaries available here. PMS to PAB. Wilton N.H. May 10, 1952. Dear Paul. It was good to hear from you when you were in New York, and I'm only sorry the visit didn't coincide with one of my monthly trips. Helen Lamb tells me that you made the best speech of the conference. Point 21. What surprised her most was that it was one of the two talks at the whole affair which was applauded. It is perhaps a compliment to American social scientists to their intelligence, not their temerity, that they like to hear other people tell a few homely truths. It indicates that if it were permitted and fashionable, we should have a flourishing left-wing social science. Mr. Adelman is a kind of pain in the ass, and I somewhat doubt if he is worth all the time and trouble it would take to do a thorough exposure of what he is up to. But I shall look forward to your reply, assuming that Seymour decides to publish it. Send me a copy, at least on Lend-Lease. I don't see that magazine in the normal course of events. I have just finished writing a review of the month on the threat of depression, in which I think I have succeeded in explaining more simply and understandably why capitalism generates excess capacity, and at the same time why socialism does not, than I have ever managed to do before. It runs in terms of the Marxian departmental schema and would, I think, be entirely acceptable to Kalecki. I believe that an elaboration in more precise terms might go some way toward clearing up confusion in the field of Marxian crisis theory. I would be grateful if you will go over it carefully, the purely analytical part, I mean, and let me have your reactions and comments. After I get them, I will decide whether it is worthwhile to try something further along the same lines. I met in Cambridge this last week a Dr. Zakir Hussain, Vice-Chancellor of Aligarh University, a member of the Indian Council of State, and said to be one of India's leading educators. The guy quite touched me by inviting me to come to Aligarh as head of the economics department. I told him that as long as one can speak out in the US I have to stay here. He's going to be on the West Coast in the fairly near future, and I gave him your name. He's a liberal of a kind one doesn't meet in this country and therefore quite refreshing. Not at all a red or fellow traveler, but neither is he obsessed by the problem, takes it in the spirit that a real liberal ought to. I told him that you would be an ideal person to head his economics department, and he may talk to you about it. I don't have any idea whether you would be interested or would be allowed to leave the country if you were, but I figured that to talk about it couldn't do any harm. Hope all goes well with Elena and Nicholas. Our family is doing okay at the moment. Yours. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. May 14, 1952. Dear Paul. I have been planning to write to you for a number of weeks, but could not manage to accomplish even such a modest undertaking. The last 4 weeks since the arrival of the Phileas were hectic to an unprecedented extent. Although the burden of the operation falls on Elena's shoulders, I don't have a free minute, and what is worse, a moment of quiet. There is continuously something to be done around the menage, the California plague, the garden has to be maintained in some resemblance of order, I have to shop, to take care of millions of small chores, and to help feeding the offspring. The offspring's appetite is nothing short of miraculous, he sucks around the clock with very small breaks for incidental naps. Although the Freudians maintain that he is really after sucking rather than after food, it makes actually very little difference. If not provided with oral satisfaction, he yells his lungs out, again regardless of whether it is done for the sake of his or the parent's psychic equilibrium. His wishes have to be respected. Anyway, life is quite different from what it used to be, and it would not be altogether forthright to maintain that it is a net improvement. But then, children are a long-term investment. What comes now, as the Russians say, are the flowers, the berries follow later. In addition to the familial pressures, the college takes a hell of a lot of time, and I cannot even look forward to the summer, because in the summer I'll have to teach to make up for last fall. Still, there will be a break between quarters, and there will be some 5 to 6 weeks at the end of the summer quarter before next year begins. What you write about excess capacity etc. interests me a great deal. I have been thinking up a few models for my course and spent most of the time in this quarter talking about Marx's departmental schemata. I am using your book, and actually told them to disregard that appendix to Chapter X. I am very anxious to see your treatment. I have come to the conclusion that the simplest way of showing the tendency toward excess capacity is by analyzing the schemata of expanded reproduction with and without technological progress. I think that without technological progress the thing could work all right. It is technological progress that creates the disturbance, need not to do so under socialism, because technological progress can be spread over time, and because if need be labor hours can be shortened. But let me wait for your story, and I shall write then more about it. I shall send you a draft of my comments in Re-Adelman shortly, also an article on fascism that partly deals with your treatment of the subject. Have for review Rostow's theory of economic growth, where it is established that the degree to which economic growth takes place depends on a nation's propensity to grow. Utterly disarming in its straightforward lunacy. On the agenda is also something on Galbraith, but God only knows. I wonder how people manage to do as much as you do with 3 kids around the house. What is the situation with the surplus value? Are you stopping, going ahead? 22 Did I ever tell you that eklik means disgusting? I was very sorry not to have had a chance of seeing you in April, but maybe I'll get east sometime soon again. Right? Cordially. /S Yours Paul. PAB to PMS. May 15, 1952. Dear Paul. After sending off my letter this morning, I received the May issue of the MR and read with great interest the structure of a capitalist war economy. I must confess to feel quite unhappy about this article, with the main tenets of which I do not agree. Point 23 There is no argument about the disproportionality thesis. This is okay and granted. I would not place too much stress on it, because doing so opens the doors to the Hilferding Bukharin organized capitalism stuff, which is of doubtful validity. Still, if the disproportionalities of various kinds, lack of coordination, and synchronization were the main trouble, the trouble could be cured within the capitalist society by further concentration of business, by NRAs of various sorts, etc. Much more important, I think, is the other part of the argument, which essentially places the burden of the crisis argument on underconsumption. This seems to me to be fallacious. The crux of the argument would seem to be in the following sentence on p. 23, the capacity to produce, which in the final analysis means the capacity to produce consumers' goods is inevitably expanded beyond the point where the potential products can find a profitable market. The underlined words are neither right nor wrong, they represent a half-truth and are irrelevant. Surely in the final analysis everything issues in the production of consumers' goods, but this final analysis is misplaced. Just as in the final analysis the entire national product can be dissolved in labor costs, Marx never got tired to point out that the time when the labor costs were incurred is of utmost importance. In other words, the part of national produce needed for the replacement of used-up stored labor can be dissolved in live labor in the final analysis but cannot be so dissolved in the analysis of any given period. No more is it permissible to speak of the dissolution of the entire product in the final analysis into consumers' goods. A large part of that product is made up of investment goods, and the investment goods are for that period final products. In other words, a capitalist economy can very well function producing investment goods for the sake of investment, by accumulating in order to accumulate, by expanding its plant and equipment, its product facilities of various kinds for the sake of expanding them. There is no need for this investment to result in more consumers' goods until doomsday. The prerequisite for that, however, is the continuous desire on the part of the capitalists to invest the bulk of their profits, to accumulate and to behave in the way a capitalist is supposed to behave. This desire may be strong, in which case we have prosperity, this desire may be weak, in which case we have underemployment and crisis. The all-important problem is what accounts for the changes in the capitalist's willingness to invest. I do not think that the consumer's market is it, not even in the final analysis. I think that technological progress, the related movements of the rate of profit, monopolistic possibilities, and the previously mentioned disproportionalities have to be considered in an attempt to explain the fluctuations in the urge to accumulate. When technological progress rapid, obsolescence large modernization of plant and equipment becomes more urgent. With increasing organic composition, larger capital investments returns tend to decline. As cost elements rise in price without a possibility of shifting all those cost increases onto the price of final products, profits get squeezed, expectations of profits on future investments become dim, the willingness to invest declines. Much could be said about this process, but the foregoing will suffice to indicate the trend of thought. Now, this is fully compatible with the notion that there is underconsumption. Surely if V would absorb a larger part of total product, if entrepreneurs were satisfied with less S, the investment problem would be smaller, the fluctuations due to changes in their willingness to invest less violent. In that sense, but I would say, only in that sense, is underconsumption entering the argument. In other words, in the situation of a growing, effervescent capitalism the crises are due to different causes than under conditions of decaying capitalism. In the former the crises are partly disproportionately caused, partly temporary occurrences due to fluctuations of the rate of profit. They are aggravated by technological developments causing both booms and busts. In the advanced, monopolistic phase of the capitalist development the situation is much more complex. The decline of the rate of profit has gone a long way and has resulted in a generally relatively low rate of returns. Every further decline of the rate produces a violent reaction. Monopolistic restraints while promoting some investment cut out other. The development of large-scale enterprise renders much investment impossible. Only very big capitals are productively investable. The increase of the capitalist income renders the marginal utility of income to capitalists smaller. Political insecurity, changes in the capitalist spirit, etc. strongly reduce the willingness to accumulate and to invest. What develops is a parasitic consumption-oriented, decaying capitalism. Still there is a hell of a lot of surplus to be used up. All waste, all conspicuous consumption do not reduce the available investable funds to a significant extent. Shifting to a people's capitalism drastically increasing V and cutting S is socially impossible. It would mean liquidating the system, abandoning the positions of control and ownership. The only way out is imperialism plus armament. Since fluctuations in investment are all important, there is naturally overcapacity. When investment is large, the sky is the only limit. When investment declines, excess capacity appears not only in Department I but also in Department 2.24. The indivisibility of industrial investment projects adds additional fuel to the bonfire. Once investment is brisk, the units that are built are large, very large. They must be large because of technology and cost structure. Therefore excess capacity equally large. This is obviously terribly desperately sketchy, but I do believe that it is a better approach than the one outlined in the article referred to above. Even where it smacks with Keynesian notions, it is okay because I think that it is fully in keeping with Marx. In fact, I have done quite a lot of Marx reading precisely for this purpose and find that all the elements of this picture are there. This is only a quick comment on the spur of this exceptionally quiet moment. I am looking forward to hearing your opinion and to seeing the other piece you mentioned in your letter. Who wrote this May piece? Not you. As ever. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Wilton, N.H. May 19, 1952. Dear Paul. I disagree about the underconsumption business. If it were really possible to build more mills and so on ad infinitum, I see no reason why capitalism should ever have entered a declining phase. Your emphasis on the propensity of capitalists to invest puts the cart before the horse. This is a mere reflection of conditions, not a determinant. But to work the whole thing out is very complicated. I haven't tried yet, but will try to get to it in the near future and will send you whatever emerges for criticism and comments. I didn't write the piece and don't agree with it on every point, but on the point you select for criticism I agree entirely. I'll tell you about the author someday, but would rather not commit the information to writing. More on all this later. /Paul. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. October 12, 1952. Dear Paul. I have been looking through the existing literature on fascism, and it is actually amazing how little there is by the way of real theoretical thinking. Most of the writers involved spend their time on lots of descriptive material without having anything like a theoretical structure into which to fit the stuff in. For the US case there isn't even that much done. I would say that working out the relation between growth and development of monopoly, the need for permanent government intervention, the intensification of international class struggle and decay of democracy in America is something that would be eminently worthwhile even if one is not in the position to realize the program maximum. There is a tremendous mass of relatively readily available material that literally flies in the air, and there are certain aspects of the matter that nobody seems to be looking at. One is, for instance, the close connection between the development in the realm of science and fascization of society. Another, the really fascinating evolution of the fascist man, whose picture is supplied by Reisman, Mills, and in a great deal of less weighty material. Point 25. To pull this stuff together, to give at least a glimpse of the structure of this gestalt would be, in my opinion, most important. Speaking of the matter even from the standpoint of my very limited and very lopsided teaching experience, to many students of social sciences a volume of the alluded to type would be nothing short of a revelation. It always happens to me that when I talk to graduate students they usually remark that they have never thought of that and ask me where they could read it up. It would seem to me that something on these lines may be distinctly worth doing, and I would be very anxious to know your opinion. I fully understand the frustrated feeling that you refer to. My own sense of frustration assumes, however, much more the form of an awareness of my own inadequacy for doing something really good, and a gnawing doubt as to whether there is any sense in all these activities. The historical movement in our days appears like a tiger tank moving along while we are trying to deflect it from its course by shooting at it with peanuts. But this is neither here nor there. Most of what one does, One does presumably because one wants to do it, and would do it regardless of its ultimate usefulness. There may be even some merit in trying to keep the candle lit. If you have any thoughts on the above, let me know. Possibly the best thing to do would be to discuss all this when I get east in December. I should think that it might be worthwhile to give it some consideration. As ever. /S yours Paul. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. October 15, 1952. Dear Paul, I received today the latest issue of Voprozy Ekonomiki from Moscow and discovered therein an article by an old specialist in bourgeois economics. Blumen. 26. He has written an awful lot of nonsense before. The present paper is no exception. He goes to town on a large group of writers. The article is pretty long, and I don't have the energy of translating all of it. I did, however, translate the passage devoted to your unfortunate piece in the MR. 27. While that piece was undoubtedly in error, Blumen is really an SOB and ignoramus. If I were you, I would seriously consider to write a letter to Ostrovichanov protesting this sort of treatment. Or do you think that this would be inappropriate from the US standpoint? If that bastard would have looked at MR in general, he could not have possibly characterized you the way he does. Or is there some special purpose in attacking MR? Anyway, I did not think you would enjoy reading the enclosure, but I thought you ought to know about it. More soon. /S Paul. P.S. I have looked up your article again. The fellow is quoting out of context and is really a skunk. If he would have paged the whole issue, which he undoubtedly did, he could not have honestly written the way he did. PMS to PAB. Wilton, N.H. October 18, 1952. Dear Paul. The Blumen thing is certainly not too pleasant, but I don't think it would do the slightest good to protest. The literary hatchetmen of the SU are an unfortunate fact, perhaps inevitable at this stage of development, and the only thing we can do about it is to work harder for a rational society here. Things we don't care for in the USSR today will improve in proportion not to our protests but to our success in putting our own house in order. All of which, of course, does not say that the article which Mr. B attacks is not deserving of attack. I myself, as you know, recanted in the reply to Biddleman. What is annoying about Mr. B is the apparently complete inability to distinguish between a description and an advocacy. And what is disquieting about it is the indication that the leading circles of the USSR may be vastly underestimating the strength and stability of the US war economy. Do they really want to deny that the war economy is what creates prosperity here? Or perhaps do they really believe that things are rapidly going to pot here? Whatever is the case, such illusions can be dangerous. If anything were to be done about the attack, it should probably be a reply in Mr. Warning against such illusions. But I'm not even sure that that would really do any good. On another level, B's thing is symptomatic of a very real problem faced by the communist movement as we enter the phase which in the future will doubtless be dated from the 19 Congress. They want now to aggravate and exploit the contradictions within the capitalist camp. For this, of course, they need to be able to maneuver freely, to join up with all sorts of short and long-run allies whose ultimate goals may or may not have anything in common with theirs. My guess is that their best bet in many countries will be actually to join and spark the neutralist movement. But all maneuvers of this kind endanger the ideological integrity of the movement, threaten to undermine the comrades' wholehearted loyalty to the center of the movement. In a very real sense, communist and neutralist are contradictory terms. By nature, i.e. by the nature of communism as a socio-historical phenomenon, CPS want only allies who are also fellow travelers, and they tend to put the standards very high. Hence the whilst du nicht mein Bruder attitude as expressed so brutally in Blumen's ignorant vitriol. 28. But in this phase they must have other kinds of allies and treat them accordingly, or else completely fail to play the role assigned to them. It is a very grave dilemma, and I suspect that the Martyrdalen crisis has a lot to do with it, and that there will be many more crises in other CPS as well. 29. The only country which is in a very good position to make the transition is Italy, where the CP already has a strong and relatively independent ally which can bear the brunt of the adjustment burden. It is no accident, I think, that Nani has been playing an increasingly important role both internationally and within Italy for the last few months. 30 I tend to conclude that it is our duty in this period to assert the independence of left socialism more openly and persistently than we have in the past. By doing so we may be able to help the comrades overcome their sectarianism and contribute somewhat to the regrouping of forces which is so badly needed. I need hardly add that we shall not get any thanks for taking that course, quite the contrary, we can expect the worst kind of abuse. But if we refuse to be provoked and persevere, I believe the time may come when it will appear clearly that we were right. It begins to look as though there won't be a war after all for a long while, and we may even live to see that time. I would like to have your thoughts on all this. MR will have to decide how to adjust to the new period too. In rejoint opus again, I accept your general proposition that there are useful tasks to be performed. 31 The next question is to define them in specific terms so that we can begin to orient our thinking and collect necessary material. I shall be thinking about this, and if I can work up anything definite in the near future I'll send it along in outline form. You do the same? Meanwhile I am not yet satisfied in my own mind about the theory of fascism. The difficulty is more or less defined by comparing your own article in the October issue with your contribution to the How Shall We Vote discussion. 32 In the article you strongly suggest that the US has already entered the fascist stage. The US state already performs the essential functions of fascism, the differences being mere matters of form. But in the discussion you clearly indicate that it has not yet entered that stage when you say that the election of Eisenhower would be the beginning of the fascist era in the US. The problem is not a trivial one, I think. It concerns what aspect of the social system the concept of fascism applies to. Is it a characterization of the system as a whole? Or does it concern the political form of the system? I think the answer has to be the latter. The antonym of fascism is bourgeois democracy, not feudalism or socialism. Fascism is one of the political forms which capitalism may assume in the monopoly imperialist phase. The question then becomes, what are its differentia specifica? Clearly, the idea once prevalent that there was a unique pattern of fascist counter-revolution which would usher in a clearly defined set of political institutions as in Germany and Italy, is wrong. But I do not think your article succeeds in solving the problem satisfactorily. Orderly and continuous management of the state by the top echelons of the ruling class in the interest of the class as a whole, control and manipulation of the underlying population, use of violence where necessary, these appear to be the criteria you suggest. But the truth is that Britain from the last quarter of the 19th century to World War II fulfilled these three conditions perfectly, and yet Britain during that period has always been regarded, and in my opinion rightly regarded, as the very model of a bourgeois democracy. Or strongly hinted at. 33. What is it then which differentiates the British situation from cases which we would all agree are clearly fascism? I think the answer must be, in the British case there was a relatively high degree of freedom for political opposition, both within the ruling class and also from outside the ruling class, while in the clearly fascist cases there is no freedom of political opposition at all. This must be taken to be the crucial issue, it seems to me. We could establish a political spectrum in which Britain at the height of the liberal period when Karl Marx sat unmolested in the British Museum represents 100% bourgeois democracy, and Hitler Germany at the other end represents 100% fascism. As we move in either direction the political system becomes more fascist and less democratic. In between the extremes there are an infinite number of possible variants, and historically a good many have actually been observed. The next question I would raise is this: can we draw lines through the spectrum at well-defined points where quantity changes into quality, as you can, for example, with the color spectrum, differentiating red from violet, violet from orange, etc.? In some cases, you certainly can. When there is well-defined fascist counter-revolution, you know what's happened and there's no trouble. But in other cases, and the US is one of them, I'm not sure that there ever must be a point at which you can say quantity has turned into quality, though of course here again there may be. In other words, I think there may well be cases in which a fascist theory of gradualism a la Fabianism, you know how it went years later, after we've been enjoying the socialist utopia for a long time, we'll look back and still we won't be able to say when the change took place. Such a theory may be applicable to some countries as regards fascism. 10 years from now, when the concentration camps are full and all opposition spokesmen are completely silenced, we'll know that the US is a fascist country, but will we know just when it got that way? You will doubtless feel a certain discomfort about what you may regard as an involved political argument that doesn't touch upon the essential questions of the relation of the ruling class to the state, etc. But I don't want to ignore or underestimate these questions. In fact, I consider them to be the crucial ones too. What I do want to do is to put them into their correct relation to the problem of fascism and thus to avoid confusion. But enough of this for the present. Let us try to hammer out a firm agreement on these issues as a preliminary to further planning. Yours. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. October 19, 1952. Dear Paul, I have received and perused with some care Stalin's Opus 34. It has come out originally in the Bolshevik but is reprinted in the Pravda of October 3rd and 4th. I imagine that foreign language editions will be forthcoming in short order. An additional Russian edition in the form of a booklet is being printed in 1,500,000 copies. The paper itself represents Stalin's comments on a draft of an economics textbook that has been submitted to the Politburo in the fall of 1951. The first part of his article contains his original comments, the second half consists of answers to economists who took issue with his comments. At least one of them seems to have given Joe hell and was treated brutally in return. Unfortunately, these economists' statements are not published, nor is the draft of the textbook. The latter will appear presumably soon in a final, agreed-upon version. What is eminently interesting is the amount of time and attention given to this type of business. Mr. Yaroshenko, for instance, seems irrepressible. Not only did he object to the original text but wrote a letter to all the members of the Politburo complaining bitterly about the disregard of his views in the draft as well as about Stalin's original comments. The Politburo seems to have been seized with that matter, and one gets the impression that Stalin's statement is actually a pronouncement gone over by the Politburo and fully approved by it. In general, I get more and more the feeling that the letters Stalin do not denote a man, they stand for an institution, just as USSR does not stand for a man but is the name of a country. Stalin refers in his article to Comrade Stalin having said this and that, as if he had nothing to do with him. It's just like quoting earlier CC decisions. Anyway, the contents of the thing are rather complex. Although the first impression of some parts of it is, quibble about words, a second reading and some thinking suggest that there is an important core of serious subject matter behind the occasionally obscure verbiage. In many respects it is a reiteration of the stuff presented by Leontiev in 1944 and is quite obviously directed against the ultra-left who cannot wait for the realization of communism. Even the Soviet government is not omnipotent and cannot abolish economic laws. Nor can it just introduce communism. All this looks to me like sound business. What is disconcerting is the way the damned law of value is treated. It would seem that what is meant by the law of value is rationality, calculation, and crucially, the correspondence of cost and income. In other words, the fact that workers get paid according to their contributions, that commodities are exchanged according to their costs, etc. Now, I don't know how to call this sort of a situation, but I would have thought that this is not what Marx meant by law of value. Interestingly enough, in concluding his statement on this particular subject, Stalin says, more briefly, there can be no doubt that under our present socialist conditions of production the law of value cannot be a regulator of proportions as far as the distribution of labor among different branches of production is concerned. But I always thought that this is precisely what the law of value as conceived of by Marx was accomplishing under capitalism, among other things. In the background of all this lurks a terribly interesting problem to which Stalin alludes a number of times. Namely, what sort of a situation would be the accomplished socialist or rather communist society? There, presumably, reward would be unrelated to output, exchange of things would become essentially meaningless since people could take of what they need as much as they want. The law of value, as Stalin uses the term, would become inoperative. Still, wouldn't there remain the problem of the most efficient allocation of resources in production? Wouldn't we then get for the first time really the law of value of the marginal productivity theory in operation, divorced of its capitalist, market, income imputation aspects? Stalin does not say this in so many words, but there is strong reason to believe that he thinks on some such lines. Most interesting in the whole thing, I feel, is his discussion of the capitalist world. There the really new and important point is that dealing with the fundamental law of capitalism. What he is trying to do is to get away from the Marxian notion of a competitive capitalism in formulating his fundamental law. It is not the law of value which is fundamental to cap, nor is it the law of the average rate of profit, but what is fundamental is the law of maximum, monopolistic profit, securing maximum capitalist profit via exploitation, pauperization, and ruin of the majority of people in a given country, via suppression and systematic plundering of peoples of other countries, in particular backward countries, finally via war and militarization of the economy that are used for securing maximum profit. What I think this really comes down to is in a sense disregarding the entire Marxian concept of competitive capitalism and approaching the whole business from the standpoint of monopolistic, imperialistic capitalism. This implies really new economics where the labor theory of value, equalization of the rate of profit, value price transformation etc. recede in importance, and where the determination of the monopoly price, monopoly profit, monopoly cost income distribution etc. moves into the foreground. However, since there is not a hell of a lot that can be said about in terms of economic theory, we really face a new situation. As always. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. October 25, 1952. Dear Paul. 3 ad vocem Blumen. At the bottom of all this business about pauperization in the capitalist world is one of fundamental disability, namely to understand that up to a certain point both can be had, guns and butter. It is not very strange that they do not get it through their heads, because actually the US is the only country where the development of productive forces has gone so far that this is actually possible. Do you remember Stalin's interview some time ago where he said that Attlee does not understand elementary economics? How else could he say that one can build power stations, dams, etc., and at the same time arm? As is well known, no such thing is feasible. Now this is entirely right for Russia, also right for the whole world except the US. An armament effort must mean pauperization, period. That under US conditions no armament effort under capitalist conditions is much closer to pauperization is a Keynesian paradox which they don't understand. You may be right that there does not seem to be much point in answering BL. But on the other hand, a very nicely, politely written letter to Ostrovichanov would be interesting to dispatch and to see how they react. Although it may be better not to do it for internal reasons. 35. For I have been thinking much about the point that you raise in connection with the Blumen affair, and I may have written to you about it earlier. Isn't the real crux of the matter the old problem of the political theory of the revolutionary Marxist Party in an objectively non-revolutionary situation? Lenin solved the problem by a theory plus practice of a party that consisted of a relatively small group of professional revolutionaries steeling itself, training its members, establishing the contacts, the roots that would bring it on top if and when. It was a sort of a dialectical solution of the broad hours and wages struggle party of the Mensheviks and the SPD and the romantic spontaneity hopes of Rosa and some Frenchmen and Italians. Organization. Yes. Spontaneity. Yes. Ergo, the combination, a party that will be ready to make use of the spontaneity, will be able to help it along, to mold and direct. But now what does one do, if the party for a great number of weighty historical reasons becomes a real mass party? The French and Italian cases. If the party becomes the heart of the twos, it cannot stay a Leninian party. Its membership is too large, its daily responsibilities too consuming. It cannot become a SP. Its ideology is quite different, its members have outgrown the reformist attitude. What does one do with the revolutionary movement, when the revolutionary situation has lapsed? To the extent that your members are essentially radical, revolutionary, thirsty for action, a swing to a popular front cooperation with all and sundry men of goodwill will antagonize, disappoint, embitter the workers, and send them to the fascists. The workers have become communists in the first place because they had enough of Saragat, of Blum & Co. 36. Do you want to do what they had done only under the CP name? That was Brandler's and Thalheimer's line, and they were really, genuinely booted out by the membership. 37. Do you want to stick to an ultra-left policy of talking ad infinitum about the sharpening contradictions, about the impending crisis, about the revolution that is around the corner? But this cannot be done because the workers get impatient, and incredulous allies to the right are unobtainable under such circumstances, unobtainable for vitally important tasks of defending democracy versus fascism, of defending peace, etc. I think this is a genuine dilemma and not Einstein problem, and I don't think that it has ever been solved by the revolutionary movement. Possibly in its insolvability lies the real tragedy of missed objective opportunities. You cannot keep revolutionary energies, revolutionary elan on ice. Not given its outlet, it evaporates if everything goes well, in the direction of apolitical apathy or reformism; if everything goes badly, into the direction of fascism. I know of no answer to the question, and wonder if there is a good one. 5. Theory of fascism. If I understand your argument correctly, its central core is that the criteria of fascism that I suggest are unsatisfactory. As you put it, orderly and continuous management of the state by the top echelons of the ruling class in the interest of the class as a whole, control and manipulation of the underlying population, use of violence where necessary were characteristic also of Britain from the last quarter of the 19th century to WW2. I think that you have overlooked one important additional criterion that I suggested in my article, that I placed in fact in the center of the argument. Fascism is a political system evolved by capitalist societies in the age of imperialism, wars, and social and national revolutions. It is designed to strengthen the state as an instrument of capitalist domination and to adapt it to the requirements of intensified class struggle on the national and/or international scene. What I object to in your reasoning is not that you haven't considered the relation of the ruling class to the state, etc. I know that you are aware of that and cannot say everything at the same time. What I do regard as a crucial flaw is that you treat the matter essentially ahistorically. What is democracy under one set of conditions is no democracy under another, and what is oppressiveness and terrorism is oppressiveness and terrorism and still democracy in one setting and fascism in another. To put it more concretely, the Russian Tsar's bloody pacification of Poland or of the Caucasus, the British strangulation of Ireland or India, their joint Schweinereien in China is no more fascism than the original destruction of the Indians in the US or than the oppression of the Negroes. The crucial point is that the terrorism, oppressiveness, Gleichschaltung, state domination, etc. are introduced in a specific class struggle constellation. It is the counter-revolutionary, anti-socialist, anti-proletarian direction of the oppressive mechanism, its employment against the class enemy at home or the uprising colonial peoples abroad that makes it fascism. You might say that Thiers' drowning in blood of the Paris Communards has come closest to fascism in the 19th century. It is the capitalist class's domination of the state sans blog used for the suppression of the class enemy that makes this domination fascist. Therefore, prior to the Russian Revolution there were only minor fascistoid blossoms: the counter-revolution in France, the rather mildly enforced Sozialistengesetz of Bismarck and such. It is only after the class struggle was given its life and death intensity through the Russian Revolution and later on through the revolutions in SE Europe plus China that the blossoms began yielding berries. Minus the revolutionary danger going at the very central nervous system of the capitalist order, the US might have either become the champion of colonial liberation so as to take over under that sauce the colonies of the French or the British, or it might have beaten down the Nicaraguans, the Cubans, and the Filipinos, in neither case being fascist. Once more, one cannot in my opinion properly analyze and understand fascism outside of the particular condition of intensified, driven to the apex class struggle characteristic of our interesting age. If you are inclined to accept this, the question as to whether one could call Britain truly bourgeois democratic while the British were doing all they did in Ireland, India, and elsewhere answers itself in a satisfactory manner. Not threatened in its very existence, the lion was a courteous, friendly animal, only occasionally devouring a small animal hanging around unprotected. But the lion and the eagle change their entire mode of behavior when in real, mortal danger. But what is the transition point? What is the jumping place from quantity of class domination to the quality of fascism? Terribly difficult to say. In the German, Italian, Polish, Spanish, Japanese cases it was a fairly simple matter. In the case of the US it is more complex for special US reasons partly and tentatively touched upon in my article. You are right that there may be a certain inconsistency between the October and November pieces, although the inconsistency is purely verbal. What I would and should have said is that the tendencies towards fascism are very strong for the October articles, reasons that in a great number of respects the fascization of the country has gone a long way or is complete, that the speed and violence of the completion would be greatly increased through the election of Eisenhower, Nixon, McCarthy et tutti quanti. Not that Stevenson is a guarantee of a reversal, or of a stoppage. Stevenson may offer a chance to the anti-fascist forces, may offer an opportunity for a different development. There is nothing preordained or fatalistic about it. What the November piece should have added, the election of Stevenson, is not the end but the beginning of the matter. Let's elect him in order to fight him and such fascist forces that will be operating under him. So much for tonight. /S yours Paul. P.S. PMS to PAB. Wilton, N.H. October 29, 1952. Dear Paul, I suppose you are right in Reblumen. Not understanding the possibility, indeed the absolute necessity, of guns and butter in an advanced capitalist society, he and his friends think that any argument along these lines must be dishonest apologetics. But that being the case, they would hardly look upon a letter of explanation in any other light, so it would most likely be a mere waste of time to compose one. It is a paradox that what has become the most comprehensive contradiction of capitalism, its continued existence, depends entirely on its preparing for total destruction, including self-destruction, escapes the most orthodox of Marxists. How could one go about getting them to see this crucial point? The dilemma of the mass CP which you stress undoubtedly exists, but I'm not sure it is the central problem just now. If it were true, as you say, that lack of revolutionary action will antagonize, disappoint, embitter the workers and send them to the fascists, then the problem would indeed be a hopeless one. But I do not see any signs of this in either France or Italy. In France, the problem seems to be not a swing toward fascism but growing apathy reflected in a decline in the party press, a drop in CGT membership, etc. In Italy it seems that the CP is doing very well with its Popular Front policy. A recent article in El Observateur says that it is expected now that the Front would get over 40% of the popular vote, and de Gasperi is desperately trying to rig the electoral law so that a party or coalition which gets a bare majority of votes will get a comfortable bonus of parliamentary seats. It is noteworthy that there has been no crisis in the Italian CP, no expulsions or demotions. And I am inclined to think that what lies behind the French crisis is less your dilemma than the difficulty of the French parties really getting behind a policy of neutralism which is objectively in the interests of the French people and which could now form the basis of a real popular front. The whole being of the CP is in the Soviet camp. How can it sincerely and effectively say to Frenchmen, the best policy for all of us who are now under the American thumb is a policy of genuine independence? Perhaps it can be done, but certainly not easily. That's where I think the real trouble lies now. Finally, on fascism, we approach more closely. I doubt if there is any real difference on the substance of the matter, but we have still to find a mutually satisfactory formulation. It seems to me that the inconsistency which exists between your October and November pieces is more than verbal, and in fact that it reappears in a different form in your latest letter. You say about a quarter of the way down the page that what is democracy under one set of conditions is no democracy under another, and what is oppressiveness and terrorism is oppressiveness and terrorism and still democracy in one setting and fascism in another. This suggests that literally no political changes need take place within a given country to transform it from a democratic to a fascist system, they can all occur outside the country. But this is a very different position from that enunciated about 3/4 of the way down the page when you say, not threatened in its very existence the lion was a courteous, friendly animal, only occasionally devouring a small animal hanging around unprotected. But the lion and the eagle change their entire mode of behavior when in real, mortal danger. Precisely. Under changed historical conditions, they change their entire mode of behavior. It is not at all a question of the same political setup being democracy today and fascism tomorrow, it is a question of a very real change in the political setup which transforms democracy into fascism. I do not deny for a moment that what is responsible for this change is the spread of the world revolution with its attendant sharpening of the class struggle on an international scale, but what I do hold is that the criteria which we are seeking are not to be found in these historical conditions but in the character of the political systems we are investigating. And in my view, we will find that the decisive criteria relate to the suppression of political opposition to the ruling regime and its policies. This is what is common to all the cases which are generally agreed to be fascist, and it is precisely the central content of what is happening in the US today and of what would be enormously intensified and speeded up by an Eisenhower-Nixon victory. It might be objected that this way of regarding the matter would oblige us to classify Tsarist Russia as a fascist country. But this, I think, would be really to argue in an and even anti-historical fashion. Fascism is by no means the only political system which denies the right of opposition, it is that one which emerges under the specific historical conditions of our age. The true nature of fascism can therefore best be recognized and studied in countries where the right of opposition has been won in the bourgeois democratic phase of capitalist development and is stamped out as those countries go fascist under changed historical conditions. The position I have sketched here is, I think, basically what may be called the classical communist position as stated by exampled in Fascism and Social Revolution, especially pages 107 to 110. Cf. the long quotation from the 1928 program of the Communist International which begins, under certain special historical conditions the progress of the bourgeois, imperialist, reactionary offensive assumes the form of fascism. 38 The weakness of the CI concept of fascism is clearly that it limits too narrowly the political forms which fascism may assume and does not envisage the possibility of what may be called parliamentary fascism which preserves and utilizes the forms of democracy, as is now happening in the US. This is a very important weakness, of course, and it is particularly important that it be corrected precisely in this country where, for example, faith in the courts as a bulwark against fascism prevents people from seeing how they are being used as instruments of fascism. But it is a weakness that can be remedied without rejecting the underlying theoretical idea of fascism which that early literature expounded. On the question of the transition point, I think it has to be frankly recognized that while such a point may exist it is not certain to exist. The transition can be so gradual that it will never be possible to say precisely when it started or when it was completed. Does all this provide any basis for agreement? Yours. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. November 16, 1952. Dear Paul. In Fascism I think we are in agreement on all the relevant points. Rereading your letter, I feel that the only point that would call for additional discussion is this: what is the analytical line to be drawn between what one might call normal, old-fashioned, bourgeois reaction and fascism? Clearly Russian Okhrana or Bismarck's police were not fascist instruments. On this we are both agreed. On the other hand, the FBI was not one either before say the First World War but may readily become one before the Third World War. In other words, it is not necessary that the constitutional, institutional form of the mechanism of government be changed. All that is necessary is that under changing historical conditions, in the light of the changing functions of the capitalist state, institutions of the state commence to fulfill new tasks. When does the quantity of those new tasks switch into the new quality of fascism? And while I fully agree with you that it is the suppression of opposition that is important, I would tend to deviate insofar, as I would place more accent on the objective performance of the state under given circumstances. In other words, a capitalist state leaving a certain freedom of opposition, permitting the publication of some opposition newspapers and tolerating a few opposition members in its parliament but member of an anti-Comintern alliance, warring actively against the social revolution everywhere, supporting and fostering counter-revolutionary forces all over the globe is a fascist state, even if it is, to use Stalin's favorite phrase, a fascist state of a special kind. 39. It is an important and difficult question why in one case the performance of the objective counter-revolutionary role requires a Hitlerian type of fascism, while in another case the Pilsudski arrangement is satisfactory, but this is perhaps something that we may well leave to oral discussion. I'm sure that we could find some satisfactory way of expressing it, and I think that it would be eminently worthwhile to clarify the whole subject. I do agree with you that in my earlier formulation of the CP problem in Western Europe I made a mistake by saying that the discouraged and disappointed workers will go to the fascists. Apathy, as you say, is another, and as far as France is concerned, the nearer alternative. I still feel, however, that the apathy stage is transient, that the danger is great, that under objectively unsatisfactory conditions, with depressions and worsening standards of living, the fascist activists may have a terribly good chance, if the CP is definitely unable to push ahead. I do not agree with your analysis of the Tito situation as of a conflict of divergent concepts of nationalism or internationalism. I have the strong feeling that in the Tito case the problem was really a class problem, in the sense that the Yugo peasant prevented the Bolshevization of Yugoslavia. The nationalist ideology was obviously very handy and natural to play up at the bottom. It is nothing but a smokescreen. The Polish corridor was quite important to many Germans, but it was not the Polish corridor that sent Hitler into the armament drive and into war. In fact, one might almost generalize and say that the main danger of all the national problems lies precisely in their ability to create fogs behind which really important matters are settled. Like warm water ports of the traditional diplomatic historians. So much for today. There are meanwhile some developments on the Stanford scene, that may produce an explosion any minute. Some dignitaries perused my paper in Haley's volume National Economic Planning, and decided that someone may easily seize upon it in order to raise hell. 40. Our department chairman had a long talk with me, and expressed his strong concern. My impression is, that things will start any minute now, since Ed Shaw would not have talked the way he did if he did not have some hints from above. 41. The administration is in general terribly frightened. Stanford is now under a contractual agreement with the Bern State Un-American Activities Committee and is committed to report to that committee whatever undesirable happens on the campus. Moreover, on November 4 a proposition was adopted according to which the state of California will withdraw tax exemptions from all institutions that rate such tax exemptions if they harbor, promote, facilitate, tolerate subversive activities, individuals, etc. This will take care of such outfits as IPR but will obviously have wider repercussions. A university like Stanford could close up in absence of the tax exemption. It would not only drastically reduce its income from the endowment but also kill its gift-raising campaigns. So it might not be a bad idea, to have a good look at things in New York, and possibly find something in private business. But this would mean spending most of one's time in doing something that would be killing. Well, anyway, it just ain't terribly cheerful. More later. As ever. /S Paul. 2. The Cold War years to 1956. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. April 21 St. 1953. Dear Paul. Trying to finish a bit of work before leaving, I have run into the following problem on which I would very much like to get your advice. One could define economic development or economic growth as an increase of per capita or aggregate output of goods and services. This is the sort of a definition which would be normally suggested by conventional economics. It is however quite deficient because obviously expansion of services need not constitute economic growth, moreover may represent almost the opposite expansion of unproductive activities. E.g. in period I a society was producing with the help of 100 productive workers 100 bushels of wheat. At the same time 100 disguised unemployed were doing nothing and lived off their families' tables. In period 2 those disguised unemployed accept domestic service jobs with the productive workers who have decided to eat less and to enjoy the comforts that such servants provide. They pay them 25 bushels of wheat. The aggregate output as conventionally measured in GNP statistics is 125 bushels. Society has grown economically by 25% from period I to period 2. This is obviously nonsense. It is the old Pigovian problem all right of the gentleman marrying and respectively divorcing his cook. The Soviet way out of measuring essentially material output is a way out for the Soviet society where we assume that the composition of the annual product mix is okay. In a capitalist society this hardly provides a solution. Assume that those disguised unemployed would be hired in period 2 not as domestic servants but to construct toys for the children of the productive workers and would get also 25 bushels of wheat for that activity. Again the value of total output would be 125 bushels, it would be all based on material output. It would still make little sense to say that the society in question has gone through economic development and has expanded its output by 25%. This is no quibble. Most of the official statistics of the so-called underdeveloped countries in the West present a completely distorted picture of the situation precisely by this procedure. Nor would actually the Marxian distinction between productive and unproductive labor help in this matter. It goes away all right from the physical distinction between material and non-material output by defining all labor yielding surplus value, i.e. exchanging itself against capital rather than against revenue as productive, but this does not help in finding a measurement of economic growth. The labor of the toy makers would be productive, of the domestic servants unproductive if the toy makers work for an entrepreneur who sells their products in the market rather than make them as servants of the rich. The whole thing could be probably licked by simply saying that economic development or economic growth in a capitalist society cannot be studied in any other way but by accepting the market measurements. But then we're back at the Department of Commerce GNP concepts which make no sense. I don't know whether I have stated the question clearly enough, but maybe something will occur to you. I would be most grateful for a line on the matter. Apropos, the latest UN Economic Survey of Europe since the war states: in the Eastern European countries, services not directly connected with the production and transport of goods are not regarded as productive and their value is thus excluded from national income. For a poor country which is trying to develop its industry and to reduce the underemployment common in service trades, the Marxist definition of national income has some obvious advantages over the more inclusive concept suited to wealthy industrialized economies and now commonly adopted in underdeveloped countries. This is very good. Again, in planned economies only such goods are being produced that are socially desirable. In capitalist underdeveloped countries the adoption of the Soviet concept would still involve a falsification, since even under that concept toys or carriages or palaces would be included. As always. /S Paul. P.S. PMS to PAB. Wilton, N.H. April 24, 1953. Dear Paul, I don't believe there is any satisfactory solution to the problem you raise. You have to use whatever figures there are and then make qualitative adjustments and reservations as best you can. As an index of economic development, I think I would prefer to total or per capita output the proportion of the gainfully employed in industry. Historically, I think you will find that this is the index which gives you the most significant information about the relative positions of different countries or of one country at different times. Yours. /S Paul. P.S. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. April 28, 1953. Dear Paul, I agree with you that there is no pat formula for defining economic development, and the criterion which you suggest is probably as good as any other. Hashtag of HP used in the economy might be another possibility. But my problem is slightly different. What I am after is not a good index of economic development but a measurement that lends itself to a breakdown into component parts. In other words, what I would like to be able to measure is consumption and economic surplus. In doing this, an index is no good. I need rather some sort of a GNP magnitude. The one used in the USSR is probably the best. But this is a relatively minor and not terribly interesting problem. Just for the sake of accuracy, it should be clearly stated. The Brandt-Weinbrenner review in the JPE made me kind of mad. Point 42. First of all, what business does he have to talk about close parallelism to the economic faith of certain elements currently under persecution as subversive? Even if his intentions, as it would seem, are most honorable, this is nothing short of an official invitation to political and academic authorities to draw administrative conclusions. This may be thoughtlessness, tactlessness, or meanness, I don't know. It certainly is a hell of a thing to do in a scientific magazine. But to hell with that. What is really stupid is the distinction which he introduces between political economic and theoretical economic explanation of the unworkability of the capitalist system. This precisely is what makes for the sterility and decline of so-called pure economics, and this precisely is what the Marxian method excludes and condemns. The capitalist order is a totality, and while for some technical reasons it may be necessary to study its individual aspects in separation, the crux of the matter is to continuously relate, continuously interconnect those individual aspects in the consideration of that totality. Otherwise one gets down to the nonsensicality of the Lerner'ian rationalism or to the naivete of the Grossmanian mechanism. Point 43. In purely economic terms, the capitalist economy need neither break down nor need it to have depressions. All that would be required in purely economic terms is to drastically raise wages as soon as investment slackens, or to ship milk to the Hottentots, or any number of equally intelligent measures. Wenn mein Großmutter hat and nicht mit Schnaps sondern mit Benzin angetrieben wäre, where sie nicht mein Großmutter sondern ein Kraftwagen. And if the purely economic considerations were the governing ones, it wouldn't be capitalism but some peculiar outfit ruled by Lerner and the other 6 ealdormen of Zion, or socialism. As ever. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Wilton, N.H. May 7, 1953. Dear Paul. Needless to say, we march together on the proposition that das War ist das Ganz. I regard it as the most important proposition of dialectical materialism, and one of the very greatest merits of Engels' exposition in Anti-Düring is that he makes the point with all the emphasis it deserves. Point 44. Best to the family. YRS. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. May 15, 1953. Dear Paul. My travel plans have crystallized by now and look about as follows. I shall sail from New York on August 12th and proceed to France. There I plan to spend some 4 to 5 weeks, returning afterwards to Oxford, where I would spend the so-called Michaelmas term. During same I will deliver 8 lectures on a topic that I still have to choose, take part in a seminar, and otherwise be free to devote myself to my own interests. I haven't yet fully decided what to talk about in these lectures, but think that the general topic will be the political economy of growth, dealing with underdeveloped countries but also with some aspects of the growth problem in the advanced capitalist countries. I shall be preparing myself for this during the summer. This load will give me an opportunity to look around there and elsewhere for possible job openings, and if something should turn up in Oxford or in any other university, I would be strongly inclined to take it and have then Elena plus Nikki follow me in due course. But this is obviously sheer speculation, and the chances that I would find nothing there and have to come back to Stanford are probably very high. Your editorial in the latest Mr. issue is superb, a really splendid job on which I wish to congratulate you most sincerely. I am much less satisfied with the Martinet piece, for which I fail to see the raison d'etre. A minor doctrinal problem that has been occupying me. On p. 205 of your theory of capitalist development you give hell to Rosa, for what is in my humble opinion an inadequate reason. You say, Her non-capitalist consumers could in no way change the situation. It is not possible to sell to non-capitalist consumers without also buying from them. So far as the capitalist circulation process is concerned, the surplus value cannot be disposed of in this way, it can at best change its form. Who is to buy the commodities imported from the non-capitalist environment? If there could have been, as a matter of principle, no demand for the exported commodities, there can be just as little demand for the imported commodities. I fail to see this. This is a minor matter. The mere exportation of some domestic output and net importation of luxury goods, furs or diamonds or caviar, may raise the consumption of the capitalist class and thus reduce the problem of realization of the surplus value. As I say, this is minor probably. Not minor, however, is gold may be brought back in exchange for the exported goods, and find its ultimate destination in the vaults of the central bank. Securities may be brought back, i.e. capital exports may take place. Even if the non-capitalist consumer finds himself in the same country with and therefore irrelevant, can still take place by internal capital export, by lending up the peasant's property, by the industrial capitalists buying up land or other assets in the non-capitalist sphere, etc. While it may well be possible that other ways of getting rid of excess surplus value are more important, particularly the expansion of the number and per capita income of Rosa's third persons, i.e. unproductive laborers of all kinds, there is no logical impossibility, as you suggest, of doing some of it via exportation to non-capitalist areas. Or do I misunderstand you, or am I wrong, or are you too harsh on the poor girl? Comments on this would be highly appreciated. Best regards. As ever. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Wilton, NH. May 24, 1953. Dear Paul. On the Rosa Luxemburg problem, it seems to me that you are getting away from her terms of reference, if I may use the expression. Of course, the import of gold would solve the problem, and obviously investing capital in the non-capitalist areas would enable the consumers there to buy without selling. But all this is equally true of capitalist or non-capitalist areas or strata. Rosa clearly argues that there is some magic about consumers being non-capitalist, and she completely neglects the question of how these chaps are to pay for what they buy. My point, perhaps not too well expressed, is that in this whole business there is no virtue about being non-capitalist, and if the system can't accumulate when it is all capitalist, then setting it in a non-capitalist environment isn't going to help. The point obviously is a theoretical one and doesn't mean that as a practical matter the opening up of non-capitalist areas is of no importance. I'm working on a review of Galbraith's American Capitalism and Lilienthal's Big Business Point 45. When I get it done, I want to send it to you for a check on the economic arguments. That should be before the end of this week, maybe in a couple of days. When it arrives, can you give it a quick going over and send it back in a few days? I'd like to get the whole MS to the printer before the end of June so that the book can be brought out sometime in the fall. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Wilton, NH. June 3, 1953. Dear Paul. Many thanks for the marginal comments. They show me that I did not make my basic argument clear and that some pretty drastic revision is called for. The central issue is the importance of profits, and it was here that I failed to develop my argument properly. What I want to get across is that given a high degree of monopoly, full employment and enormous profits inevitably go together, but at the same time are essentially incompatible. The huge profits require huge investment outlets, which, for a variety of reasons, are not forthcoming at home because the magnitude of profits itself represses the growth of consumption, so that any attempt to invest in such lines quickly leads to overproduction and excess capacity abroad because of uncertainty of a number of descriptions which I need not detail here. American capitalism's answer to this dilemma, which is created by monopoly, unrecognized by Galbraith, Lilienthal et al., and untouched by either the new competition or countervailing power, is to tax away a large part of the profits, spend them on armaments and foreign subsidies, thus directly returning that part to the circular flow and creating investment outlets in arms industries, etc., for much of the rest. I realize that you may not agree with this line of argument, at least not wholly, but at any rate you can see that what is at stake is not merely a petty bourgeois prejudice against profits as being exploitative. The biggest difficulty is to develop this argument about profits within a reasonable space and in terms that can be understood by the same kind of people for whom Galbraith's and Lilienthal's books were written. The other apparent differences indicated by your comments are comparatively minor, and call for only a few notes. I don't think there is any inconsistency between the statement that higher money wages are regularly offset, wholly or partly, by higher prices, and the statement that the average household has been better off since the war than in any but the best years before. Sustained high employment, with a larger average number working per household, more working days per annum, more overtime, etc., can easily reconcile the two propositions. You are probably right about the large retailer finding the real demand curve for the producer, but this is a technical refinement which would be out of place in a non-technical paper. Finally, what argument will convince the liberal, who is determined not to be convinced, that public works cannot be turned on and off at will to take the place of war spending? Either you see that this is a question of the class structure of society and the location of political power, or you don't. If you do, the question as I posed it does answer itself. If you don't, then the only way to convince you is to change your whole way of regarding social problems. Yours. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Wilton, NH. July 6. Glad the comments on the paper were of some use. Leo and I are getting our first dose of Senator Joe, and getting lawyers, preparing a line, etc., etc. have thrown my whole schedule out of kilter. We'll know more about what's involved soon, whether we have a case on our hands, and so on. Meanwhile, I'm up to me ears trying to get the next issue lined up. More on all this and other topics too later. Hastily. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Wilton, NH. July 24, 1953. Dear Paul. As to McCarthy, etc., we are printing the full transcript of Leo's testimony in the August issue, also the statement he read before the committee. I will provide a few clarifications but not try to go into any detail. Our original position was Einstein's, but it soon developed that that is not specific enough. Point 46 How to implement it? Refuse to appear or be sworn. Then you simply go to jail, and the public probably thinks you're a fool. Better lay the foundations for a court fight. But then you must lay the best foundations you can, because the chances of winning are not very good at best, and it would be bad to lose, not only because of going to jail but because then some issues which are still unsettled would be settled in favor of them and against us. All of which led to our deciding to state a positive political position: Marxist, socialist, non-communist, but willing to cooperate with communists, and then refuse to answer any further questions because they violate the first and are outside the powers of the McCarthy Committee. Leo carried this out very well. But, not unnaturally I suppose, McCarthy doesn't like to have his court tests made on the most favorable ground for his opponents, so he simply refused to seek a citation for contempt. So we got away with refusing to answer a lot of questions but at the expense of answering the $64 question, and we didn't have the pleasure of testing the standing of the First Amendment. It was interesting and on the whole as good an outcome as one could expect, I guess. But it was not wholly satisfactory, and indeed couldn't be. We'd like to see you before you leave, and, unless something comes up in the meantime to interfere, we'll come to New York August 11th and plan to spend that evening having a good dinner and lengthy discussion. Okay. Yours. /S Paul. P.S. PMS to PAB. Wilton, NH. January 10, 54. Dear Paul. This is addressed to three people who I guess don't know each other, to save me time and because I want to say substantially the same to all of you. First, many thanks for the encouraging message re the NH unpleasantness. Point 47 It is literally true that nothing is so much needed on the American left today as genuine solidarity. The basis for it doesn't exist on any large scale, there are too many old bitternesses and too many really important differences, but where the basis does exist, let us spare no pains to develop it. My hearing took place on Friday the 8th at Concord, the state capital. Executive session. Present, me, the Attorney General, a flatfoot helper, a couple of undefined individuals, and the stenotypist. Lasted about 2.5 HRS. I read a statement into the record at the outset announcing intention to take what may be called the Huberman-Lamont line, answering some questions to establish a record, but refusing others on grounds of lack of appurtenance and invasion of First Amendment rights. Within this framework, I exercised discretion as the hearing developed, actually answering many questions I didn't have to so long as they were about myself or were the kind of questions which, if refused, would have established an implication of sinister things to be hidden. But I decisively refused to answer any questions relating to the development, policies, or personnel of the Progressive Party in New Hampshire while I was actively associated with it. I politely baited the questioners from time to time, delivered lectures on a variety of subjects such as socialism, communism, overthrow of government by force and violence, the evils of these investigations, etc., showed my contempt for the Un-American Activities Committee junk they kept reading into the record. On the whole, I had the impression at the end that I had come off about as well as could be expected. The Attorney General at any rate was clearly in a dilemma. He had made a rule at the beginning of the investigation that the transcript of all hearings with uncooperative witnesses would be made public. After I had left his office and was standing outside talking to reporters, he called me back and indicated that he did not want to make the transcript public and sort of hinted that maybe he would be able to withstand pressures to do so, the implication clearly being that he would like to be reassured that I would not make it public. Naturally, I gave no such assurances, merely saying that I would want to go over it with my lawyer before coming to any decisions. What next? I am still under subpoena. The Attorney General has publicly stated that he would not make up his mind whether to seek a court order directing me to answer the unanswered questions until he had had a chance to study the transcript. I think myself that he is playing for time, would prefer not to take the matter to court for fear of exposing the weakness of his position, but is afraid that if he doesn't he will be accused by the local McCarthyites of appeasement, etc. I have a first-rate lawyer, a liberal Republican who agreed with my statement and gave me 100% carte blanche to refuse to answer questions. If it comes to a court fight, I think he will give a good account of himself. I rather hope it does come to a court fight. If we could win it, it would be a political and psychological defeat for the Inquisition and, in some ways more important, it would be a protection to other witnesses who are threatened with loss of jobs unless they cooperate. Nancy comes up on Tuesday and will be accompanied by the lawyer. She plans to take the same position I did, and her case is probably clearer since they can hardly have any un-American junk to throw into the record on her. Where I answered a lot of questions and talked for the record, she will probably answer very few and volunteer nothing. This may present the Attorney General with an even more painful dilemma than I did. Maybe she will be the one who makes the court test. The whole affair has acquired a peculiar aspect from the fact that Nancy's mother is Republican National Committee woman from NH. The papers got hold of this and have been giving it quite a bit of play. Internal Republican Party squabbles, of which there seem to be plenty, will probably play a role in the final outcome. Meanwhile, it is educational, if not exactly pleasant, for Nancy's mother to learn something about the mechanics of guilt by relation. There'll probably be a report on the outcome in MR sooner or later. And if the transcript of my testimony reads decently, we may publish it for the record, so to speak. Meanwhile, all the best. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Wilton, NH. March 12, 1954. Dear Paul. Just a hasty note in answer to your latest. I'm off to New York in a day or so and won't have a chance to write again for perhaps a week or 10 days. I think your advice is sound. I have just read the briefs in the case testing the constitutionality of the NH Inquisition before the state Supreme Court, and the implications of the Attorney General's contentions are really appalling. He asserts, inter alia, that there is no sound legal or moral reason why any citizen of New Hampshire should not be required to appear and testify relative to knowledge of subversive activity in New Hampshire, on his part, her part, or on the part of other persons to the witness knowledge. Combined with the doctrine, clearly implied elsewhere in the brief, that anything is subversive if it has been so designated by responsible legislative and executive agencies of both major parties in the federal government, this is clearly a recipe for making the Inquisition a permanent and unlimited institution. You can't appease this sort of thing. The time has come to say no and then simply to stick to it. I have recently read an analysis by a Tulane law professor which throws more light on the ancestry of the present Inquisition than anything I have seen elsewhere. It is precisely the modern analogy of the Roman law doctrine of infamia which, according to the standard treatise on the subject, is defined as a moral censure pronounced by a competent authority in the state on individual members of the community, as a result of certain actions which they had committed, or certain modes of life which they had pursued, this censure involving disqualification for certain rights both in public and in private law. The author argues that infamia survived the feudal period and that one of the main purposes of the Founding Fathers was to abolish it altogether through the First and Fifth Amendments. In this connection there is a most interesting argument about the origin of the clause in the Fifth Amendment that no one shall be held to answer for a capital, or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury. He shows pretty clearly that the use of the word infamous here derives from the doctrine of infamia and means an infaming crime, i.e., one for which the punishment is infamy. All in all, a most impressive case that the witch hunt is toto silla in violation of the very first principles of the Constitution. The pity is that there is absolutely nothing of this in the brief submitted to the Supreme Court in the M. Spock case, which is the closest to a real constitutional attack on the witch hunt we have yet got. 48 I am trying to get some off-prints of the article in question and will send you one if I succeed. More in due course. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. October 17, 1954. Dear Paul. After moving etc. I got ill, some lousy grip which kept me hors de combat for over a week, and then came opening of the school year, students, classes, department meetings and all sorts of similar chores. Fortunately, I am hardly teaching this quarter. Upon insistence of the dean I have announced a course on economics and the social sciences, being a survey of the place of economics in the general system of social sciences and their mutual interrelationships, calculated by him to contribute to the direly needed broadening of the training of our graduate students. I have actually done quite a lot of reading for it during the summer, mainly historical or rather historiographical, methodological, and such literature, and have worked up a fairly interesting bill of fare with the result, which I have foreseen and predicted, that not one solitary student appeared for the occasion. The course is not required, its usefulness for exam purposes is presumably zero, so that is that. While providing an additional illustration of the intellectual life on this campus, it disturbs me very little, since it simply means that I need not lecture 3 times a week, and have only one course to teach, this time elementary economics. Incidentally, teaching that stuff gets more and more difficult, and the feeling that what I am doing is really terribly dishonest becomes more and more overpowering. What the textbooks have is really not neutral, it is for the most part plain wrong, but what does one do about it? The elementary course has to be taught uniformly by everybody according to the same scheme. Anyway, this is all not very much worth bothering with, it probably is still the least of existing troubles. Otherwise I am struggling with my MS, and have finished now the first half. Since the subsequent chapters are pretty well outlined, I ought to finish the whole thing pretty soon now. I have been studying Steindl and Kalecki again, also your exposition of the underconsumption theory, and am still not happy about the whole business. I shall write to you on this matter separately, and will also dispatch to you the chapters involved for such condemnation as they may deserve. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. October 30, 1954. Dear Paul. The underconsumption thing worries me badly, but I don't seem to be able to come to any definite conclusion on the matter. What would seem to be clear is that if capitalists' consumption increases less than proportionately the increase of profits, an ever larger share of income becomes available for accumulation and has to be offset by investment if full employment is to prevail. Even if consumption of capitalists increases proportionately to the increase of income, matters are serious, an ever larger absolute amount has to be invested. So far so good. However, for the underconsumption argument to stand, it is essential to make the assumption which you make in your book. The rate of growth of means of production is proportional to the increase in consumption goods output. Surely, if it is less than proportional, the argument stands a fortiori, but what if it is more than proportional? In that case, such increments in W and L as would be forthcoming may call for growing dk/dt. This does not preclude that there might be fluctuations depending on technology and whatnot. In other words, dk/dt may be less than proportional or more than proportional at different times. There would be no presumption that it must be always less than proportional. If what Steindl has to say on the matter is correct, the ratio of total gross fixed capital to national income has been increasing 0.49. That would mean if consumption represented in the same period a fairly stable proportion of income, as asserted by Kuznets, that per unit of consumption there has been employed an increasing amount of fixed capital, or that capital was growing more than proportionately. As I just said, this per se does not invalidate the thesis, it only tends to undermine its rigidity and simplicity. Now, to be fair to it, the counteracting tendencies take care of this matter, but then it becomes problematical whether much is gained by using that approach rather than saying something like this: since consumption does not grow as fast as output would grow under full employment conditions, one of three things must happen. 1. Consumption increase unlikely under capitalism except to waste etc. 2. Investment increase monopoly problem etc. Or 3. Unemployment prevails. Which of the latter two actually takes place and in which proportion depends on the specific conditions for investment. As far as is concerned, government spending etc. This sort of a scheme has the advantage that one need not get tied up with a model that can be easily attacked, retaining at the same time all the strategic positions in the debate. It still is possible to argue that there should be more consumption if the capitalists do not know what to do with their surplus, if they get the government to waste it etc. Moreover, it leaves room for the confidence trick if the specific conditions of investment are such that capitalists anticipate growing demand on the part of government or otherwise, they may go on investing for a while although there is no real justification for it in the consumer sector. Except, either their anticipations will come through at some point, or else real bust. What you call in your crucial difference the end of industrialization can be also the end of a hope 50 as long as the collective hope lasts. Department 2 could keep expanding a lot again, although an end there must be as long as no deus ex machina is assumed, government or colonies or something absorbing the product. Point 51. I don't know whether this adds up to anything, but those are the lines I am thinking along. I would be very anxious to know what your reaction is. Incidentally, I think that Steindl is wrong in his footnote on p. 243 where he rejects the distinction between investment and accumulation. He may be okay in the sense that the periods have to be fully taken account of, but there should be no doubt that there is a difference even from the Keynesian standpoint between high organic composition and low organic composition type of investment. After all, in talking about public works they know that in one case, you get a small multiplier effect and in the other a high one. What else is this but distinguishing between investment and accumulation? For a while I thought that in what you say on p. 222 in connection with population you were wrong making this distinction, but I became convinced that this distinction is not only correct but very important. Would be useful to explain it further by that public works example. Your brother Alan is at Stanford today. I am having dinner with him later in the evening and am looking forward to it. Point 52. All the best and love for the entire family. Yours. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. November 2, 1954. Dear Paul. This is a PS to my letter of October 30 th. Since mailing it, I have gone through, Daniel Creamer, Capital and Output Trends in Manufacturing Industries, 1880 to 1948, which comes to a conclusion very much more favorable to the underconsumption hypothesis than Steindl's data would suggest. If I see the problem correctly, the whole thing centers around the following question. Is dk/dt equals L, where L is the factor of proportionality, or is it a rising or declining function of the right-hand expression? Point 53. Now Kramer's answer would seem to be as follows: the amount of capital invested per dollar of output rose steadily from 1880 to 1914. The amount of capital invested per output dollar began to fall in 1914 and continued to fall until 1948. We can say that manufacturing has developed along the following course. In the earlier decades, an increasing fraction of a dollar of capital was used to produce a dollar of output. In more recent decades, a decreasing fraction of a dollar of capital has been sufficient to produce a dollar of output. This is consistent with the interpretation that in the earlier decades capital innovations on balance probably served more to replace other factor inputs than to increase output. More recently, the balance has been in the other direction. Capital innovations serve more to increase the efficiency of capital, hence to increase output, than to replace other factor inputs. Incidentally, it makes little difference whether one takes total capital or breaks it down into fixed and working capital. The interesting thing only is that wage outlay is not included in either. I wonder, why? Or is it simply because then the turnover is assumed to be so rapid that it would not matter? I thought this might interest you. Best regards, yours. /S Paul. P.S. By the way, it is generally agreed on the basis of Kuznets data that the ratio of saving to Y has not increased for a long time, in other words that there is no tendency of to become a proportion of income, or conversely for a larger share of revenue to become available for accumulation. Point 54. I have a hunch that this is a non sequitur. All that Kuznets shows is that investment was a fairly steady percentage of gamma. This is, however, an ex post observation and says nothing about the supply of saving if there were full investment. As is, all we can say is that there seems to be some puzzling constancy about the ratio of L to Y, and that possibly quite a lot of would-be accumulation transformed itself into unemployment. Have you read the utterly incredible book by A.A. Burley Jr., The 20th Century Capitalist Revolution? Compared with this Hosanna cry for monopoly capitalism, JKG's American Capitalism is a model of scholarly aloofness. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. August 31, 1955. Dear Paul. I haven't sent you the goddamned manuscript of mine because upon my return from the East I started rereading some of it, and felt compelled to redo various parts. At the present time there are so many handwritten inserts and changes that the whole bloody thing has to be put back into properly typed shape before it can be used at all. I am now in the midst of Chapter 7, hope to finish it within the next few days, then will try to do during September Chapter 8, and then the whole mess will be in your hands. Es word dir nix air spart. The process is tantalizingly slow. The pain of it is not so much the writing as the reading of what was written yesterday, but rien à faire. The worst part of it is the damn time schedule. I still haven't heard about the passport, except that Finelli wrote an encouraging letter saying that he has spoken to the department and was told that things move very well. But how long they will be moving, God only knows. In any case, I won't leave, if leave I can at all, until the MS is finished, while at the same time in the light of my university time schedule etc. I should get out not later than end of October. It may be just as well without such pressure I would not finish the thing at all. As it is, I am getting mildly crazy. I cannot sleep at all even with the help of pills because I keep thinking of some point in the story. At the same time I am too tired to stay up and work. A number of interesting little things have occurred to me, but being an ignoramus and not having read much of the mushrooming journal literature, I discover continually that in one way or in another it has been said by other people. Still, they usually say it in a wrong context or so that nobody ever is able to understand the implications. I am terribly gespannt to get your reaction, and have a hunch that you will suggest das ganz Ding der Agendenkritik der Maus zu überlassen. 55. Had a letter from Oscar. He asks to send you regards. More soon. Meanwhile write and let me know how things are moving. Love for everybody. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. October 8, 1955. Dear Paul. I have delayed answering your letter of September 29th and telephoned instead because of my triply damned manuscript. Little progress as I make, I am completely sucked in by that no good enterprise, and cannot do anything else, in particular typing. Anyway, the bittersweet end is now in sight. I am on the last chapter, and another pull will have done it. The real difficulty in the whole matter is my attempting to stick to what I would like to make the motto of the thing: the truth is the whole, and this requires continual weaving of economic and non-economic threads of thought, a job very much more difficult than spinning the pure cobwebs of bourgeois social science. In general, it has become very clear to me that to attempt really Marxist analysis requires a hell of a lot more than even the most ingenious Samuelsons and Hickses have to offer. The difference is really that in one case one has to understand the totality of the process, in the other one has to have the ability of correct reasoning, that is, of manipulating adequately the mechanism of logical inference. Not that the latter is a minor thing or that everyone is good at that, it is nevertheless in terms of the development of reason and the discovery of truth a lesser function than the former. This is why au fond Marx is a greater thinker than, say, Einstein, although the latter was probably more powerful in the command of the process of logical inference. As Hegel says in his Phenomenology, the easiest is to have a judgment on what has content and value, more difficult is to really grasp it, the most difficult is what combines both to realize its development in its entirety. Anyway, all this is merely à propos. My life with this whole business is a continual up and down. Sometimes I think it is not too bad, sometimes there is nothing but gloom. Quite possible that what comes out will be merely a draft to be worked on some more, but anyway, you'll see. All the best to all of you. Love. /S Paul. P.S. You know, Nietzsche has been terribly misrepresented and abused by the Nazis of all varieties and nationalities. Rereading his Also Sprach Zarathustra, I came across the following passage: I implore you, my brothers, remain faithful to the earth, and trust those not who speak to you of transcendental hopes. They are poison mongers, whether they know it or not. They are scorners of life, moribund and poisoned themselves. The earth is tired of them, so let them travel into the yonder. Once it was blasphemy of God that was the greatest blasphemy. But God died, and with him died those blasphemists. To be blasphemous of the earth is now the most abhorrent, and to esteem higher the viscera of the unknowable than the rationale of the earth. This is indeed what needs to be said about the religious revival, mysticism, and agnosticism of imperialist culture. The Nazis and existentialists gave it a lousy and unwarranted twist by interpreting him as an Elah-vital man. If one reads more of him, one can see that what he meant by the rationale of the earth is much nearer to Marx than to the Heideggers, Sartres, not to speak of Goebbels's. PMS to PAB. Wilton, N.H. November 10, 1955. Dear Paul. It passes muster and with flying colors. 56 The first work in this growth field that is worthy of the great tradition. My warmest congratulations. As to Practicalia, I make the following suggestions hurriedly so that they will reach you before you leave and give you some time for pondering prior to our meeting in New York. Chapter 2 is by far the weakest in the book. I would prefer to see it cut out entirely, with what is essential for the argument in CHS3FF being put into a new introduction to CH3. Chapter 1 is not weak in and of itself, but much of it is really irrelevant to the theme of the book. For this reason, it holds up the flow of the argument and tends to create a false impression of what the book is about. For your purposes, economic surplus is an organizing concept, an aid to the marshalling of your material. It does not occupy a strategic analytical place in the structure. It is therefore a mistake to spend so much space on it at the outset. What needs to be said can be very much compressed and added onto the introduction. I would like you to give very serious thought to the desirability of modifying the harshness of the polemics. I wouldn't have you take any of the sting out of the content, but the jibes, irony, name-calling will, I am afraid, alienate many who ought to be most attracted. This is a tactical question, not one of principle, and should be decided as such. Among other considerations is that the book in any case is going to make you extremely unpopular with the profession and the academic authorities generally. I think it much wiser not to give them obvious and superficial sticks to beat you with. The book is too important to be sent to the printer until you are sure it is right, and that means until you have got back and had some further time for unhurried revision. In the meantime, I suggest that you get Jack to do a quick copy editing job, with special emphasis on eliminating awkward sentence structures, peculiar use of tenses, and the like, and that Jack and I together or one of us have the MS typed so that it will be ready for you in several copies when you get back. For the rest, I enclose my notes made while reading the MS. I realize that without the original many of them will not mean much to you. But some will be perfectly intelligible. I do not spend $5 or more sending you the MS by airmail because it seems foolish with so little time available. I will bring it to New York with me and we can decide on next steps there. Again, congratulations. This is going to stir things up among the scribes and Pharisees, and a damn good thing too. See you Thursday. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Calcutta. December 17 th, 1955. Dear Paul. After 3 days and 3 nights of nearly uninterrupted flying, I arrived night before last in Calcutta. The Institute of Statistics 57 in which I am located is a perfectly fabulous undertaking. It employs over 600 people, occupies vast grounds and contains among other things a guest house in which foreign visitors are lodged, fed and occupied. The nature of the occupation is difficult to describe, it is somehow ephemeral. One is expected to contribute, it is by no means clear in what way, by what specific means. The assorted scholars who preceded me in this assignment have left behind them a number of memoranda which I am at the present time perusing. It will be incumbent upon me, I suppose, to compose something suitable before I leave. Meanwhile it is felt that I should acquaint myself with the country, deliver a few lectures here and elsewhere, and decide myself what it is that I wish to do. Pleasant and slightly disturbing at the same time. I went into the city today, bought some tropical clothing plus the baby Hermes typewriter which I am now using, and looked around for the very first impressions. This city is nothing but one huge slum, crowded to the limit with people sleeping in the streets and cows and goats and buffaloes walking placidly across the main thoroughfares while automobiles and buses stop until the way is clear. I shall see more as time goes on, although it is clear already that to get a real notion of what goes on in this country 3 months is not even enough for a beginning. I shall go to Delhi next week, to Pune thereafter, and will settle down here for a few weeks in order to read some material, to lecture in the institute, etc. As my plans stand, I shall stay here until approximately end of March, return from here to Moscow for another few less frosty weeks, and proceed to New York end of April. I shall cut out all of Western Europe except for a stopover in Warsaw. Upon arrival here, I found a letter from Blackwell's urging me to expedite the delivery of the manuscript. Point 58. What shape is it in now? Is the type job proceeding according to plan? Incidentally, did the typing outfit get the money from Stanford? I would be most grateful to you if you could send me whatever chapters have become available. I shall study the Psycho books 59 in the evenings, and prepare the main outline of a comprehensive article on the subject. I am at the present time not thinking much about such subjects, but shall go into the matter as soon as this is over. It will be most helpful to have read those things carefully. So much for today. I shall write more extensively after having seen more. At this stage I am rather bewildered. Ditto with regard to the SU. There ought to be some articles, but as yet I would not even know how to begin. The digesting process just barely began. Love for the entire family. As ever. Yours/S Paul. Right. PMS to PAB. Wilton, NH, USA. December 19, 1955. Dear Paul. I think I have started work on a book. 60. I find it a little hard to define the subject and quite impossible to think of a title, but in general the problem is the nature of the giant corporation and what changes it makes in the structure and functioning of capitalism to have the capitalist function itself institutionalized in these huge affairs. All the traditional stuff about the capitalist conceived as a natural individual is out of date, and it is this undoubted fact that gives plausibility to all the fancy new theories of the managerial revolution type. But what no one has yet done is to point out the real meaning of what has happened, not that capitalism has been transformed or replaced, but that it has reached its streamlined apogee. The big corporation as an engine of accumulation puts to shame Marx's most ascetic accumulator. To bring this out into the light of day and explore its implications will be the theme of the opus. One source I want to exploit is business fiction, which I suspect has more raw material for a valid business sociology than all the economic texts and articles. I ran across this a wonderful piece in Business Week dealing with a new novel by Cameron Hawley, the author of Executive Suite, which made quite a stir a couple of years ago. The new one is called Cash McCall and is about a high-powered operator of the Lewis Wolfson type whose main concern is making millions out of the tax laws. BW asked a panel of businessmen and advisors of various kinds to comment on it, and the responses elicited from Frank Abrams, retired chairman of the board of Standard Oil, are absolutely wonderful. Abrams contrasts the individualist with the company man, greatly to the credit of the latter. The individualist is apt to be a self-seeker. He will switch allegiance from company to company, and seems mainly concerned with personal power and the trappings of wealth. Further, my business experience has been relatively free of the tax manipulations and promotional shenanigans that seemed the principal concern of the chief characters of the book. Perhaps I have been insulated from some of the facts of smaller business life, and if so I can now, in retirement, appreciate how fortunate I have been. There speaks the aristocrat of U.S. business, the functionary of really big capital, the true company man. And what scorn for the individualist with his lust for personal power and the trappings of wealth. What contempt for the sordid details of smaller but still multi-million-dollar business life. The robber barons used to be the real bosses, now they are little more than incidental excrescences. The real bosses are the big companies with their largely anonymous managers and boards of directors, institutionalized capitalists in the fullest sense of the term. Without an understanding of this, the whole system is seen out of focus. I am really quite excited about the project, and it is a wonderful feeling to have something big that one wants to tackle au fond. I only hope the mood proves to be a lasting one. I have long known that the only solution for personal misery is to sublimate the emotions and feelings giving rise to it in work, but I have not been able to get interested in work a circolo vicioso. Maybe this is the breakout. No room to start a new subject, so I'll sign off for now. By the way, any suggestions you have in read the above will be most welcome. YRS/S Paul. PMS to PAB. Wilton, NH. January 6, 1956. Dear Paul. We went to New York for several days last week, bringing the kiddies along for a little urban interlude. I spent part of 2 days at the annual meetings of the AM Econ Association at the Commodore, needless to say, not listening to papers being read. I got a rather interesting impression from talking to younger economists that there is something of an underground in the profession, chaps who hold jobs and appear as harmless liberals in their professional and social life but who are quite willing to show me, presumably as a person who can be trusted and whose position is definitely known, that they know the score and have very little use for most of the crap that American economists are turning out these days. I am not clear what good they can do, but I suppose that if they can hold out until they get permanent appointments, they will then be able to afford a somewhat more outspoken position. In any case, you and I have more of an audience, and are more looked to for intellectual guidance, in the profession than would appear on the surface. I made heavy advance propaganda for your book, telling all the development boys that it is the first really good job in the whole field, and by implication challenging them to answer it when it comes out. Chandler Morse, who is one of the more simpatico of the middle generation and of course very friendly personally, expressed special interest and asked me if he could see an advance copy. Point 61 I told him I would ask you. I should think it might be a good idea for me to send him one of the copies that otherwise would simply be sitting around awaiting your return. If you authorize it, I will do so, and will tell him that you would like his comments in view of possible amendments and amendments, said comments to be in my hands by the time of your return. I am most enthusiastic about the prospect of our cooperating in the big business project. For many reasons, it is not good to be isolated in such matters, and our small experience with the MRS study of foreign investment leads me to believe that effective forms and methods of cooperation can be worked out despite the normal 3,000 miles between us. Offhand, I am inclined to think that the best way to proceed on such a vast subject as this is to divide it into closely related but conceptually divisible projects, so that work can go ahead on parallel lines, as it were, without being held up by the necessity for the kind of agreement on detail and formulation that joint authorship requires. The result might be a number of essays by both of us that could be published between the same covers, or it might be several volumes to be published in a series, perhaps under a common overall title. But all that is secondary to content, of course, and it is here that a good deal of work and thought needs to be applied first. One thing that I am becoming increasingly convinced of is that a thorough investigation of profits from our point of view is essential. None of the material I have seen provides the information and clues one needs. If you should feel inclined, this might be a good project for you, since I feel poorly equipped to cope with the statistics involved, and proximity to a good library would be most important. In any case, I am beginning to collect bibliographical material of a relevant nature. At the same time, I am beginning to look into recent stuff on the big corporation fortune, Peter Drucker, etc. And to probe the field of business fiction which, as I think I mentioned in my last letter, seems likely to offer fresh sociological material of a kind which is completely absent from the professional economic literature. All this should gradually lead to the formulation of certain hypotheses for further investigation and testing. In the meantime, there are certain things that I am becoming convinced one should stay away from. There is no good whatever in getting into the whole question of whether there has been a measurable trend toward concentration or monopoly, and for the most part any rigid ordering of data by traditional industry classifications is futile. Adhering to these two principles will be enough to bypass a large amount of the professional monopoly literature. Positively, my present preference is to proceed by way of setting up an economy of ideal types and then analyzing the inner nature of idealized units and individuals, much as Marx does in Capital. You will recall the passage in the preface to the first edition: I paint the capitalist and landlord in no sense couleur de rose. But here individuals are dealt with only insofar as they are the personifications of economic categories, embodiments of particular class relations and class interests. My standpoint can less than any other make the individual responsible for relations whose creation he socially remains, however much he may subjectively raise himself above them. Well, Marx's capitalist and landlord don't exist in the form in which he knew them except as fringe phenomena in the U.S. economy of today. The capitalist par excellence is the billion-dollar corporation, and I think we have to start with an economy in which that is the only kind of capitalist. Later, we can introduce smaller capitalists and show how and why they are in the process of being transformed into the dominant type. But before we can do that, we have to subject the dominant type itself to a searching analysis, and by that I don't mean a mere statistical analysis of some sample of big corporations, One of the great weaknesses of bourgeois social science is over-reliance on statistics which often deal only with superficial aspects and miss precisely what is essential. But I ramble enough of that for now. I received the news of your determination to liquidate the backward countries' commitment with satisfaction. As economists, you and I have a special function to perform, and it concerns the analysis and interpretation of the USA for the benefit of the rest of the world as well as of any in this country who happen to be or may become interested. We should get on with that job and not allow ourselves to be turned aside any longer by neuroses, easier tasks, or other interests. Which brings me to one last point before I get back to work. I think you are right that the whole Freudian's business has little relevance to India at all. But, damn it, it does have relevance to the US, and that's why we have to concern ourselves with it, especially why we have to stand it on its feet again. Herbert's book, by the way, for all its annoying qualities is most useful in this connection. But more of that another time. Love. /S Paul. P.S. PAB to PMS. Delhi. January 8, 1956. Dear Paul. After attending the Economists' Conference in Pune, and the Indian Science Congress in Agra, I have landed in Delhi, where I am supposed to settle down for a few weeks and to study various documents relating to the second five-year plan. Lang and Bettelheim are also here, and we are expected to produce something or other. I am snowed under various memoranda and am only slowly beginning to make something out of them. The whole picture is terribly confusing, and I do not have much confidence in my capacity to say something worthwhile on it in the course of a few short weeks. Most disturbing is the sheer lack of relevant information. Everything is based on very general guesswork. Nobody knows, e.g., what actually becomes of the gross product of agriculture. How is it distributed? Opinions range from 15% into rent plus usurer's interest to as much as 50%. It obviously makes quite a bit of difference. The most important aspect of the matter is what I have in my MS, the ECSPL. That is appropriated by rent plus interest receivers is eaten by a vast multitude of men, in other words, while constituting SPL. In a categorical sense, it serves to support essential, indeed, minimal consumption of petty traders, petty usurers, petty landowners. What do you do about it? Those people have to be fed somehow, unless they are killed as in the case of the Polish Jewry, or unless they emigrate wholesale as in the case of Russia after October. Nor can they really be shifted to other occupations. It is not merely a matter of the unavailability of jobs but also of their essential unemployability. To be sure, this may be a problem for only the current generation. Their offspring may be perfectly happy to go elsewhere, but for the current generation there is no apparent solution. I shall write a memo on this whole subject, although somehow working in a hotel room is peculiarly uncomfortable. I wish I could take all the stuff and go home. Oscar and I spent an afternoon with Kosumbi in Bombay. 62. He is quite brilliant and quite crazy. His theorizing is ultra-left. All he sees is the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. There is somehow no rural problem in his outlook. He exemplifies the strikingly interesting combination of feudal and proletarian elements jointly despising the capitalist parvenu. What has happened in Britain of old, in Prussia and elsewhere, can be seen now in India. The grand seigneurs and the leftists who want to help the people whose misery is appalling turn jointly against the traders, merchants, and moneybags. I was thinking that there was actually something of that even in the case of FDR, who, an aristocrat himself, had sympathy for the people and a certain disdain for the money-lenders whom he was prepared to chase out of the temple with the help of Sidney Hillman. 63. There is much similarity between him and Nehru. I shall remain in Delhi until approximately the end of the month, then return to Calcutta, go on a lecture tour in February and leave this land in the middle of March. By that time I shall have definitely enough of the itinerant way of life. Give my love to Nancy et to les enfants. As ever. /S Paul. P.S. I am going to give 3 lectures at the Delhi School on the theory of imperialism reconsidered. It should be quite interesting. I wish I had some literature here which is at home. PMS to PAB. Wilton, N.H. January 16, 1956. Dear Paul, I was interested in your report on Kosumbi. In correspondence with me, he has always insisted that the ruling class in the countryside is bourgeois and not feudal, but he has never given me the impression of denying the existence of a rural problem. It's funny how these seemingly technical terms like feudal get mixed up with and are disguises for political positions and emotional impulses. Yes, I think there was something of the Salisbury in FDR, and it's certainly not surprising to find this attitude cropping up in the backward countries. I took time off last Wednesday to attend a seminar at MIT at which Ed Mason spoke on economic development in Pakistan. As against the formalists, Mason talks a lot of common sense, but basically he's as cynical as they come. He doesn't really believe in the possibility of developing a place like Pakistan, and of course all the really interesting questions are excluded by a sort of tacit agreement that Soviet and Chinese experience is taboo. The two problems which kept cropping up were those of cotters and of the absence of any sort of machinery and equipment industry which would introduce a degree of flexibility into the Pak economy. But there was no suggestion from Mason or anyone there that these problems could be seriously tackled in the foreseeable future. Incompetent personnel and absence of industry are treated as part of the nature of things in that part of the world. The whole affair was a brilliant confirmation of the thesis set forth in your book that the bourgeois developers are merely playing with the problem. I hope you write down your lectures on imperialism, I would not like to miss them. In Recyco books, I don't know. If they haven't arrived by the time you leave India, we'll try to get our money back. I did receive the books from Paris, and many thanks. I haven't yet had a chance to more than glance at them. The Lair book looks dull, but I suppose such opera usually are. Don't know of any other books I need just now, but will let you know if any occur to me. Yours. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Calcutta. January 31, 1956. Dear Paul. For basically priority number one job should be monopoly capitalism, as you say, for the rest of the world as well as for those in the US who might be and become interested. The details we would have to talk over, but en principe, I am very much in favor of the modus operandi which you suggest. There are a number of essays that one might try at first, or there is a possibility of a larger volume divided into a number of parts. This, to be sure, is a mere formality yet, not unimportant, for it would determine somewhat the way in which the thing should be planned. I wholly agree with you that one should at first get away from the question as to the extent to which society is monopolized. Suffice it that monopoly capitalism is today the prevalent mode of production in the US, and the question whether and how large are the competitive remnants in the economy as a whole is definitely secondary. This is to be discussed in the second or, for all I know, third approximation. The first task is to work out the model of mono-cap society as an ideal type, and to clearly formulate its laws of motion. The whole futility of economic debates comes from the continual mixing up of the levels of discussion, from the continual confusion concerning the level of abstraction. Only after the model of pure monopoly capitalism has been worked out, will it be possible to consider modifications resulting from the existence of the not yet monopolized sphere, from system-alien remnants of older formations, etc. The principal issue is to include in the basic model what is essential to it, and I have the feeling that in contradistinction to the competitive model of Marx, the state has to be brought into the center of the stage, rather than as a secondary factor. This is where Keynesiana enter along with many other things, in particular ideological manipulation, etc. But all this is for later. All three Psycho books have arrived. I have worked my way through a good part of Marcuse, and I must confess that I cannot make out much of most of it. 64 It is written in a swollen highfalutin style which is intolerably exacting, and it is encumbered with meta-material which does not appear to me to be necessary to the argument. While in the more lucid pages, particularly those directed vs. Eric Fromm and Co., he is definitely expressing the correct point of view, in others he is drowning it in a plethora of irrelevancy. Why in hell does he have to drag out the least attractive aspects of Freud, such as the death instinct? Why is there nowhere any concrete statement of the psycho problem of capitalism? And why all this beating around the bush about the main features of the oppressive mechanism? With all of his radicalism, he still tries to conform to the ruling ideology by fully accepting its despicable lingo, by remaining on its level of debate, by being afraid to call a spade a spade. I haven't looked yet at Fromm and Fuhrer, but I hope to read all of it as time permits. 65 It would be definitely necessary to settle down and write something on all of this. This is centrally related to the monopoly capital project. So much for the moment. I have to write a few things for the Institute, and hope to leave here having finished a couple of memos which they expect. At the present time there is a large gathering of economic luminaries. In addition to Oscar, Nicky Calder has arrived, plus wife plus 2 daughters. Bettelheim is here and Tinbergen, and Galbraith is due within the next few days. For ours is the age of the racket, in which the noblest things become racketized, in which there is no endeavor that is not turned to the profit of some, in which there is no truth that is not converted into a lie. Even the attempt to mobilize talent for the economic development of India is turning into a boondoggling expedition of pleasure-seeking nothing-doers talking in high terms about matters in which they take no real interest. It is difficult to see all this without getting the creeps. And while all the teas are being drunk, all the dinners are being eaten, all the flights to the caves and the memorials are being undertaken, and while all the lies about the love for the people are being ad nauseam repeated, while all this goes on, nobody, literally, nobody gives a damn about the basic issues of the matter, about saying clearly and openly where the true obstacles lie to any forward movement. I haven't delivered yet the imperialism lectures. For some mystical reasons Rao from the Delhi school withdrew. He probably got cold feet and decided that having various Ruskies around is enough, he need not encumber himself with this variety of men from the US. Those lectures will be delivered in Calcutta. I haven't written them beyond outlines, but hope to write them sometime later. Give my love to Nancy and children. As ever. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Wilton. February 12, 1956. Dear Paul. Now for the point de theory. I agree that the state has to be brought into the model from the outset. The units, or Wirtschafts subject, are corporations, unions, government, consumers, plus the usual members of the competitive sector which, however, may not enter the picture until a later stage. Each of these units has to be analyzed to discover its essence and implications, and then they have to be fitted together into a working system. Needless to say, they are by no means coordinate or symmetrical, and it is in this connection that many of the most interesting questions regarding the role of the state will arise. As I see it now, the state has a profoundly ambivalent role to play in the capitalist economy. On the one hand, it is the instrument of the capitalists, the balance wheel without which the system would go smash. On the other hand, it is the enemy which always has to be kept at arm's length, defrauded, corrupted, battled. Most bourgeois writing on the state stresses one or the other of these roles, but hardly any sees the two sides as indissolubly connected. One could almost make a neat paradox to the effect that the two greatest bourgeois economists of the monopoly capitalist period, Keynes and Schumpeter, split on precisely this question, Keynes seeing the state as the friend and Schumpeter seeing it as the enemy of the existing order. This came to me with particular sharpness recently when I began reading for review the latest volume in the International Economic Papers series. The first essay is Schumpeter's Crisis of the Tax State, which I had never read in the original German. 66 This develops the theory of the opposition between the state and economy more explicitly and with greater historical detail than any other writing I know. And it makes very good sense as far as it goes. What it fails to do is stress the other side, the side that forms the basis of the whole Keynesian construction. It is here, I think, that we have the key to a lot of phenomena which tend to seem contradictory or even mutually exclusive. The state both saves capitalism and distorts and corrupts it. High taxes are sine qua non, but some of the very best talent at society's disposal goes into beating the tax collector. In many lines of business, tax considerations even become paramount over production considerations. And so forth. What do you think of this? More later. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. 927, Mercedes Avenue, Los Altos, California, October 28, 1956. Dear Paul, I have been thinking of the weakness of our outline and on somewhat similar lines. What we have not properly allocated in that outline is the entire mechanism of surplus absorption under monocap. The two most important avenues would seem to me to be technological progress plus artificial obsolescence in such areas as suburbanization, etc. I don't think this is fatal to our outline, it has to be reorganized and more sharply focused on these points. I shall write to you about that more. The main trouble with this business is that when it comes to technological matters, it is so damn difficult to know what to say. Does not Scumpy's clustering come in here very importantly? 67. Or putting it differently, isn't there a considerable danger that the bunch of available innovations will run out, with excess capacity stopping further investment? Or should one consider scientific research to be a new factor continually producing and reproducing technological progress? And aren't we then in the lap of Tigan Baranovsky with machines producing new machines that produce new machines, and so ad calendas graecas? On all of this and number of related problems much additional thought is needed. Still, it does not, to my mind at least, vitiate the basic structure of the outline, it merely accentuates the more difficult problems that are included but not properly underscored. So much for today. Love. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. 24, Agassiz Street, Cambridge 40, Mass. November 1, 1956. Dear Paul. Yours. /S Paul. P.S. Only one point re-outline. You stress, quite rightly, that we are weak on the whole mechanism of surplus absorption under monocap. We are also, I am afraid, weak on the whole mechanism of surplus generation. There is a sort of law of entropy operating in the system tending toward a condition of zero profits. But the actual historical experience is, by and large, exactly the opposite, indicating the presence of enormously powerful technological and organizational forces tending to raise the surplus. All this suggests that we might perhaps better reorganize our outline in some radically new form around two central themes, the generation of surplus, and the absorption of surplus. I will try playing around a little with this to see if the main items included in the present outline seem to fall into place with a better distribution emphasis. PAB to PMS. 927, Mercedes Avenue, Los Altos, California, November 7, 1956. Dear Paul. Night before last I gave a talk here on Strachey's book and ran primarily into one point which was raised by nearly all of my distinguished colleagues. Point 68. This point is maddening, but one has to deal with it. They all assert that the talk about growing concentration and oligopolization of the economy is so much nonsense. Supposedly all statistical measurements indicate that since 1900 there was no further concentration in American business. Messrs. Adelman, Nutter, Stigler et al. Have so calculated. I have a very strong feeling that this is not worth a damn, but still one has to deal with it. My main point is that assuming that in 1900 a firm had the same proportion of an industry's output as it has today but has now considerable influence in 5 other industries, there is more concentration which none of the concentration indices is taking account of. What is more, if there are, as there are, inter-firm connections that do not appear in their respective balance sheets, those are the ones that matter. Putting all this differently, what the concentration ratios are all designed for is to measure the Mason type of stuff, market structures, price policies, etc. They do not measure economic power. But how does one measure economic power with no information on the real connections available? Since your pre-war study on the interest groups, nothing has been done in this area. How does one get something on it? 69. This is terribly important for the theory of monocap. And one has to be prepared to deal with it. I have an intuitive hunch that this is all pettifogging and that the real relations are beyond dispute, but love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. November 15, 1956. It probably is true that the Russian claim to moral leadership of the world socialist movement is extinguished. 70 I do not know, however, whether China, Yugoslavia or Poland can assume that function. What I have in mind is this: the notion world socialist MVT begins to lose its meaning. To the U/D countries, Russia's position will look different than to the advanced ones, that is, to the nationalist socialist movements in those different parts of the world. In the U/D countries, Russia and China and Poland and Yugo will probably still continue to exercise an overwhelming influence. In the advanced countries, none of them may actually rise at this time to a position of moral leadership. If moral leadership there should be at all, it may be either recaptured in a decade or I don't know when by the socialist bloc as a whole, or will have to emerge from the Western MVT itself. Polycentrism would seem to be a more likely situation for the immediate future. Love. S/Paul. PMS to PAB. 24, Agassiz Street, Cambridge 40, Mass. Sunday AM, November 18. Dear Paul, I have been trying from time to time to refocus my thinking about the outline of the magnum opus. In the course of it, I tried to think up a good title which would be descriptive of the putative contents. Monopoly capitalism is all right, but sufficiently general to cover quite a few variant opera. So I devised the following subtitle: A Study of the Generation and Absorption of Economic Surplus in Advanced Capitalist Societies. Following this up, one can then divide the mainly economic segment of the book into two parts: generation of surplus and absorption of surplus, with a certain degree of overlapping in order to indicate the organic interconnection of the two processes. I haven't yet tried working the thing out, but I think it has possibilities. YRS/S Paul. PS. PMS to PAB. Wilton. November 25. Dear Paul, just a note after finishing reading Calder's lecture at Peking, which he thinks of as the outline of a whole theory of economic development. What really astonishes me is the propensity of these guys to play around with a few formulas which are at bottom mere tautologies, and then to draw all sorts of grandiose conclusions from them, conclusions which merely reflect their ideological preferences anyway. Savings equals investment and total demand equals total supply. Capitalist spending is not tied to current income, workers' spending is. Total production can't increase faster than technical progress and population growth permit. Capitalists' investment depends on the rate at which they expect the market to expand. Throw in a few implicit assumptions about the initial distribution of income between wages and surplus, and believe it or not, you have a theory of economic development. What's more, they want to reduce Marx to their own level. He had some formulas too, and they will show you how his can be transformed into special cases of their own more general formulas. So, lo and behold, Marx is a special case of Calder, and everything is reduced to a level of pure banality. Let us take a firm resolution to write a whole book without a single formula. Formulas are the opium of the economists, and they acted that way on Marx too. Vide the chapter on the falling rate of profit, which tries as hard as any of the modern stuff to squeeze knowledge out of tautologies. The real problems, it seems to me, are to get a good working idea of what is surplus, and for this the first essential is to understand that it is related only indirectly to ordinary distribution of income data. Lots of wages are paid out of surplus, i.e. whole categories of workers absorb surplus, likewise whole industries like advertising and finance. The trouble is that this creates really very tricky problems and paradoxes. One has to go back to classical Marxian ideas of productive and unproductive labor and adapt them to modern conditions and statistics. This is a crucial branch of theory which does not exist for the Keynesian and other neoclassics. Analysis of the production sector. The institutional capitalist laws of operation, relation to class structure and behavior, etc. Price policy, wage policy, technological compulsions etc., etc. Analysis of the unproductive sector. The different categories of absorbers, luxury consumers, unproductive industries, government, etc., including complex transfer relations. The interactions of the productive and unproductive sectors full of unexplored problems. In an underdeveloped capitalist economy, e.g., it might do to assume that wages and profits in the unproductive sector are determined in the productive sector. But obviously that won't do in an economy like that of the US today, in which the unproductive sector may well be larger than the productive. The crucial contradiction, i.e., that working well for a system of this type means, indeed necessitates, a growing departure from the possible attainments of the system's resources in the line of welfare, abolition of exploitation, freeing civilization from the poison of wealth fetishization, etc. What we have is a progressive degradation of civilization instead of its progressive improvement. Oh hell, these are only some of the problems, but anyway, they are serious. If only one could get the time and environment to work seriously on them. But I see no prospect. Time is chopped up, the intellectual environment is hostile, the world reflects all too accurately the trends of the capitalist system, and one's personal life is almost inevitably all mixed up. As you probably inferred at the outset, Nicky is around Cambridge now, which is how I happened to see his Peking lecture. He is clever enough but incorrigibly superficial. He sits around pontificating about what's been happening to US capitalism, and the sad truth is that it boils down to the ideological picture which such organs of big business and fortune would like to put across. By contrast, C. Wright Mills is an intellectual giant and a breath of fresh air. But if CWM is the best we can point to as a theorist of US capitalism, what a commentary on present-day social science. Now that my ink has given out, I guess I'd better sign off. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. November 28, 1956. Dear Paul. Before departing to the campus at 1 o'clock, I finished the first reading of the galley proofs and stepped out to the mailbox to find your letter of November 25. The hurricane of thoughts and more or less dim emotions provoked by both, the book and your letter, was blowing through my head during the entire day, filled with a seminar in which a moronic student held forth on a moronic subject, with office hours in which a dozen or so of representatives of our jeunesse dorée came to inquire about the courses which they should or should not take next quarter, and with a department meeting in which my colleagues debated ad nauseum how much mathematics should be considered a minimum requirement for a Ph.D. In the corridor, on my way home, or rather to see Nicky, my more or less steady dinner companion, I ran into the chairman of our sociology department. The Honorable Professor Lapierre, a personally very friendly individual who brags about, among other things, never reading a newspaper, and learned from him that his department has a $12,000 PA professorship in sociology and is unable to find anyone to take it. I said, why don't you try C.W. Mills? He has a mediocre job in Columbia College, is an interesting fellow and might be tempted. Lapierre looked at me with some astonishment, shrugged his shoulders and said, but Mills is not a sociologist, he is a Marxist. The one gulp perusal of my book, I read it in 2 very long evenings plus one morning, has made upon me a very complex impact. Having reached now a certain minimal distance to the thing, I have the feeling that it is not a bad job. It has faults, and the most important of them is that it covers too much ground and by so doing deals too sketchily with a number of things. In particular, this applies to the first part concerning monopoly capital. The basic points are okay, the accents are properly placed, and the crucial problems are at least brought into the open. If it had a chance to be read by a friendly audience, it could perform even a function of stimulating discussion, of steering people to the right kind of questions, of pushing Marxist thought on mono cap off its dead center and into a deepened consideration of what we both agree is the crux of the matter, the generation and absorption of the eco-SPL. But in the hands of official economists, God only knows what the reaction will be, or perhaps it is only too clear what it will be. There is, furthermore, one trouble with it that is glaring, its vocabulary and its emotive tone. But what in hell does one do about it? As far as the former is concerned, the possibilities of using an Aesopian language are unfortunately very limited. Should one not speak of bourgeois economics, not to mention capitalism, imperialism, socialism? And how does one avoid then sacrificing contents to sticking to an academically sanctioned language? As far as the latter is at issue, matters are more complicated. It is my individual, characterological shortcoming. I happen to be too emotive in everything, and therefore in writing, I don't know how to be detached, and I do feel bitter about the superficiality, smugness, opportunism, cowardice, or outright stupidity of the so-called profession. And what you call the hostile intellectual surrounding is contributing undoubtedly its large share to this pent-up aggression by continually kindling it, by giving it fresh fuel every day, by remarks such as the one above of Lapierre, by the feeling of being surrounded by people with whom one has not even a language in common. And this aggressiveness against all of this does two things at the same time: it chokes one's productivity and channels whatever remains of it into what becomes an angry outcry. I am making a few not extensive and not expensive changes in the proofs, and hope to be done with all of it within the next few days. I understand from the original timetable that the thing is not due back until December 18th, I will have it back no later than end of next week. I have to write a preface, and to go over the text once more. And thereafter habeant sua fata libelli. I notice that Fromm formulates an idea which I have had, as you may remember, for a long time: the distinction between reason and intelligence, between intellectuals and intellect workers, the phenomenon of what I always thought of as the high IQ imbecile. We must differentiate between intelligence and reason. By intelligence I mean the ability to manipulate concepts for the purpose of achieving some practical end. The chimpanzee who puts the two sticks together in order to get at the banana because one of the two is not long enough to do the job uses intelligence. Intelligence, in this sense, is taking things for granted as they are, making combinations which have the purpose of facilitating their manipulation. Reason, on the other hand, aims at understanding. It tries to find out what is behind the surface, to recognize the kernel, the essence of the reality which surrounds us. And this is precisely where the dog is buried. This is exactly what makes it well nigh impossible to talk to the Calders and co. They think only in terms of intelligence, they think never in terms of reason. They always take things for granted, always scratch merely the surface, always refuse to look for the essence. And the more sophisticated among them, the philosophers of sorts, rationalize this attitude by logical maneuvering and by proving that there is no meaning to the notion essence. Incidentally, this is where the real distinction lies between those who Marx considered to be great economists and the vulgar ones. For it is not decisive whether those who are devoted to reason necessarily agree with you. What matters is that they are concerned with looking for the essence of things, that they are not content to merely manipulate surface phenomena. One can have a meaningful discussion with them. They may see the essence in different processes than one happens to see them oneself, as long as they do not take everything for granted. They are intellectuals and not sycophants. The trouble is that all those one has to deal with are precisely the latter. They take everything for granted, and there is nothing to talk to them about, except if just to maintain some human intercourse one descends to their own level and talks to them about their stuff. This, I think, applies to what you say about Caldoriana and the formula game. In the formula game they can display all of the intelligence, and the less they want to go into the essence of things, the more they have to demonstrate their manipulative skills so as to be considered great men. And the greatest manipulator among them will be always held in greatest prestige. A Hicks, a Samuelson et tutti quanti for the more manipulative capacity, the less use of reason, which is precisely what is needed for the education of the young. All of this fascinating and terribly important. Perhaps that is where the nub of bourgeois ideology and culture is located. The thing that is absorbing me now is the question to what extent the same business appears in the East. They want to shift all of their education etc. to technology and such. If their society is en principe at least reasonable, if it is okay to take their basic structure for granted, everything is alright. I was for a long time of the opinion that such is the case. Is it? I still am strongly inclined to this view, for I still believe that its essence is rational. The disturbing feature is really whether the human beast with its psychostructure is not part of the essence. In other words, I may have written or spoken to you earlier about the following idea, I call it pompously the heterogeneity of the historical dimensions. To wit, the political change goes very fast. Industrialization much more slowly. Suitable reorganization of agriculture even more so. The transformation of the capitalist or even pre-capitalist man into a conscious, understanding, honest citizen of a socialist society may last not generations but centuries. It is actually this unevenness of the developmental processes that creates the entire mess. But isn't this unevenness part of the essence of matters? Marx himself had clearly an inkling of all of this, his remarks about the socialist society emerging from the womb of the cap. Society and many others are clear indication of it. But didn't he in his general overestimation of the tempo assume a much lesser heterogeneity of the dimensions? Didn't he believe that what is at issue are years, while in fact it looks more decades and ages? On this there is much to say, and much to think. All that is in your letter in the study of Mono Cap, is wholly in agreement with my own notions. And what you say about the prospects or execution is unfortunately too true also on this end. The miserableness of personal existence in all of its elements has much to do with this dimness of outlook. I am sure that even this hiccup of a book that I produced would have never been possible were it not for the presence of Dorothy here. With her around I was at least moderately able to work. 71 With my little Nicky being my only human contact, I get completely stymied, have no energy for anything and stare at the desk instead of doing something. It is all fantastic but nevertheless true. And no prospect whatever to mend matters, certainly not in this rat hole. At the same time a strong feeling that there is so much that could be said, needs to be said if for no other reason than to live oneself out, to let one's energies, one's thoughts, one's minimal abilities not strangle one. Love. /S Paul. P.S. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. Thursday morning. Dear Paul. The main letter was composed last night at 2 p.m. This morning I rewrote Bill Glazier's statement on the book, and enclose both his and my own version. Maybe you could try your hand on something that might be better than both. In connection with the unevenness thesis, what must be added is that both the laggard echelon of the historical process as well as its essence dialectically change in the course of history. In other words, in the transition from feud to cap. Other things were crucial than what is in the center in the transition from capitalism to socialism. What is more, to the extent that the latter transition represents the end of the prehistory of mankind, the unevenness becomes more pronounced. Finally, the most laggard component of the whole becomes for practical, historical, political purposes to such an extent invariant and parametric that its plasticity can no longer be safely assumed again, for practical purposes. Thus, it is scientifically, and principally beyond doubt that the bloody human nature does change with the change in production, social organization etc. But if this change takes very much longer than the change in everything else, then does it really change within the relevant time dimension? And if such is the case, isn't socialism bound to stick itself in the womb of mamas and half outside of same? Which in turn raises the question whether mama, in this case humanity, isn't bound to yell bloody murder at Kalendas Graecas and possibly depart to her maker in the course of such extraordinary labor pains. Have you encountered any information concerning Lukács? I noticed only that he was member of the sixth-day Nagy government, then there was no further reference to him. I wonder whether the old man survived all this. 72. Again, arrivederci. Yours. /S Paul. 3. A New Left Critique. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. January 17, 1957. Dear Paul, I spent a few truly oppressive days reading the page proofs. It goes without saying that at this stage of the game, it all looks to me stale, dull, and repulsive. Where I think the chief weakness of the monocap chapters lies is in what is probably an underestimation of the autonomous impact of technological change. I take there the cavalierly position of asserting that given the inducements to invest there is always plenty of technology to be invested in. This is correct. No less correct, however, is the dialectical counterpart that given plenty of good technology there is an extra boost to investment. The former accent is needed against those who would like to detract attention from monopoly cum oligopoly and focus on technology as if same came from God. The latter consideration has to be stressed against the vulgars who see nothing but the organizational structure of the economy and ignore completely the technological development as such. The real problem arises if one considers that big business enterprise with overflowing SPL can afford to maintain a research machinery providing for a steady stream of technological improvements, breaking thus the Schumpeterian clustering and the Schumpeterian randomness in the occurrence of technological sparks. If in the process of partial rationalization, which is an aspect of monocap, this irrationality can be eliminated or at least greatly reduced, does not this all government apart provide an important stabilizing factor? In my book I sort of vaguely and reluctantly admit of this possibility. My main accent remains on the proposition that investment follows its own course, with technological stuff being or not being made use of depending on the nature of the investment climate. I am now afraid that this may be an old-fashioned view capturing only half of the truth with the other half unduly played down. But all this will have to be worked out and discussed much more thoroughly in the big theme. Yours. /S Paul. P.S. PMS to PAB. 24, Agassiz Street, Cambridge 40, Mass. January 19, 1957. Dear Paul. Got back from New York last night and received your letter in the course of the evening. Went skating with the kids this AM and now, after a bit of a nap, I'm contemplating getting down to work on the second industrial revolution. It will put the evil day off a bit more to write a letter, which I'm afraid explains the promptness of my reply. Point 73. The essence of the matter is that it is not the statistical concentration of capital that is decisive but the growth of big business to dominance in the main industries and hence in the economy as a whole. These two processes are related, of course, but not in any simple fashion. It is possible to have a very rapid concentration process without any big business developing, e.g. U.S. agriculture in the last decade, and it is also possible for statistical concentration to accompany the rise of the most and biggest big business in any industry anywhere, e.g. the oil industry. The point then is to show that the transition from small to big business is a quantity to quality leap and that BB has certain characteristic modes of behavior, especially with relation to price policy and technology, which are largely independent of specific market situations. I haven't explored all the implications of this approach yet, but I think it amounts pretty much to chucking the whole formal monopoly-oligopoly theory and substituting what might be called a sociology of big business. If anybody wants to know what big business is, I say General Motors, and if they want to know what small business is, I tell them the corner grocery store. Then if they want to know just where to draw the line, I send them to hell. Worrying about where you draw lines is the business of bourgeois economics. Explaining the phenomena which indubitably exist on both sides of the line, wherever drawn, is the business of Marxists. On the sociology of BB I have a lot of ideas which I think will illuminate recent US history, help to understand the ruling class, and put into the proper light and perspective the whole huge literature of the managerial revolution type. I think all this has great possibilities, which makes the inability to get to work seriously on it all the more annoying and frustrating. Love from all. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. January 22, 1957. Dear Paul. The same mechanism that induced you to react so rapidly to my earlier letter, the desire to postpone disagreeable chores, makes me respond immediately to yours of January 19. I can well understand your distaste for the Sir job. I am not looking forward to my part in it either. The only consolation in addition to the dollar is that studying that material is important for other purposes. And there is nothing that helps studying as much as the necessity to write something about the subject. Are the 2 books on automation that I sent to you of any use? I did not even open them before sending them on. What you say about concentration is fine. It comes, as so many things do, to the basic question as to what is the prevalent type, the essential, the driving factor in a system? This is always the question which bourgeois economics most carefully avoids or attempts to drown in hair-splitting quibbles, definitions etc. You remember old Usher, who did not wish to accept the notion of capitalism because even in this country there are plenty of independent artisans, subsistence farmers etc. There are a few points which I would wish to add to what you have said. I would suggest that all the studies dealing with market structures and the shares in individual markets controlled by BB can be well left aside, particularly now when it becomes increasingly obvious that individual BB firms keep their fingers in a multitude of different markets. Nevertheless, there is one statistical measure which not only may not be ignored, but must be given maximum attention. That is the distribution of profits among profit recipients. This can be established with the help of statistics of income, and although the data are all but satisfactory, they do show very clearly the process of concentration of profits. What matters from our standpoint, I think, is that it can be demonstrated that while under competitive capitalism the economic surplus tended to be broken up into a lot of individual morsels, unequal to be sure, but relatively small, under monopoly capitalism it accrues to a large extent to a handful of enterprises. If the smokescreen of legalities could be dispelled, and if companies under joint control could be treated as such, it would turn out that an even larger part of the total comes under the sway of only a few hundred controlling centers. This, rather than proportions of sales etc., is what really matters. Incidentally, a nice parallelism between this and the individual income situation. If the very unequal distribution of individual income accounts for underconsumption, the even more unequal distribution of profits tends to lead exogenous impulses apart to underinvestment. I do not quite see why the formal monopoly-oligopoly theory has to be entirely discarded. On the contrary, it would seem to me that Marxist economics could be enriched by taking into account some of the better parts of the monopoly-oligopoly theory. M himself paid little attention to it because he obviously felt, and rightly, that in his days it was not monopoly and oligopoly that represented the prevalent type of business, with competitive enterprise being the rule. At the present time it is exactly the other way around, and as he made full use of Smith-Ricardo in dealing with the competitive structure, we have to make full use of whatever may be the genuine achievements of the monopoly and oligopoly theory in bourgeois economics. The accent is clearly on the word genuine. For the greatest danger is always to be attracted by the worm and to swallow in the process the entire hook. Even if and when the bourgeois theory asserts that a market is controlled not by 5 firms but by 5 plus n and makes a great amount of noise about that n supposedly proving lack of concentration or what have you, it usually does recognize that the whole operation is run on the basis of price leadership, trade association deals etc., in other words, in a de facto monopolistic fashion. Once this is granted, the logic of monopoly-oligopoly behavior has to be considered and applied. What would seem to me crucial is the question as to what exactly that logic is. Does a monopolistic and oligopolistic enterprise maximize its profits in the textbook sense, or is their profit policy significantly different? In the first place, they do not maximize their profits in the short run, but rather their general profit position in the long run. Secondly, for reasons of public policy etc., they are willing to let a number of sidekicks to travel along without swallowing them up. Thirdly, the kink demand curve business prevents them from maximizing merely in the light of the market structure. Point 74, they have to consider the behavior of fellow oligopolists, and therefore they can raise their prices only if there is some cost factor that is common to all of them, wage increases, administrative expenses, taxes etc. This produces an altogether different form of business behavior, and this is where the sociology of BB comes in, explaining and exploring the mode of functioning of this new entrepreneur who is less anarchic than the competitive businessman, more cautious, more rational and more irrational. Directly related to it is the problem of class distribution of income, or of what determines the real wage, and conversely, the share of Y going into surplus. That the marginal productivity theory has nothing to contribute to that matter goes without saying. Its own assumptions are such that it cannot possibly claim to make such a contribution. But I am terribly uneasy about this cost of production of labor power theory because it is so damned circular. What is that cost of production? The socially necessary wage? And what is the socially necessary wage? The wage prevailing at any given time. In India and in similar places this is all simple. There it is the subsistence wage, pure and simple, with subsistence meaning pretty much physiological subsistence minimum. But in advanced countries, if you try to salvage the thing by saying the cost of production wage is the wage below which the worker would not perform, this gets you either nowhere, or into a morass of psychologism which is worse than nowhere. Why is the worker content to perform for $80 a week, permitting him to live the way he does, and does not insist on $100 which would allow him to live slightly better and not to go into debt? I got to think about it in approximately such terms. What one has to start with is the rate of accumulation of capital and the amount of capital needed to equip a worker under prevailing technological conditions. The former divided over the latter gives you the demand for workers. Yet this is not enough. The demand for workers is circumscribed by a crucially important limitation. This is the rate of return on capital, which is determined by the riskiness of investment, by alternative earning possibilities. With this constraint in operation, capitalists compete for workers. If the workers are in ample supply, competing with each other for jobs, they'll tend to push the wage below what would have been possible from the standpoint of the capitalist insistence on adequate returns. Profits would increase. This profits increase would not necessarily lead to an expansion of the demand for workers, but would more likely lead to a decline in Y. Therefore the workers would not benefit by it. If the workers are in short supply, they may manage to push the wage above what is acceptable to the capitalist. This would be, however, a very illusory victory. For the capitalist would immediately get busy introducing labor-saving devices, thus reducing the demand for labor, and more importantly still, particularly under conditions of monopoly, would raise prices so as to wipe out the gain in money wages and restore the right real wage. Trade unions under such circumstances have a larger role to play under conditions of underemployment than under conditions of prosperity. In the former situation they prevent the workers from engaging in cutthroat competition among themselves, and from reducing the wages unduly. In the latter situation, by pushing upward money wages, they promote technical progress and inflationary development. If this theory is at all worth anything, it makes the central issue: what is the rate of return that is considered by monopolistic and oligopolistic enterprise to be adequate, indispensable, etc. And this brings us right back into the sociology of BB, into its modus operandi, into its profit policies. I don't know what you think of it, but this is as far as I have ever got. By the way, the fixed markup concept that is generally accepted these days would point in the same direction, with the rate of return translated into terms of profits on sales. This is all for the day. Give my love to the family. Yours. S/Paul. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. February 3, 1957. Dear Paul. Being completely unable to do a stitch of work, I spend my time partly thinking about this inability and partly reading and meditating on subject matter. I have been outlining and organizing in my mind the psycho business. There is one particular line of thought which has been occupying me most of all, and to which I would very much want your reaction. I may have communicated it to you in one form or another before, still tell me what you think of it. In settling his accounts with Hegel, Marx undertook one fundamental departure. What Hegel treated as conflicts and contradictions in the realm of ideas, Marx understood and demonstrated to be contradictions and conflicts in reality. If in Hegel's universe of ideas those conflicts and contradictions were fought out and aufgehoben in the area of thought, with the absolute spirit moving onward and forward to the point at which reason finally prevails, Marx showed that the conflicts and contradictions being real conflicts and real contradictions can only be aufgehoben in the concrete class struggle in society. Why class struggle? Because in every societal constellation there is a class which benefits from the existing irrationality, while there is another class which experiences the brunt of that irrationality, carries its main burden, pays for it in blood, sweat, and tears. The Aufhebung, the elimination of the irrationality and its replacement by a more rational society becomes then the primary interest of that oppressed class, not merely the concern of rational criticism. That oppressed class paying the bill of the irrationality and fetishistic nature of the existing society was under feudalism the bourgeoisie. For this proposition to hold, it is essential to postulate the absolute pauperization of the working class. Relative pauperization wouldn't do. For if the working class experiences a more or less steady improvement of its living and working conditions, it may well consider that it is not rising fast enough, but this kind of a consideration leads to an effort to speed up that rise rather than to revolutionary action directed towards the Aufhebung of the whole business and towards the establishment of a more rational order. That such a possibility existed in reality, Marx somewhere suspected, and Engels explicitly recognized. Now comes Lenin, who understood fully this basic structure, and this, I think, is the full measure of his genius, and realized that with this structure the entire edifice of Marxian socialism stands and falls. And understanding this, he introduced a paramountly important amendment. The popular stratum bearing the brunt of capitalist irrationality is not necessarily the working class of the advanced capitalist countries. Au contraire, that class can become even a partner of the class deriving its benefits from the existing irrationality. Under conditions of imperialism, the sector of society that really pays the bill for the madness of the socio-economic system are the peoples inhabiting the underdeveloped, colonial, and dependent world. Socialist criticism of the capitalist system is once more anchored in an existing active, dynamic social force, rather than in imminent movements of reason. This social force is the complex, infinitely involved, and conflict-laden movement of the underdeveloped countries for national and social liberation. A movement which is partly led by the native bourgeoisies, partly by the native working classes, always requiring support from the native peasantry. With both, the bourgeoisie and the peasantry being inevitably ambivalent, this movement is bound to be a terribly tough one, slow, conflict-laden, and demanding supreme strategic skill. Jumping far ahead, it may well be said that this Leninian enrichment of the Marxian battleground assessment has proved to be a real vision of genius. Everything that has happened in the last 50 years has demonstrated that this is exactly where the dialectical struggle in reality takes place, that he has put his finger precisely on the dynamic social factor that bears the brunt of the prevailing irrationality and struggles for its Aufhebung. What is more, this particular social force lifts not merely the entire edifice of the existing society from its foundations in the backward countries, it undermines the capitalist order also in the advanced countries that depend for the relative satisfaction of their working classes on the exploitation of the colonial world. So far so good, and it makes all excellent sense, placing at the same time the struggle in the U/D countries in its proper historical perspective. And I am getting to what I am driving at. This whole business is perfectly okay with regard to both U/D countries and those advanced capitalist countries that really depend to a considerable extent on imperialist profits for the maintenance of domestic equilibrium, i.e. for the prevention of absolute pauperization at home. Such advanced countries are indubitably Britain and to an even more striking extent France. But what about the US? All the nonsense in Soviet writings notwithstanding, it is clear, I think, that the prevention of absolute pauperization in this country does not depend on imperialism in the strict sense of the word. It can be prevented, indeed a steady increase of living standards can be organized with the help of the internal resources of American capitalism. Given a certain degree of understanding on the part of the ruling class, a certain ability to eliminate the worst aspects of irrationality, U.S. capitalism can function without creating at home a class to whom this irrationality becomes increasingly unbearable. To be sure, it needs for that an imperialism of a special kind, what might be called a social order imperialism. It must maintain a vast military establishment to protect itself against the fate that may overcome the rest of the advanced capitalist world. It must go even further, and prevent the other advanced countries from going down, but what is crucial to my argument, it does not create in the process a dynamic, social force within the American society that is vitally interested in the aufhebung of the prevailing irrationality. On the contrary, the nation as a whole is faring better, even relative pauperization, which would not matter too much anyway, does not take place. Therefore the criticism of that irrationality, yours and mine and that of others, remains an ideational, Hegelian criticism, a criticism based on the immanent movement of reason and not on the concrete movement in society. This is the bottom of what you spoke about in connection with Starobin's book, of the émigré status of the American socialist, etc. 75. Bear with me on one further step. It is now becoming increasingly fashionable to say at this point, wait a minute, what you forget is that pauperization is only one, and one only form in which a class in society can bear the brunt of that society's irrationality and inability to provide for the development of man. There is another form, psychic deprivation, sexual repression, cultural misery, general discontent, boredom, aimlessness. All this leading at last to the problem in hand is indubitably true. The question, indeed the crucial question, remains, does this discontent, does this psychic, cultural etc. deprivation represent a basis for the formation and crystallization of a dynamic social force interested in the aufhebung of the existing social order? Indeed, the dissatisfaction, the cultural misery etc. affect all classes of society, but does this become the basis for a social movement against the capitalist system? To say this, as is now done with increasing frequency, is not only psychologism, not only an important, say, departure from Marxism, but I am afraid also wrong. For it is the nature of this dissatisfaction that, giving rise as it does to neuroses, it does not become a force against the prevailing irrationality and its mainstay, private property and the rest of the fetishistic ideology. On the contrary, it becomes the mainspring of a generally manifested aggressiveness, depression, sense of emptiness and purposelessness of life. This in turn is the basic component of the makeup of the fascist man, rather than of the liberating drive for a more rational social order. In different words, if the psycho-struggle takes the place of the class struggle in the good old sense, what this is likely to lead to is a protracted rotting of society, an extended misery affecting its ruling classes no less than its ruled classes, a general decadence Rome. Indeed, barbarism in the only meaningful sense of that Rosa Luxemburg alternative, 76, and it still is psychologism and faith in the immanent movement of reason to believe, as you occasionally indicated to do, that socialist forces would develop from seeing the example elsewhere, in other words from rationally comprehending the irrationality of the system in which the society exists. Bluntly, unless there is a class, a large and important segment of society that finds itself in its basic, material conditions of life in conflict with the organizational principles of that society, all criticism of those organizational principles, all confrontation of them with reason is bound to remain an ideational confrontation, an intellectual operation interesting, somewhere useful, perhaps even necessary sub specie aeternitatis, but still essentially pre-Marxian, Hegelian. For it is, to repeat it, the crux of the cruxes of the Marxian insight, that is the alliance, nay identity of the material needs of a class with the reason's criticism of the existing irrationality, that is the historically forward-driving engine, the motor promoting the entire movement. What we can do is to demonstrate the irrationality per se. The entire problem of the generation and utilization of the economic surplus is at the heart of this demonstration. It explains, I think, most of what has to be explained. Yet one has to be clear about the other side of the story. It does not eo ipso indicate the locus of the social force, of the class that is materially driven to the overthrow of the system providing for this mode of generation and utilization of the economic surplus. And this is the paramountly important gap from the viewpoint of Marxism. You may think offhand that this is all only tenuously related to the psycho job. I would not think so. It is my feeling that it is really at the center of the whole matter. but now I would want to hear what you think of all that, for I believe that we have to face it all and to face it squarely. Love. /S Paul. P.S. PMS to PAB. Cambridge, Mass. February 6, 1957. Dear Paul. A couple of remarks about wages, relative shares, etc., while they are in my mind. I do not advocate adoption of a cost of production theory of wages in any literal sense. But I think the approach of that theory is right and that cost of production plays a good deal more of a role than neoclassical theory assigns to it. The most striking fact, to me, is the relative stability of average real wages. I just recently calculated the figure for 1956. It hasn't yet got up to the 1945 figure, and since salaries are included and so are employer contributions to Social Security trust funds, it is hard to see how there can have been anything but a fall in the average real wage. I frankly can't quite understand this result. It seems too far out of line with physical figures on sales of consumer goods. To be sure, the 1945 wage included a lot more saving, and much consumption in Swisken has been financed by consumer credit. Also, it is probable that the rich and the drittpersonen have been taking a larger share of consumer goods. But is this enough to explain the discrepancies? Is there something drastically wrong with the statistics? In any case, for what they are worth, they indicate that in the short run one cannot go far wrong in following Bortkiewicz and treating the real wage as given. 77. The problem then becomes to explain the long-run changes, and their factors like cost of production and the mores of the country can quite properly be brought into the picture without necessarily involving circular reasoning. Damn it all, this whole subject is in a most unsatisfactory state, and unfortunately it is crucial to the whole determination of the surplus. A few very brief comments on your special of February 3rd. I don't know about the absolute pauperization business. I am inclined to think that as a matter of historical fact it would be very difficult to show that revolutionary classes have been moved by a pauperization trend. This whole business is very complicated, but I would hesitate to get mixed up in what might easily turn out to be a trap and basically irrelevant, too. The real point is that the advanced capitalist systems have been able to domesticate their working classes, and there is no compelling reason to assume that this must come to an end. They are not to be treated as revolutionary or potentially revolutionary material, on that we agree. Lenin saw the point but refused to admit to himself the whole horror of it from the point of view of traditional Marxism. Hence he invented the theory of the corrupted labor aristocracy betraying the true instincts of the working masses. This theory has since continuously led to illusions in the Western communist movement. The fact is that there is hardly anything to it. The masses are as reformist as their leaders. Agreed 100% that it is the backwards that are the new prime movers. This Lenin saw with brilliant clarity also that the path of advance for them is certain to be extremely rough and long. Agreed, also, that the US is not fatally dependent on imperialism, or at any rate that so much imperialism as may be essential, in Canada and Latin America, chiefly, can be held in line for a long time to come. The US may also be able to support the other advances for a long time, but that is less certain and in any case is not crucial. We don't know enough about how a two-system world will work or what effects the one system will have on the other to say that the US cannot do anything but stagnate into barbarism. The experience of Japan, where the ruling class itself carried out a revolution from above to prevent being overwhelmed by the superior system, gives much food for thought here. But the truth is that this is one of those problems which we just don't yet have the facts and experience to solve. Finally, whatever view one may take of the US road to socialism, our work has much greater meaning than merely in relation to a hypothetical future US socialist movement. The success of the socialist world and of the colonial independence movement depends in large part on dealing correctly with the problem of the United States. And for that, genuine knowledge and understanding are essential. And though it may sound vain or incongruous to say it, we just happen to be the only ones who can provide those commodities. So I would say that at one remove we can play an absolutely crucial role in the real movement and are by no means limited to the ideational confrontation of reason with irrational reality. This raises a nice question: can the whole US left play such a role? If not, what other role is there for it? Here I think perhaps your dilemma holds full sway. But there is a role for those who are capable of rising above their situation and comprehending the laws of motion of the dying system, for that system happens to be embodied in the USA and only those are able to study it at first hand who live in its body. More later I must get at the ROM. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. March 5, 1957. Dear Paul. The more I think about our magnum opus, the more I become convinced that the thing should be organized along the lines suggested by the subtitle, The Generation and Absorption of the Economic Surplus. Part I should deal with the former problem, Part 2 with the latter. The first part therefore should begin with the analysis of the profit maximization process under monocap, the nature of the maximizing agent, distribution of the social product as between the profit sector and the wage sector, wage and price theory, bargaining between the corporations and unions, etc. The second part would address itself to the mode of utilization of the surplus, state, imperialism, and the entire penumbra of wasteful activities. The last, then, undoubtedly crisscrosses with the first part, in particular with regard to the problem of surplus shifting, which I consider to be the real nub of the whole business, but this is inevitable, and does no harm. A book is an organic whole where matters appear and reappear in different settings. In the second part, subspecies surplus waste, comes the whole cultural, psychological, etc. situation. Russell Lyne's expression surfeit of honey is excellent. I don't know what you think of this, but it appears to me to be a simple and straightforward story. The division of labor does not follow from it automatically, but in further concretization it will easily emerge. I am now thinking more in terms of the second part, you apparently more in terms of the first, but again, there will be crisscrosses. I shall make up an outline, and send it to you within the next few days. So much for today. As ever. S/Paul. P.S. 78. March 10, 1957. The Supreme Court hearing was very exciting. I had never been in the building before and was fascinated with the almost intimacy of the courtroom itself compared with the vast corridors. Paul sat with the rest of the visitors and was ignored by the justices. They probably didn't even know he was there. Tom Emerson was excellent. He followed his brief fairly closely, but asked to reserve part of his time for the end, when re-answered a point Wyman had raised about Paul's answering the question on believing in communism. Emerson argued that the questioning violated Paul's rights as protected by the First Amendment, even though the answers might be pertinent in that they would prove if Paul had advocated force and violence. Wyman protested the First Amendment roadblock, which he said Emerson was trying to use to keep pertinent questions from being asked. Emerson and others felt that there is a possibility that the court may decide it on the first, but more likely on the preemption issue, which was the basis of the Nelson decision. There isn't any rule about when a decision will be handed down. No one knows. At one point Chief Justice Warren asked Wyman if any students in the class had been questioned to find out what Dr. Sweezy said. Wyman replied in a pious tone that he wouldn't think of asking a student to inform on his teacher. Warren said, "Then you would rather probe a man's mind and beliefs than find out the facts from someone who could tell you?" At another point Warren replied to Wyman's implied charge that Paul advocated force and violent change under some circumstances by reading from the record the section where Paul had testified that he thought socialism would come to the U.S. but by peaceful means. Our friends all felt that the majority of the court was favorably disposed to Paul, and we went out and had a victory drink to celebrate. PMS to PAB. Cambridge, Mass. May 2, 1957. Dear Paul, I am rereading Veblen's Theory of Business Enterprise, and it is in many ways an astonishing performance. Almost all the correct conclusions are there. What is weak is the supporting theory, though even that has many brilliant insights. but the strange thing is that one simply doesn't really get all this out of Veblen unless one has already worked it out for oneself. Then, but only then, one can see clearly enough that it is there. I find this a most interesting phenomenon requiring careful analysis. Why did Veblen fail to get his really important messages across and yet succeed so well with some of his secondary ones? It won't do to say that this is wholly a matter of the receptivity of his audience, because the radical left failed to understand him just as much as the supporters of the status quo did. In any case, I am now delighted that I have got committed to serious Veblen work. It will be worthwhile for the opus, and it is high time the man should get his due from someone in a position to understand what he was really trying to say. I shall be interested to hear whether your reaction to the leisure class is at all similar. Hastily. /S Paul. P.S. I will make a list of the passages in Theory of Business Enterprise which will give you the meat of the book. He is much too repetitious, and there is no need to read more than about a fifth to a quarter of the total. You can probably use such a list and review TBE in conjunction with your own consideration of TLC. PMS to PAB. Saturday, AM. Dear Paul. By the way, what would you think of asking Shlomo to do a review of the new Schlesinger book for MR 79, or do you think it would be better to wait until more volumes are available? And on this subject, did you see the really very interesting review of that opus by Bill Williams in The Nation of March 23 RD.80? The idea that 1929 ET-Sec was the first crisis of the full-fledged corporate order rather than the last of Schlesinger's old order really raises important issues, something which ordinarily falls outside the province of American historians. I am not sure about the main point, and my rereading of V's Theory of Business Enterprise has increased my doubts. Consider the following. It might even be a tenable generalization, though perhaps unnecessarily broad, to say that for a couple of decades past the normal condition of industrial business has been a mild but chronic state of depression, and that any marked departure from commonplace dull times has attracted attention as a particular case calling for a particular explanation. And again, it may be said that chronic depression, more or less pronounced, is normal to business under the fully developed regime of the machine industry. Elsewhere, he states as a matter of obvious fact that all competent observers would agree that for the last several decades chronic depression had been the state of U.S. business. All this seems to suggest that all of us, including Steindl especially, have been rather late in dating the arrival of stagnation and maturity. On the other hand, Veblen's own theory suggests an interesting alternative explanation of the whole matter. He explains chronic depression as resulting from competition, never mind the modus operandi at the moment, but it obviously is not nonsense, not from monopoly, and he argues that the trust movement is a reaction to depression-inducing competition, with the implication, and perhaps in places explicit statement, that monopolization is an effective remedy. What he clearly didn't see, or at any rate didn't develop, was that monopoly would also induce chronic depression, though by a different modus operandi. Following this line of argument, one could reason that Williams is right, i.e. that 1929 ET-Sec was the first onset of chronic depression, monopoly variety, and in this sense the first crisis of a new order. It was, of course, delayed until 1929 primarily by World War I. I am inclined to favor this interpretation. One of its great advantages is that it permits a devastating answer to those who would remedy present troubles by a return to competition that would merely be jumping out of the frying pan into the fire. One requires in this connection a more fully developed theory of chronic depression than Veblen provides. The task should not be too difficult. One needs only to show that if the price system works as the classics assumed it would, it will maintain the equilibrium of the system via progressively raising consumption at the expense of accumulation. In other words, prices will fall with rising productivity sufficiently to clear the market. This will, however, put a permanent brake on investment and hence the growth of income. In a nutshell, chronic depression under competition is a matter of too small profits to fuel the capitalist engine, under monopoly of too much profits to find investment outlets. There is no happy medium, and the system only genuinely prospers when exogenous forces are so strong as to overcome depressive tendencies. Curiously, the same kind of exogenous forces work in both kinds of chronic depression. After all, what is wanted is outside stimulation of effective demand. Hence some of Veblen's most brilliant and modern-sounding formulations. Damn it, what all this suggests to me right now is that the opus needs a hell of a lot more histo-ire-raisoni than we have been planning to include. What's the use of expanding the scope by getting new ideas when one doesn't even get to writing down old ones? What is especially frustrating is that I become more and more convinced that the opus can be the work on the last phase of capitalism, and achievement of genuine historic significance. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. May 11 th, 1957. Dear Paul. Classes, meetings, campus chores of all kinds, rendezvous with Nikki combined with a psycho state that is very near rock bottom reduce my capacity to work and output to zero. This state causes further depressions, and further depressions aggravate this state. The dynamics of misery is as pernicious as it is compelling. For a few days I was meaning to answer your letters of May 2 ND and 4 th, but did not get around to it, partly for the above reasons, and partly because I was engrossed in deep thought about some of the problems that they touch upon. And the more deep thought there is, the more I become convinced that what our opus calls for is a theoretical introduction which would clarify once and for all the basic theoretical structure to the whole story. Without such a theoretical part, all notions like depression, stagnation, but also all that one might say about the corporate structure, culture, etc. hang in the air or stand on legs so brittle that intelligent prose can knock them out without too much trouble. The difficulty of getting at a satisfactory theoretical concept is, I think, related to the necessity of departing even further than I originally believed from the conventional economics apparatus. What I am trying to get at is the following: you take a harmonious model, you get essentially the following picture: V is a constant ratio of Y, the share of S consumed by the capitalists is a constant ratio of Y, the capital/output coefficient does not perceptibly change. In that case the investable share of S can always be reinvested, the resulting increment in output is split into workers' consumption, capitalists' consumption, and investment in the old way, and the merry-go-round can continue ad infinitum. This business can be and has been attacked with reference to each of the assumptions involved. It was argued that V is a declining share of Y, it has been argued that consumption out of V declines with workers saving messing up the situation, it has been argued that capitalists' consumption out of S declines. All this would enter what might be called the family of underconsumption theories. And all this is unprovable within the framework of conventional notions. It has also been argued that the capital/output coefficient becomes increasingly more favorable, that for every additional dollar of investment you get an ever-increasing increment of income or output. This, I think, is also unprovable. In fact, the opposite may well be true. If this were the end of the story, the merry-go-rounders would be unbeatable. Where the dog is buried is that the concept of V is unsatisfactory. Point 81. For what matters is that the V accruing to the workers engaged in the productive process is a declining share of the total value of output. This is completely obscured by taking all of V paid out in society. Yet this, let us call it surface V, represents itself as the productive V plus all such V as is paid out of S. If there were no V paid out of S, the underconsumption phenomenon would be visible in its entirety. As it is, V spent on wasteful activities added to V spent on productive workers add up to an aggregate V representing a constant share of Y, which overthrows the basic tenet of the underconsumption theory. It overthrows it, however, only in the superficial sense that it can be shown that C remains a constant share of Y. The underconsumption theory, properly interpreted and developed, must demonstrate that this Keynesian C only remains constant because of a growing component of waste in it. Interestingly enough, the underconsumption theory in this framework becomes less of an economic depression theory and more of a cultural degradation theory. Furthermore, not seeing this forces the Kuczynskis and co. into desperate efforts to twist and bend statistics, trying to prove that real income of workers etc. does decline where it actually does not, although it is beside the point. 82. But, how come that the mechanism is in the position to continually shift parts of S into wasteful consumption? Under competition it really could not, nor was it then very urgent. Under competition what was wasted instead was a good part of S that was going into investment. The shifting of large parts of S into wasteful consumption is only possible under conditions of monopoly where wasteful consumption becomes elevated to the status of necessary costs. And here comes in the shifting problem: the more wasteful consumption is needed in the subsequent period because a large part of it comes back into S. In PEOG this is somehow presented, but actually neither clearly enough nor completely enough. Not that I know exactly how specifically to go about properly presenting it, but I am persuaded that this must be done, if we are really to make a major theoretic step forward. In a sense we have to go beyond Marx by showing clearly that under advanced capitalism the notions V and S no longer suffice. The merry-go-rounders can win their point by setting up, so to say, an equation in which good C plus bad C plus good I plus bad I equals Y at full employment. The question that has to be answered: are there any limits to the possibility of expansion of bad C plus bad I other than their intrinsic irrationality? This is where I am at my wit's end. The answer to this one I don't know, and the answer to this one is obviously what most readers want badly. On the other hand, a theoretical service of major proportions would be performed, if one would show beyond dispute the essentiality of bad C plus bad I for the stability of the system. Such a demonstration hinges obviously on the ability to show that necessary V is a declining portion of Y. I have the feeling that all this brings the underconsumption theory on a higher level and may actually constitute an important development in the theory of Marxism. Here all Veblen'ians would fall into their place, but more as hunches and brilliant formulations than as actual theoretic insights. As so frequently, Veblen did not fully understand his own insights. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. Sunday morning. Dear Paul. What impresses me most is that if one wants to do anything more than surface theorizing, one cannot accept a solitary bourgeois notion without getting under its skin, without dialectic analysis. Indeed, it would seem, what could be more innocent and unambiguous than the notion consumption? Yet in the way in which it is treated in bourgeois writings is implied an entire universe of apologetics. Having looked over my treatment in PEOG, I have come to the conclusion that it is quite inadequate. I am somehow coming out in the right place at the end, but for the wrong reasons. For if one says that mass consumption or wages represent a constant share of Y and leaves it at that, one actually gives the show away. Everything that I go on saying about the difficulty of investment under mono cap is okay, but a Schumpeterian-minded neo-harmonic could answer that those are all short-run frictional disturbances, of no major consequence in the long run. If /Y is constant, then in the long run it may well be assumed that there will be enough opportunity for investment to satisfy this consumption unless something very awkward should happen to the capital/output coefficient. It has to be clearly shown that the whole thing is a continual struggle against underconsumption. In other words, if left to itself, if only normal, productive, reasonable consumption is considered, then the ratio of consumption to Y tends to fall. For that ratio to stay constant or thereabouts, consumption has to be artificially blown up. All sorts of wasteful forms of it become indispensable. It is only together with these wasteful forms of consumption that total consumption is from time to time a sufficiently large share of Y. As soon as the wasteful forms of consumption cease to absorb a sufficient quantity of resources, the underconsumption breaks through. Only in periods in which investment is more than proportional, in other words if there are major industrialization phases, is it possible to dispense with wasteful consumption, to permit underconsumption to take its course. All this has to be worked out in very precise and detailed terms to make the whole story watertight. I am kind of tempted to write an article criticizing PEOG, but maybe it would be preferable to let it go for a while, and to develop the whole thing anew in our opus. In that case, what would seem to be indicated would be to do part I, the theoretical framework which would actually lay the foundations for what would come later. What do you think? The fundamental difficulty is how does one demonstrate really well the inherent decline of good consumption? I have various ideas on that, but they are all kind of hazy. The manpower approach is probably the best. Whatever comments you may have would be most welcome. If you think that I should try do such a piece of self-criticism, where could one print it? It would be kind of too technical and too heavy for Mr. SNS. Tautatoy. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. May 14, 1957. Dear Paul. The enclosed review by Joan, in my considered opinion, is a stinker, and I must say that I am both surprised and disappointed. 83 You seem to have needled her, probably the derogatory attitude toward her world, and she is obviously getting back at you. But it is a petty performance on her part. The very best of Cambridge Keynesian economists, and she is that simply cannot surmount their environment. Actually, I'm afraid that goes for the whole US and British profession. Oh well, subspecie aeternitatis, things will look different. One final point, we still are committed to publish the review of the Moore book, but it's too late for the June issue. Please don't forget it. But the main point is the Veblen. We really must have that, or the special issue will be badly mutilated. After all, The Theory of the Leisure Class is a key book and it has to be included. So please don't let us down on that. This should be your first priority task between now and June 1.84. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. 927 Mercedes Avenue, Los A1TOS, Cal. May 20, 1957. Dear Paul. The more I think about chapters 3 and 4, the more I become convinced that they need the kind of a revision of which I wrote to you before. I really think that bourgeois economics not only does not help understanding matters but actually paralyzes one's ability to think. If instead of following the Keynesian procedure one would treat everything that is not productive investment as consumption, one would immediately realize the difference between natural consumption generated by the productive process and makeshift consumption artificially promoted in order to avoid the underconsumption situation. The economic surplus would become clearly visible as an increasing share of national output, with the problem of its utilization equally visible as the central problem of the system. The way I treat it, accepting the constancy of the consumption share in Y, is analytically pernicious, because it really leaves the question open why there should be an overflow of surplus. All this must be straightened out in our opus. We have to start with a good, well-considered theoretical part explaining the mechanics of this whole business, and making it clear that bourgeois fetishism reaches so far that even most elementary statistical information cannot be taken at face value. If it is not possible to say anything reasonable about profits on the basis of published profit data, so it is not possible to say anything sensible about consumption on the basis of consumption statistics, or even wage statistics. All this has to be worked out, and I wonder what might be the best procedure for clarifying the whole thing in our minds. Maybe a systematic exchange of memos would bring us a step further. I think that I know now what I want to say about the theory of the leisure class, and the problem reduces itself to saying it. If nothing catastrophic happens, you'll get the article in time. Love. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Mon AM. Dear Paul. I haven't time for a proper answer to your letters re opus theory on May 11 and 12. But a few notes are in order while certain points are in mind. There is no disagreement on the general substantive arguments, but my reaction to the idea of a preliminary or separate Auseinandersetzung with creators of harmonic models is distinctly negative. I do not believe that our crucial theses can be established by way of disputation with Taganjon and co. They can only be established by way of analysis of the essence of the big business system. To put the matter in the smallest nutshell, our first job is to set up our own model which correctly reflects the real relations of the system, demonstrate its contradictions, and show how out of these contradictions there emerge the decisive surface phenomena of capitalist reality, waste, imperialism, armaments, cultural degradation, etc. After this job has been done, but not until then, the confrontation with the neo-harmonikers can fruitfully take place. Hence I stick to something like the order of indicated in my 6 lectures on American capitalism notes, of which you have the first 4 lectures. Methodology. The sociology of big biz. The interplay of prices, money, wages, and technology. The rock-bottom tendency to rising surplus and chronic depression. The counteracting forces, selling costs, waste in production, government. Why government role takes the destructive path rather than the constructive. The social, political, and cultural consequences. How all this compares and contrasts with the received orthodoxies. Thus you see that what you propose to put first I think must come last. And my feeling is that we ought to start actual operations by your doing and my doing above. I have just reread the letters to compare with the foregoing, and I am more convinced than ever that there is perfect agreement on substance. The difference is of procedure. You say that the fundamental difficulty is how does one demonstrate really well the inherent decline of good consumption. The answer, I think, is clear. One shows what happens to a big biz model deprived of selling costs, wasteful methods of production, government orders for armaments, etc. Then one shows how and why these are necessary and how they are generated, not as Dei ex machinis but out of the actual pressures and compulsions acting on the main classes and groups in the system. I don't quite understand what you mean when you say that the manpower approach is probably best for demonstrating the inherent decline of goods. The inner dynamics have to do with wages, prices, and productivity, not with manpower in any sense that I can readily give to the term. However, if you mean that analyzing occupational trends is the best way of showing how these underlying tendencies leave their traces in the surface statistics, then I agree entirely. But the two problems elucidating the dynamics and measuring the outward effects should not be mixed up. Further, it must always be kept in mind that the most important effects are nothing more nor less than the American way of life, which has statistical dimensions but cannot be forced into a statistical mold to satisfy the Philistines of orthodoxy. Next time you write, react specifically to the above outline and suggested modus procedendi. We need a new agreed outline and specific assignments so that the work of excavation and foundation building can get underway. I am taking on nothing beyond the Cole review and the Veblen stuff. As soon all that is attended to, opus comes next. Point 85 NB that Veblen must come first not only for me but also for you. Love. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. May 22, 1957. Dear Paul. Yesterday's Christian Science Monitor contains what ought to become a classic remark in a piece by one Dr. Misha H. Fair, professor of Russian at Middlebury College. Fair is reporting on a trip to the USSR. He discovers that some university students are devoted to US jazz. Then, when I ribbed them that after all they were building socialism and should not worry about such trifles as boogie-woogie, one of them replied, "It is good to build socialism, but oh how wonderful it would be to live somewhere else while it is being built." I submit that there in a nutshell is the basic dilemma of the world today. Hastily. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Cambridge. May 29, 1957. Memo. 2, PAB. From, PMS. Subject, Methodological Chapter. Be sure to read Veblen's 4-page introductory chapter to the Theory of Business Enterprise. Absolutely first-rate and so far above the level of modern orthodox economics that there is simply no comparison. In fact, this is the only place that I know of where it is explained that big business is what is essential in modern capitalism, why it is essential, and hence why its analysis must be the core of a theory of the modern economic situation. What V is really calling for is a rigorous analysis of a stripped-down model of a big business economy. The pity is that he didn't follow up this insight and do the job rigorously. Instead, he contents himself with a very loose-jointed analysis which is often too amorphous even to be confidently pinned down. But here, as elsewhere, the insights are incredibly keen and profound. PMS to PAB. Cambridge. June 8, 1957. Dear Paul. You make some very good points in the Veblen piece 86 just received, but there are some changes which I hope you will make to protect yourself against justified criticism, so that you can see the tone we intend to set for the issue. This does not mean that I want you to fall in line with it, but only that I would like you to be able to take account of it. A couple of points I forgot to mention in yesterday's letter. Somewhere, you call Veblen a bourgeois thinker. I don't happen to think he was. He not only believed the bourgeois order to be transitory, but he also believed it unworthy to survive. But whether you are right or I am right needn't be debated. The point is that in the context it is a term of derogation which is out of place, and even more important, it will strike many readers as quite incongruous. I had a feeling all the way through your paper that there was something wrong about your attribution to Veblen of the ideals of productivity and frugality or abstemiousness, but I couldn't think of how to express the matter better. Frugality and abstemiousness both have a connotation of a desire to economize and save, not to spend something which one has available for spending. I don't think this was Veblen's attitude. What he was moved by, both in his personal life to judge from Dorfman's biography and in his social criticism, was a taste for simplicity, functionalism, and non-ostentation. He didn't care about having a big income out of which to save, he just wanted enough to live on simply. But Dorfman says somewhere that his wardrobe was well stocked and of good quality. This suggests that there may have been a contradiction in Veblen's ideals. Doesn't productivity logically imply bigger incomes and more costly consumption? Very possibly there was just such a contradiction, and that's the end of the matter. But I'm not sure and want to check in some of the later essays to see if he didn't have some positive ideas about what should be done with the fruits of greater productivity. I have a feeling that the engineers and the price system may have something on this matter. Finally, one must remember in evaluating Veblen that he was a satirist, and one must not take everything at face value. I have as little use as anyone for the view that he was primarily or wholly a satirist. This is the fashionable view nowadays. But the element should not be forgotten. If possible, will you send back 2 corrected copies of your MS, one to Cambridge and one to New York? I may be leaving before you can get it back, in which case it would save at least a day to have the 2 copies sent simultaneously. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. June 11, 1957. Dear Paul. The fixed Veblen piece was mailed to you late last night, and this morning I received your letter of the 9th together with the introduction. Reading both made me even more keenly aware than I was before of the difference in our basic feeling tone about Veblen. To be sure, I have no strong views or emotions on that matter, in fact hate to argue about it since you obviously know and thought about it more than I ever did. The only thing that is clear is that there is not much more that I can do to adjust my article. It is quite impossible to change its tone piecemeal, and the way it stands now it has either to go or to be thrown away. And believe me, whichever way you decide is entirely agreeable to me. As to the substance of the matter, we apparently disagree seriously on the general locus of Veblen in the history of thought. You consider him a socialist, a man on the left, a writer whose vision was surpassed only by that of Marx. If I were to put my appraisal of him into a comparable nutshell, I would say that he was a radical all right, but of the wild Schwardener Spiessberger variety, with lots of brilliant insights but of the hunch type. In one word, that he was in the ideological line of succession nearer to being a forebear of the Nazis than to representing a part of the socialist tradition. Indeed, his productivity-cum-frugality ideal, his psychology, his biology, his business versus industry argument, his technocracy all add up more to an intellectual profile reminiscent of Alfred Rosenberg and Gottfried Feder rather than of Marx. The Nazis had all of this in their intellectual arsenal. They also spoke of races, instincts, of Schaffens gegen Raffens Kapital. They also said, wenn ich das Wort Kultur höre, and sicher ich meinen Revolver. Nor do I think is the similarity altogether fortuitous, the Nazis at their best were also radicals, were also anti-capitalist in a way, had also notions of socialism, planning, etc. Please, don't misunderstand me, I am not saying or even suggesting that Veblen was subjectively anywhere near the Nazis, I am not saying or even suggesting that he wouldn't have abhorred them were he alive at the time of their advance to power. All I am trying to say is that by judging a man's objective performance, his objective place in the evolution of ideologies, one should not judge him by what he thinks of himself, by his radicalism, or even by his intelligence and perspicacity. He must be judged by the kind of scientific intellectual outlook that he represents, by the mode of his argument, by the implications of his philosophy, etc. You could ask at this point, why then at all bother with Veblen? And my answer to this would be that one has to bother with Veblen precisely because he looks so close to socialism, looks so close to Marxism, because he represents the furthest going position taken by petty bourgeois protest. I would hold that he has to be analyzed in terms of dialectical materialism, rather than accepted with reservations. This incidentally, refers also to your remark that he should not be called a bourgeois thinker. Needless to say, I do not care about the word. What matters, however, is again the same point, whether a man is or is not a bourgeois or any other kind of thinker does not depend on what he thinks he is, or for that matter on what the general public may think he is. Your example is unfortunate. It so happens that in this particular case the Pravda scribe was wrong. But he was wrong not because you don't consider yourself to be a bourgeois economist and because I don't think so and all of the country does not. He was wrong only if you are objectively not a bourgeois economist but a socialist economist. This is not a matter to be settled by a vote in which the object is permitted to cast his vote too. In fact, if this criterion were accepted, if the opinion of the man of himself or even the opinion of lots of other people of him were decisive, neither Edward Bernstein nor Proudhon, neither Tikhon Baranovsky nor Henry George would qualify as bourgeois thinkers. But they were. Veblen no doubt hated the capitalist system and considered it to be transitory. This still would be wholly compatible with his being a bourgeois thinker if his entire mode of thought, his set of philosophical concepts became part and parcel of a bourgeois ideology. And interestingly enough, this is precisely what happened. All such notions as conspicuous consumption, pecuniary emulation, etc., corresponding as they do to the innermost feelings of a frustrated petty bourgeois, have become integral parts of the progressive muckraking type liberal social science. To repeat, I do not maintain that my way of looking at the matter is correct, and that yours is wrong. All I submit is that my way of looking at it is a possible way, and perhaps even a way more in keeping with the tradition. But the tradition may be wrong, I may be wrong in interpreting it, and in any case pay no attention to all of this if you don't feel like it. So much for today. Love. S/Paul. PMS to PAB. June 13, 1957. Dear Paul. The Veblen problem raises some very interesting questions which we should not let drop but which I haven't the time to tackle at the moment. Basically, of course, it's a problem where the total judgment, as it were, comes first and largely determines the weight to be given to various matters of detail. I suppose it's always that way in interpreting intellectual history, but this just happens to be a very clear case. Anyway, I continue to think my general position is right without in any way wanting to be dogmatic about it. Your revised MS reduces what I considered to be the vulnerability of the first draft, and will add interest to the issue. I never considered leaving it out because it doesn't agree with the editorial line, of course. Do you have any objection to my sending your letter of Tuesday to Sol? His reaction should be interesting and useful. He has been a collector of Vebleniana for many years and has a high regard for the man, but he is of course much brighter than Davis. I have been trying for quite some time to persuade Sol to do the full-length study of V that I think is needed and which I think he is better equipped than anyone else to undertake. The correspondence might spur him into action. All for now. /S Paul. P.S. I opened up the envelope to jot down 2 points for later consideration, the points which I consider to be decisive against your theory of an affinity between Veblen on the one hand and Feder et al. On the other. Veblen's hostility to private property was by no means confined to the financial variety, it was to absentee ownership en general, which he defined in almost exactly the same way that Marx defined capital. His treatment of the financial element in absentee ownership is 100% orthodox Hilferding Lenin. Veblen's absolutely consistent anti-nationalism, and his profound understanding that whenever the system gets into trouble it has recourse to national politics. It was on the basis of these insights, or whatever you want to call them, that he saw through the German Social Democrats long before Lenin did, and that he immediately recognized the Bolsheviks as the true bearers of the revolutionary tradition. It is a pretty good and safe principle that the sheep can be separated from the goats by their respective attitudes toward the Russian Revolution. Measure Veblen by this yardstick and you will find that he emerges several heads taller than the vast majority of those belonging to the organized socialist movement. Think it over. PAB to PMS. June 17, 1957. Dear Paul. The news about the Supreme Court is superb. 87. My most cordial congratulations on a terribly important victory. It should actually turn a new leaf in the whole business of witch hunting. More people may find strength to invoke the First rather than the Fifth Amendment. I wish I could raise a glass of something nice and chilly in honor of the occasion, in particular since it is subhumanly hot. As far as the Veblen issue itself is concerned, I have ever more the feeling that what matters in this as in many similar instances are nuances, one might almost say shades of philosophical doctrine that distinguish one position from another. To overlook those and to concentrate on the more bulky parts of the story is frequently most misleading. If you try to think out the differences between Marxism on one side and positivism and pragmatism on the other, you will also find lots of similarities. The crux of the thing, however, is in the tiny differences which when followed through in their implications account for the entire hiatus between bourgeois social sciences and Marxism. Lenin's greatness was perhaps less in the way in which he wrote Empiria criticism but in his grasping the essentiality of the problem. It's over 90 degrees in my chalet and more outside. California climate. Yours prostrate. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Cambridge. June 21, 1957. Dear Paul. A quickie to bring matters up to date. The court decision, having made me into something of a celebrity for a few days, has added to the burdens on my time pleasurably to be sure, but none the less noticeably. No time now for more on the Veblen question. I have a feeling that the basic problem in a case of this kind may be more one of strategy than of doctrine. Both positive and negative elements are present, and the question is, can one make use of and absorb the positive without being corrupted and or overwhelmed by the negative? When a new corpus of ideas is struggling to establish itself, it has to guard its own purity and fight against the similar more energetically than against the obviously hostile. Hence the vigor of Engels' attack on Dühring, of Lenin's polemic against the positivists, etc. You would treat Veblen in this tradition. My argument would be that times change and we should change with them. There is no danger of Veblen corrupting the world socialist movement any longer, and there is much relating to the special and enormously important case of U.S. capitalism that can be got from him. All of which argues for a basically positive attitude combined with a firm exposure of errors and correction of weaknesses. As I think I mentioned in one of my latest letters, I am trying to persuade Sol to undertake a full dress review of the whole Veblen problem. He obviously has the right combination of qualities to do a good job. His initial reaction is that he would love to but can't afford the time. If you ever have any ideas about how he might be subsidized for the duration, please pass them on to me. YRS/S Paul. PAB to PMS. 927, Mercedes Avenue, Los Altos, California, July 21, 1957. Dear Paul. I have read and reread a couple of times the attached lecture notes, and have come to the conclusion that there seems to be a certain not substantive but procedural disagreement between us. To wit, it is my feeling that what is required is not merely an analysis of the working principles of the American BB economy, but a study focused on the questions that are in the center of people's interest at the present time. Those questions, if I understand the situation correctly, are: what is the quality of performance of American capitalism? To what extent is the system capable of furthering the health and happiness of American people? What are the prospects for American capitalism to provide for full employment, economic growth, and development of productive resources? How is the situation in the U.S. linked up with the developments in the outside world? If this is right, then the proper modus procedendi is to start with those questions and to say that in order to answer them such and such knowledge is needed. And faithful to the fundamental tradition of Marxism, the operation has to be conducted throughout critically, that is in continual auseinandersetzen with the prevailing doctrine. If one begins the way the lectures do, one tends to beg the issue, and is liable to be confronted with the question, so what? Assume that all we say about the changing role of BB, about its price policies and output policies and polities with regard to technology, assume that all of this is right. What follows from it? Do not misunderstand me, I do not mean to say that you do not address yourself to the principal question. I have merely the feeling that you do it in an indirect kind of a way, more by implication than by squarely facing it. Thus, e.g., the IAA question why there is a tendency in the system to generate more and more surplus is neither properly asked nor anywhere properly answered. The existence of that tendency is merely asserted and then repeatedly referred to. In connection with it a statement is made which, indeed, represents the nerve center of the whole thing: upshot, a tendency for the producer's share to decline and the surplus to rise provides for welfare and can generate full employment, growth, etc. Harmony models and what they actually assume. This is all wrong. In actual fact the producer's share does decline, but this calls for extensive discussion and qualifications. Truly productive workers receive a declining share. Therefore surplus has a tendency to grow. This tendency counteracted by various developments, but primarily by expansion of unproductive consumption which becomes institutionalized. What could not be done under competition becomes natural under monopoly capitalism. Costs need not be minimized if nobody minimizes them. And here comes in on a broad front sociology and morphology of BB, its policies with regard to prices, output and investment, etc., etc. By the way, an interesting point, in the Joint Committee study, also in latest BW, worry is expressed about the more favorable capital/output ratio. Could there be a more manifest proof of the system's craziness than unhappiness about such a development? Thereafter the resulting imperialist consequences, state, and all, and after that the entire cultural mess. I would entirely agree with you that we should go out of the way of all cyclical stuff. I share your suspicion that the whole bizcycle affair may be a huge trap which even KM was unable to escape, that in reality there has been through the entire history of capitalism a continual tendency towards depression and stagnation, a tendency from time to time counteracted and frustrated by various exogenous forces. Difference between this and Schumpeter and Co., the frustrated tendency was not one towards stationary state and slow expansion, but towards depression. What do you think of all this? What this approach would call for is essentially the adherence to the original Chicago outline except for addition of a longish theoretical chapter in the beginning and some reordering of the material. Class distribution of income etc. must be tackled in a preliminary way right at the outset so as to get at the surplus notion. Incidentally, I do not think one can get a wage theory of any kind without reference to demand for labor, i.e. capital accumulation. Cf. your lecture number 2.4. Accumulation etc. must be treated, however, first of all in the surplus context. I would very much like to have your reaction to this, and then attempt to draw up a new tentative outline. It would seem to me that once the marching orders are clearly formulated we should be able to proceed fairly rapidly with the production of drafts. For at the moment the marching orders are still hazy. So much for the time being, more upon receipt of your answer. Love. /S Paul. P.S. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. July 29, 1957. I wrote to Leo in response to his inquiry that I am at the moment kind of obsessed with the idea of doing a little book on Marx, an essay on Marx somewhat on the lines of my April MR Association talk in NY. All sorts of ideas on the subject flow through my head, and I have a strong feeling that I have to get the stuff out of my system. If I weren't what I am but a decently functioning individual, the whole biz should be feasible within a few months. As it is, it all bothers me no end. I read, make notes, jot down all kinds of ideas that strike me as interesting, but cannot settle down to serious work. This stuff, incidentally, is closely related to the methodology and philosophy of our opus, and for me personally, writing it all down and thinking it out in the process would constitute a major step towards Selbstverständigung. More on that later. Point 88. More soon. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Tuesday AM. Dear Paul, I have been thinking a bit about all the inflation talk that has been spouting out of all quarters lately. Isn't the most obvious explanation that for the first time ever capitalism, thanks mainly to arms and more efficient waste than ever before, backed by a conscious full employment policy in some countries where the labor movement is politically strong, has maintained a reasonably high level of demand for a reasonable number of years running? But if this is so, isn't the present inflationary atmosphere merely the other side of the chronic depression coin, which up to World War II was the normal currency in the capitalist world? And if this is so, doesn't the whole interpretation of recent economic history need to be drastically reinterpreted? And shouldn't the reinterpretation take place around a theory which relegates the so-called business cycle to either a very minor place or else scraps it altogether, and assumes that depression is the equilibrium state of the economy, disturbed only by extraneous factors such as major technological discoveries, opening new territories to exploitation, wars, etc.? God damn it, I'm afraid we ought to write not only a theory of monopoly capitalism but also a whole new history of capitalism. More soon. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. 927, Mercedes Avenue, Los Altos, California, August 10, 1957. Dear Paul, I am tout d'accord with what you say about inflation. I was also thinking about this stuff lately and wondered about the following points. With government spending as important as it is, some inflation is inevitable even if they match spending with revenues unit multiplier effect of the balanced budget. With the government spending being directed continually towards unproductive purposes, i.e. not leading to the output of marketable goods and services, an inflationary effect would seem to be inevitable, but most importantly perhaps, does not the inflationary spiral become to some extent a function of the monopolization and oligopolization of the economy? This relates directly to our old problem of shifting. Under competitive conditions, increased demands for wages or rising raw material prices need not always but tend to be at least partly absorbed by profits. Under mono and oligo conditions they are immediately shifted onto the buyer. I haven't fully thought it out, but have a feeling that there is something to it. Expect to speak to you early next week. Love. /S Paul. PABPMS. Moscow. August 29, 1957. Dear Paul, by the time this will reach you, you will be probably back in Cambridge. I hope you had a pleasant time in the vineyard with a lot of rest and diversions. When I arrived here, my father was in a hospital. He came home a few days later and is now around the house, half bedridden, very weak and very old. While hanging around here is thus anything but a pleasure, I am glad that I did not decide to skip the expedition. He does not look very durable to me. The general stimmung here is very much more of the same. There is a noticeable relaxation everywhere and also a marked improvement in living conditions. Supplies in shops are plentiful and matters have undoubtedly gone a step forward even by comparison with last year. I saw a few economists. Interestingly enough, those working on domestic problems are very much more aware, very much more open-minded than those blockheads who deal with international economic problems. The latter are now concentrated in a newly created Institute for World Economics and International Relations, What one hears there could have been equally said 5 or 10 years ago. They do not understand anything, work with completely outdated notions and have absolutely no feeling for the capitalist economy. Conversations with them are highly unrewarding except perhaps for the fact they demonstrate beyond possible doubt that nothing can be expected from here when it comes to the study of monopoly capitalism. PEOG has had an extremely favorable reception among a number of people and its translation into Russian seems to be assured. They are willing to pay for it 20,000 rubles, currently $5,000, but the chances of getting $$ are very slim. I am still working in an attempt to induce them to send at least a part of the money in $, but, as I said, I am not too optimistic. On Sunday Sept 8th I am leaving for Warsaw, on 12th to 15th for Paris, and on Thursday the 19th, I expect to be back in NY, to stay there overnight getting to SF on Saturday, 21st. Looking over my old books sitting here I found a marked up volume of selections from Goethe. Therein the following 2 passages thickly underscored. In der jetzigen Zeit soll niemand schweigen oder nachgeben, man muss reden und situieren, nicht sie überwinden, sondern sich auf seinen Posten sie erhalten, ob bei der Majorität oder Minorität, ist ganz gleichgültig. Man muss sein Glaubensbekenntnis von Zeit zu Zeit wiederholen, aussprechen was man billigt, was man verdammt das Gegenteil lässt auch nicht daran fällen. I cannot think of anything more timely. You could stick it as a space filler in an issue of MR. Will I see you in New York on the 19th, or towards the end of the month at Stanford? The urgency of our opus becomes doubly clear around here. Love. /S Paul. P.S. PAB to PMS. Warsaw. September 10, 1957. Dear Paul. Had a number of conversations with local economists and the like. It would be a major exaggeration to say that one emerges from them particularly elated. The general temper is somewhere between revisionism and liquidatorism, and a Western socialist is looked upon with a certain sense of curiosity. Making money, working for a stockbroker firm and giving no more than a damn for social questions would strike them as the very much better part of wisdom. It ain't encouraging at all. A perfectly fantastic trend towards Bürger-like Vereinsamung with the accent heavily placed on private affairs in a frantic desire to live better, to have things. The American way of life looks awfully at this distance, and the American impact on the structure of wants may be a larger secret weapon than anything else. Lots of things wander through one's mind, and I am very much looking to seeing you soon and talking these things over. We become zoological phenomena. Is everyone except Sammy out of step? Am leaving first thing tomorrow morning. All the best. Love, yours. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Hotel Laetitia Boulevard Raspail, Paris. September 11, 1957. Dear Paul. Re-emerging in the West from socialism and underdevelopment causes a sense of relief that is hard to describe and hard to exaggerate. I know, it is a very touristy and very bourgeois approach to, and the toiling masses here are in parts at least no better off than there, but still compared with the god-awful mess that has overtaken that other world, even der Untergang der Abendländer looks mightily attractive. Interestingly enough, the only person who has not lost his sense of proportion, who is now at the height of his intellectual and moral power, is Kalecki, while the Stalinists present a repulsive picture of a disintegrating marasmus, and while the Langs have become completely opportunists and corruptivists. It is all upsetting beyond words and disheartening and miserable. The best thing would be to have money, to stay sous les toits de Paris ou les jeunes filles Saint Jolies, to drink Courvoisier and to devote oneself to the study of literature, for I cannot get rid of the feeling that the whole thing is going to pot not with a bang but with a whimper. I shall spend the weekend with the Bettelheims in the country and will leave for NY on Wednesday. I'll try to get on a plane going via Boston. If you will be there, I'll stop, if not I'll go on to NY. Could you send me a wire on that, or have you written about it already? Tautatoy. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Los Altos, California. October 7, 1957. Dear Paul, I have been going through stuff on industrial concentration and am deeply impressed with the chaotic state of that literature. Depending on what you read, you get diametrically opposite views of the state of matters. The disagreements are not on details, they affect the central theme. Some argue that the economy is effectively controlled by no more than 200 corporations, others claim that nothing of the sort is true, that we have now more competition than ever before, etc. I have the feeling that one has to cut through this entire maze, leave alone the whole hopeless concentration debate, forget about the market controls and such and go right into the question of the dominant sector of the economic system. Otherwise one gets all the time into the situation like this: plenty, indeed excessive competition in the toilet paper market, minimal competition in chemicals, workable competition on the average. This is all sheer obfuscation, but to show it for what it is we have to do a certain amount of debunking work. For this lots of stuff has to be read. When it comes to increase of waste and unproductive labor, matters are even harder. Occupational statistics are tough to deal with, what is required is continual exercise of arbitrary judgment. The same with output sorting. It is clear that a cerulean mink jacket with rhinestone trim for dogs is hardly to be considered good utilization of resources, but how does one get out of the example and illustration stage into more or less precise demonstration? There certainly is no lack of examples and illustrations. The Ruskies' latest performance in Satellite is quite something. Whatever there is to be said about lots of things, their productive forces have been developing at an unprecedented rate. And somehow I don't believe that if it were simply Oriental despotism this would have been possible. The forces of socialism and planning and rationalism were and are even stronger than Stalin plus OGPU. In the final reckoning, what will be remembered is the former and not the latter. More later. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Stanford University. October 9, 1957. Dear Paul, I have read with great pleasure and profit your very nice paper on Veblen.89. While I obviously cannot pretend to dispute your interpretation of what he said, I would like to raise a few points which are marginal to the report on Veblen's views. I think that you go over too lightly the theme of technological progress. Regarding technological knowledge as an attribute and possession of the community as a whole, and its increase as a social process obeying its own logic and taking place automatically, is a terrible weakness of Veblen's and as un-Marxian as it could be. Indeed, if I understand it right, the entire kernel of Marxian dialectic is contained in the relation between the development of productive forces and the evolution of productive relations. They interact. The businessman is not perennially hampering technological progress, the engineer is not perennially advancing it. In certain historical situations precisely the opposite is true. To assign independence and automaticity to the technological process is both idealist and metaphysical. This is what H.B. Acton accuses Marx of, although Marx was never guilty of that kind of deviation. Accepting this position amounts to espousing some kind of a Hegelian conflict between the Geist of technology and the Geist of business, which is sheer speculation. And indeed to Veblen it was something of the sort: instinct of workmanship versus predatory instincts, Schaffen's Kapital vs. Raffen's Kapital. This is as far from Marxism as Der Untergang des Abendlands from the Communist Manifesto. Now, to be clear, I do not quarrel with your exposition of Veblen's views. It is probably entirely accurate. I do think, however, that at least one paragraph or a longish footnote is needed setting off those views against the Marxist concepts. On p13 you say that Marx thought of the conflict of interest between capitalist and worker as turning exclusively around the division of the product between wages and surplus value. This is really not true and most unfair to the old man. He in fact never tired to inveigh against the anarchy of capitalist production, against capitalism's inability to make full use of the available productive potentialities, against its keeping output quantitatively and qualitatively below the potential. And by stressing that labor by struggling against capital struggles for the interests of society as a whole, he left no room for misunderstanding his position that it was not merely a redistribution of a given output between capital and labor, but a reorganization of the entire social process of production and therefore a change in the size and composition of that output that matters. Your sentence as cited above would really bring Marx down to the meanies and the straighties, and he did not do anything to deserve that fate. Here I really must insist on your changing the formulations, for coming from you they are inadmissible. The nationalism business leaves me in a state of uneasiness. A minor point first, didn't Hobson have it all very nicely before Veblen? But more important, the general condemnation of nationalism is a very dangerous business. Here lies the reason why, I think, one should be terribly careful in condemning imperialism rather than nationalism. For aren't all imperialist writers up in arms against nationalism, even where that nationalism is a distinctly progressive force, a force against national subjugation by an imperialist power? There is nothing the matter with the nationalism of the weak, there is everything the matter with the nationalism of the strong. That this thing keeps shifting all the time, is in a continual dialectical movement is true, but one should not throw out the child with the bathwater and endorse a general anti-nationalist position. The Czechs in the Austro-Hungarian monarchy were nationalists, and the Indians today, and the Latin Americans versus the US, and so forth and so on. Let's not get into the situation of condemning an U/D or a weak capitalist country because in a nationalist spirit it kicks out a British or an American oil company. You could tell me that Veblen had clearly not U/DCs in mind but the US or GB. This is undoubtedly true, but it is precisely for that reason that imperialism is a better notion than nationalism. Here both Hobson and Hilferding or even Brailsford are much better, and I think it would be worth pointing out that difference in a paragraph or footnote. On p.17 you kind of endorse Veblen's assigning to nationalism the role of the crucial instrument used by the vested interests to control the underlying population. Do you really want to go that far? Wouldn't it be more accurate to say that nationalism is an important element in the ideology formation of capitalism, with other elements perhaps no less significant and perhaps at times even more so? Religion, property, law and order? And incidentally, don't we witness a process which may actually point in the opposite direction, cosmopolitanism turned against nationalism, with the former becoming increasingly the ideology of the imperialist haves against the nationalist have-nots? I don't disagree by any means with your generally pessimistic conclusions, except again I am worried about too much psychologizing. When it comes to capitalist countries including the US, the roots of the trouble are after all not bad habits of thought and behavior but the objective stability of the system. Assume for a minute that the 30s would return in the 50s and 60s, quite a few habits of thought would begin changing and changing rapidly. The irony, or rather tragedy, of history is that the bad habits have become a real curse to the socialist countries. That is where they must be assigned an almost autonomous significance in hampering development. And it is perhaps there where KM was much too optimistic by considering human nature a hell of a lot more plastic than it actually is, and by believing that those birthmarks of the old society will disappear PDQ. Well, all this is for your consideration, make of it and with it what you please. I do believe that those points are worth clarification in the paper. I am glad that you'll be off on November 1st. The trip will refresh you and pick you up. Laurie told me that I can get travel money for the Philadelphia meetings, which means that I'll probably fly over. When do you expect to be back? But we'll correspond before then. So much for today. Love. S/Paul. PMS to PAB. Cambridge, Mass. October 14, 1957. Dear Paul, I agree that the industrial organization field is in a state of chaos, and unfortunately rather low-level chaos at that. He not only admits but insists that this sentiment once played a positive role in enabling the group to survive, and there is no reason at all why he couldn't take the same view of the nationalism of the UD peoples. As it happens, he was talking about the nationalism of the advanced imperialist countries exclusively, and no one who reads him with any attention can be under any misapprehension on the matter. 5. As to the force of nationalism in the modern world, I can only say that I think he was much nearer right than the old-fashioned Marxists. And I think he was also right that it is what enables the ruling class to manage the workers of the advanced countries so easily. Religion, law, and property all break down quickly enough in the face of prolonged depression and none can be used to support an effective anti-depression policy. Nationalism does not break down, and lends itself to the Cold War witch hunt maneuvers which have been the saving of the US ruling class and its world. So far. To be sure, it doesn't take care of the basic and long-run contradictions, but that's another story. 6. Your point about cosmopolitanism replacing nationalism in the ideology of the imperialist powers has only a very restricted validity. Cosmopolitanism is for the eggheads, crude nationalism cum chauvinism for the masses. The division of clientele and labor is very neatly illustrated throughout post-WW2 US history, Vandenberg for the eggheads, McCarthy for the masses, etc., etc. 7. You are right that the stubbornness of habits is a terrible curse to the socialist countries. But it couldn't become such unless it had existed under capitalism and every earlier form of society. In other words, it is a trait of human nature that people don't change their ways quickly, and this is precisely what makes history the cruelest of goddesses, to quote Engels. On this point, Marxists have always been over-optimistic. I am afraid Veblen was not too pessimistic. 8. Your objection to the above, assume for a minute that the 30s would return in 50s and 60s. Quite a few habits of thought would begin changing and changing rapidly, is beside the point. Habits of course are of very varying stubbornness, and it is only the most deeply rooted that resist change over decades or centuries. But the real point is that the 30s do not return precisely because the national feeling of the US masses can be played upon in such a way as to make them enthusiastic supporters of an obviously suicidal foreign and arms policy. This is what gives the system its objective stability, and it is in the sense that nationalism is the key to the whole business. If you object that this explanation relies too much on psychologizing, I would make two replies. So in a sense does the whole Marxian theory of capitalism. The overwhelming force of the urge to make profits is neither more nor less rational, neither more nor less psychologistic than the overwhelming power of national sentiment, and how can you explain the success of Cold War and witch hunt without psychologizing? I wouldn't be afraid of the word or the idea. The only question is whether the theory explains better than any other, and whether it is subject to investigation by ordinary scientific methods. But enough of that for the present. As you can see, I am neither thinking very clearly nor typewriting correctly. Love. /S Paul. P.S. 4. The search for a method. PAB to PMS. Los Altos, California. January 28, 1958. Dear Paul. Haley gave me yesterday the attached proofs of Nikki Calder's review of PEOG.91. It is obviously terribly nice of Haley to invite such a prominent reviewer to do this job and to give him such a lot of space. It is also most gratifying from the standpoint of circulation etc. to get such a long and thorough review in the air. 92. The review itself is the first reaction of a highly qualified pro, and I must admit that he, being undoubtedly very bright, has put his finger on the one spot in the book about which I have felt all the time quite uneasy. And nevertheless I am convinced, having thought about it for 24 hours, that Calder is fundamentally wrong, that the position taken in PEOG is fundamentally right, except that the thing is there inadequately handled. I think the whole problem is most important whether we like it or not. We have to face up to it in the Buka line. I think, I wrote to you about it earlier, am too lazy now to try to find a carbon of the relevant letter, but let me try to restate the problem. It has become habit now with the Cambridge economists to go back way behind Keynes and to smuggle through a side door Say's law into the picture again. This is done in the following manner: given that the share of labor is constant, and given that the capital/output coefficient is constant, and given that capitalists' consumption is a constant share of profits, why shouldn't there be a perpetual merry-go-round? As productivity increases, income increases, and as income increases, consumption increases pari passu, and as consumption increases, investment has to increase pro tanto. Matters would be disagreeable if capitalists' consumption or workers' consumption were declining shares of their respective incomes. Then only a worsening of the capital/output coefficient would help. Otherwise trouble even in that model. Point 93. Now, I am of the view that all of this is sheer poppycock. In the first place, labor's share could be constant with surplus at the same time increasing, via squeezing the middle class, the peasants, the white-collar workers et al. As a result, C as a proportion of Y could decline. Much more important, however, for this merry-go-round to function, the economy has got to get like the Sputnik into its prescribed orbit and continually, uninterruptedly stay there. The moment it gets off that orbit for whatever reason, there is no mechanism whatever in action to bring it back into that orbit. This is of paramount importance. Indeed, this is the sum total of the Keynesian insight. Now the Tobins-Paddingtons et tutti quanti drag out the famous Pigou effect and argue that once the Sputnik is off, prices will fall, liquid assets will appropriately appreciate, and spending will therefore increase again, bringing the Sputnik back where it belongs. On the Harrod Joan Robinson Domar and Co. Route 94. The craziness of that thing has been already proven by Lang in his Price Stability plus Full Employment, where he made clear that if adverse expectations are considered, there is no reason whatever to suppose that the Pigou effect will go into action at any predictable time. Meanwhile, some bird in the Cowles Commission has figured out that unless you assume some out-of-this-worldly elasticity, it would take a generation or two before the Pigou effect would actually do the trick in the case of a halfway decent recession. Anyway, it was precisely the contribution of Keynes and the then Keynesians to show that the underemployment equilibrium can last indefinitely unless it is given from the outside an upward kick. It took only 10 years of a post-war boom to have those thinkers forget all about it and to rediscover Say's law dressed up in mightily dynamic garb. All this is entirely clear to Kalecki, the only economist who understood it all, mainly because he did not have to learn from Keynes and the Keynesians. I have some sympathy, as you know, for Calder's contention that the Verelendung proposition is terribly important and that it cannot be shrugged off. But this is a different story which has nothing to do with the above argument. It is my impression that we have to deal with all of this, whether we like it or not, simply to cover the flanks against this kind of attack. I am coming around to your view that there would be probably no merit in dealing with this stuff in a second preface to a new printing of PEOG. Nobody will see it, since nobody who has the book will buy another printing, neither libraries nor individuals. There would be the following possibilities: the most important stuff could be handled in our Buka line, we could publish a pamphlet, PEOG and its critics, I might try to write an article for Sayer taking up the relevant points, sort of independently carrying the critics along in the footnotes anyway. Read the thing and let me know what you think about all of this. Love. Paul. PMS to PAB. Cambridge. February 3, 1958. Dear Paul. Thanks for sending me the Calder review, which is returned herewith. It is actually a very weak performance so far as real substance is concerned, but the trouble is that he is able to make out a fairly plausible case because you were struggling in PEOG for the right way to formulate basically absolutely correct ideas but never wholly succeeded in finding it. Actually, I think, there are in PEOG too many concessions to the Caldorian way of going at these problems, so that the argument seems to take place very much more on his grounds than it really ought to. At the heart of the problem, I think, there is a rock-bottom methodological issue. Can we take global statistics, which portray the final results of extremely diverse and complicated economic forces, and use them to build a revealing model of the economic process? Calder et al. Say yes. Manufacture your Sputnik from a constant profit/wages ratio, a constant capital/output ratio, and a constant savings/income ratio, hoist it into its orbit by whatever trick is for the time being preferred, and, presto, the thing goes on and on forever. But is this at all realistic? Why not, say Calder et al., since the statistics seem to make all these constant ratios as plausible as any other set of assumptions. My contention is that this is all utterly superficial and completely fails to get at the real underlying forces at work. Global statistics are always resultants of cooperating and counteracting forces. They emerge from a bundle of tendencies. They do not in and of themselves express or reveal any of the basic characteristics of the system. The real problems of political economy are to identify and abstract from the system the decisive tendencies and to analyze their interactions. Only after this has been done is a confrontation with global statistics meaningful, and needless to say, the meaning is then quite other than what the Calders assume it to be. The question is whether the theory is adequate to explain the observed results, not to take the results as building blocks from which to construct a theory. Old KM saw all this clearly enough, though he did not succeed in expressing it clearly enough. His laws are interpreted by the Calders as though they were statements about the behavior of Calder-type models. On this basis, it is of course easy to show that the alleged Marxian model is full of contradictions. Actually, they are the tendencies which operate to bring about the final behavior of the system, and as such they not only may be contradictory but are bound to be so. If I am right, the problem of answering the Calders is not an easy one. The weakness of the answer which you sketch in your letter is that you go much too far in meeting him on his own grounds. I do not say that he isn't vulnerable on his own grounds. Indeed, I quite agree that even there his argument suffers from the fatal error of failing to supply the forces for putting the Sputnik in orbit and keeping it there. But this is not the heart of the matter, and no real understanding is to be gained from engaging in or even winning an argument along these lines. What is to be done then? In my judgment, nothing effective can be done until we have succeeded in giving to our own positive position an adequate formulation. And that is precisely the function of the Buka line. We must not let it get cluttered up with polemics vs. Calder et al., because that will only serve to hide from our readers what we are really trying to do. But after we have made our positive presentation, we not only can but should settle accounts not only with NK but with the whole model building tribe. What this points to, it now seems clear to me, is an appendix in which reference can be made not only to their opera but also to the doctrines elaborated in the body of the text. How does all this strike you? Incidentally, you don't speak of the last part of NK's review, but it is very characteristic. Some well-taken debating points coupled with a total failure to see the important things. The formal political independence of Latin America is interpreted as meaning freedom from domination by the advanced powers. The fact that U.S. imperialism made use from the beginning of anti-colonialism as a weapon against other imperialisms is completely missed, etc., etc. And the final tone of toadyism is utterly repulsive. However, there is one thing that can perhaps be learned from Calder's argument. One should try not to give the impression that nothing can be done until capitalism has been overthrown, and instead show that a struggle for rational policies under capitalism is in essence a struggle against capitalism, and that it can be most effectively carried on when its full scope and implications are understood. In the meantime, partial victories are not to be scorned and may in fact be very important. Thus, we are not against a policy of generous aid to backward countries. We merely say that the best way of furthering it is not gentle admonitions to the powers that be about their own misunderstood interests but a principled fight for the interests of the masses. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Los Altos CA. February 12, 1958. Dear Paul. As requested in your letter of February 6, I did submit to our merciful Creator a number of intense and, I hope, eloquent prayers concerning your take-off on the Buka line, and am naturally now most anxious to find out what effects, if any, my intervention has produced. In addition to praying, I have been working a little bit on the same project, and need now some clarification of the nature of my operation. When we discussed the thing rather briefly in New York, matters were left, if I remember correctly, in such a way that I should draft the first chapter methodology, etc., and the last part surplus disposal and its effects with special reference to the Kulturscheiss. Is this also your recollection, or do you have now any different ideas, viz. any modifications of that plan? If my understanding is right, then your primary concern should be the structure of the corporation and the forces making for the growth of the economic surplus. In your MRA lecture notes, I find lecture I altogether satisfactory. I am using it in composing my first chapter. Where I find myself rather unenthusiastic and actually in tentative disagreement is Lecture 2 dealing with the distribution of income, i.e. with the phenomenon of large and growing ES. It hardly needs to be stressed that the problem is of crucial importance for us, for if there is no tendency toward ES being larger and increasing, our argument loses most of its force. I think, we have to show as convincingly as possible, why if left to itself the system tends to generate less and less good consumption as proportion of Y. Given some relation between I and C, the decline in GC leads necessarily to decline in I equals decline in Y. Since therefore the decline in GC cannot be made up by an increase in I, only solution is an increase in bad consumption, and or capital exports. The real problem therefore, what makes for the decline of GC? The answer undoubtedly lies somewhere in the area of technology, increasing productivity of labor, i.e. less labor is needed to produce a given volume of output. The increased productivity of labor is at the same time not accompanied by a sufficient worsening of the capital/output ratio, i.e. the given output can be produced with less labor and with the same or only insignificantly increased amount of capital. In fact, the replacement on a higher technical level reduces even the cost in terms of capital per unit of output. At the same time wages are relatively sticky, i.e. do not increase pari passu with increasing productivity, ergo C plus V together tend to decline per unit of output plus as a share of Y and B. When we speak now of wages we must mean, wages of productive workers, not total wages. This is troublesome but inevitable. If this were the end of the story, ES would be rising by leaps and bounds, and even in terms of the Harrod-Robinson-Calder perpetuum mobile it would be demonstrable that the system is headed from one direct situation into a deeper direct situation. What prevents this is the steady increase of BC plus capital exports in connection with the latter. Most important, incidentally, that US is reaching rapidly the status of a mature creditor nation, i.e. its receipts on account of profits, interest, etc. from abroad begin to catch up with its capital outflow abroad. When it comes to the necessary increase of BC, the situation is mightily complicated by the damned shifting phenomenon. The more privately organized BC, the more ES increases, at least when it comes to BC organized by business. Only BC that sticks and uses up effectively ES is consumers BC, and that part of government provided BC that is not shifted. In other words, even madness cannot be properly organized by the free enterprise system privately, it needs the government to provide enough BC for the system to jog along. But to come back to the beginning of the page, we have to try to make this story as convincing as possible, because it is the argument that if left to itself the system tends to cause GC to contract as a share of Y that causes incredulity among economists, grad students, and such. I know this pretty well because right now I have a pretty good graduate seminar where I have been going over all this business. Everything goes well except for this point. Now a good theory of wages would be obviously mightily helpful, but I am afraid that your version of the distribution theory is not altogether convincing. Kuntz notwithstanding, I cannot see my way clear to doing something useful with the cost of production of labor power concept. It really begs the issue. Granted that the cost of production of a modern, intense factory worker is quite a bit higher than, say, of a manufacturing worker 100 years ago in Manchester. It certainly is not higher in the US than, say, in an equally modern factory in Western Germany or Switzerland. Nevertheless, the real wage is here higher than there. Why? I fully agree with you that to explain the thing exclusively in terms of power struggle between capital and labor is most unsatisfactory. Incidentally, Karl Marx was by no means altogether adverse to that line of reasoning. Der Kapitalist die Lohne auf ihr physikalisches Mindestmaß herabzudrücken und den Arbeitstag auf sein physikalisches Höchstmaß auszudienen, während der Arbeiterständig ihnen Druck nach der entgegengesetzten Richtung auswählt. Die Sach löst sich auf in die Frage nach den verhältnismäßigen Kräften der Kampfenden. I still feel, as I wrote to you earlier, that the more promising approach to the matter is to think of the whole business in terms of demand for labor depending on capital accumulation and supply of labor depending on population, destruction of small business, migration from the countryside and unionization. This, by the way, does not entirely throw out cost of production but relegates the cost of production concept to where I think it belongs, a very, very broad indicator of the general level. Also, I think the unions do possibly play a not unimportant role in forcing technical progress. To the extent that wage increases are not immediately passable onto the consumer, they do render labor-saving devices more tempting. They may render them more tempting even if the increase in money wages is used as an excuse for higher prices. I have done quite a lot of work on the shifting problem, which I think is most important from our standpoint, and have now a very strong feeling that the shifting thing is okay. Not that everything is shifting, but a lot is. Ergo, one has to be careful with the profit maximization proposition. Big business does not maximize profits in the stupid textbook sense. It maximizes it in the long run with all kinds of qualifications. I shall send you material on shifting soon, it has to be typed together. Looking forward to hearing from you soon. Hendedruk /S Paul PMS to PAB 24 Agassiz Street, Cambridge 40, Mass. February 22, 1958. Dear Paul. Yes, your recollection of the way we divided up the job checks with mine. But I think it should be revised, at least to a certain extent. Or perhaps what I really mean is that I think we should start working on whatever part interests each of us most and then see how things go. I know that I have to get this business of the big corporation and what kind of animal it is out of my system before I can do anything else. I also know that I am no better satisfied than you with the theory of Lecture 2, and I suggest that since you have been thinking about this, you make it your first task, i.e. why the system, if left to itself, generates insufficient GC to maintain a moving equilibrium, or MAWY in a pure system ES tends to rise right through the ceiling. Once we have this demonstrated, we can proceed to the genesis and evolution of the various forms of BC, including the shifting problem, etc. I am perfectly agreeable to proceeding as indicated at top of P3 of your letter of February 12. But I confess to a certain amount of pessimism about the chances of working out a theory of real wages, even in a quite simple system, that will satisfy our professional brethren. This doesn't mean that the attempt should not be made, but it seems to me it does mean that we mustn't rest our whole case on a theory that is almost certain to be rejected, no matter how well satisfied with it we may be ourselves. And I think we can provide a good second line to which to fall back and dig in along when it comes to fighting the doubters. Provided we can show that from any given starting point, however it may have been reached, there is a tendency for productivity to rise faster than real wages, we shall have made the point that is most essential for our overall thesis. And I think it ought to be possible to show this both theoretically and statistically. The statistical part is tricky, I know, but somehow I think it can be done. Love. /S Paul. P.S. PMS to PAB. February 24, 1958. Dear Paul. Here is a quotation which should prove valuable to you. Management abhors a disturbance of equilibrium. The manager's nirvana would be stable costs, stable prices, loyal customers. He believes that his profits are reasonable and therefore a change of any cost, example the wage, raises the specter of a price change. More cost, more price, this is managerial instinct. How often does a manager say to his board, our profits are unusually good, so let us raise wages, or pay more for our raw materials, fuel, or power, or increase the interest rate on our bond issue. The assumption is that every cost, particularly every increase in cost, must shift. And there is no place for it to shift but to price. Fundamentally, the assumption is correct, business must recover its costs, all of them, plus a profit. No one supposes that business can endure on losses. A wage increase therefore offers a prima facie justification for a price increase. And again, one may say with certainty that management does not make payments for labor in an amount which will preclude a profit, at least not for any sustained period of time. Yet, curiously enough, management, if necessary, will permit a limited invasion of profit by the wage before suffering an interruption in its production schedule. Why? The explanation lies in the profit margin in heavy technology. Management may not know how much margin there is, yet may be convinced that a vanishing profit can be restored by adjustments in technology. This conviction is strong even where the ratio of wages and salaries to product sales value is high. Mr. Hazard is an authentic big businessman, GM's counsel, and VP of Pittsburgh Plate Glass Co. NB. The number of our favorite themes that are expounded in these passages: the passivity of price policy, the love of quiet and security, the belief that whatever profits may be they are fair, the propensity to shift all cost increases, the flexibility of technology as a weapon against unavoidable wages increases. On the question of maximizing profit, which you raised in a recent letter, it seems to me that the way to formulate the question is not whether management seeks an absolute maximum in terms of some function which is given and known over its whole range, but whether from any given starting point it seeks to increase its profit. And on this point it seems to me the evidence is overwhelming. The studies of Jim Early in this connection are very revealing and useful. ESP. American Economic Review Supplement, May 1957, pages 333 to 335. I think I finally have got the right outline for my first chapter. Point 95. After perhaps some stuff about competitive and monopolistic models, it states our intention to start from a monopolistic one. Why? Because this isolates for study the decisive forces. Because it is becoming more and more realistic all the time. Here the concentration stuff is dealt with and shown to be largely irrelevant but supporting our position anyway. Monopoly is then shown to be roughly equivalent to the big corporation, which all authors agree is the dominant factor in the economy. How does the big crop change matters from the old-fashioned entrepreneur? Two schools of thought: the wicked corporation, and the soulful corporation of Kaiser, Berlet, etc. I next show that either of these notions raises hell with economic theory. In the wicked corporation, the managers are out for their personal profit and may as well ruin the corporation as build it up. The rational economic behavior of the actual producing units, as distinct from the income receiving units, is disrupted. In the second, management tries to play the philanthropist, and there are absolutely no rules to that game, mind you. It is not only a matter of playing the philanthropist with a maximized net income, but of running the company in such a way that costs and profits are hopelessly confused. Next comes a critique of both schools, showing that the old tycoon is out of date and that the modern corporation is in fact a rationalized profit-making machine. This is then compared to the old-fashioned entrepreneur, showing that in certain respects they do differ, but that the change is by no means fatal to all received economic theory. What it needs is extension and improvement, not rejection. The only trouble is that there is much more than a chapter here. But never mind, I'll make it into as many chapters as necessary. I will have to compress very severely all the same, and this is going to be one of our great problems throughout. The book is intended to be short, essayistic. We will continuously have to resist the temptation to make it a treatise. I have been thinking about titles. Why not just plain capitalism with a subtitle indicating that the material is drawn from the US case? American capitalism might be better in some ways, but I don't want any jurisdictional or copyright quarrels with JKG. Capitalism in the United States is too awkward. More anon. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Los Altos, California. March 5, 1958. Dear Paul, I am very sorry to be late in answering your letters of February 22 and 24. The delay was partly to pressures of college business, partly and more importantly to a dip in my general Verfassung, in the course of which any form of writing becomes entirely impossible. If I knew of a psycho who could cure me of that affliction, I would gladly turn over to him all my worldly goods and agree to boot to staying in his Zinsnickschaft until the end of my days. But no such specialist exists to my knowledge, and I have to continue carrying my cross. A large number of points. As a possible title of the book outline, it occurs to me, Advanced Capitalism, Studies in the generation and utilization of the economic surplus in the United States. I fully agree with you that we probably do not have a chance of advancing a wage theory which would satisfy our professional colleagues. I have the strong feeling that something quite sensible could be done on the lines that I suggested earlier, and am even more optimistic on that score, having discovered an article by a Polish economist Z.J. Wierozemski, Accumulation and Employment, where this approach is worked out very nicely. What is more important, however, upon further reflection, I begin to think that a wage theory really is not what is primarily needed. Our point is fully made as long as it is shown that the increases in productivity of good workers outstrip by far the wage increases of good workers. In other words, if good workers claim an ever-declining share of total output, bad workers must be multiplied if total C is to remain somewhere within the working requirements of the system. Now, even if we do not know for sure what exactly determines the wages of both good and bad workers, we can show easily that the wage increases of the good workers do not keep their share in Y constant or anything like it. For this there is plenty of evidence. The whole problem consists in sorting out good and bad workers. This is needed not so much for the wage story as for the productivity story. The usual productivity analyses stick into the denominator all workers with obvious repercussions. More later. Now I have to go and teach all day. But this will be over next week. Love. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Monday, early May, 1958. Dear Paul. Just a note to say that I got home without incident, though somewhat shattered for a while by the abruptness of our parting. The stay in Los Altos was very important to me, and I felt terribly badly about not at least being able to try to tell you so and why. Despite my own emotional troubles and weaknesses, those weeks did me a hell of a lot of good. And I came away with enhanced respect for the quality of your mind and the greatest admiration for your moral courage and generosity. In addition, I think we've got a good book started. May the keeper of socialist heaven smile on the venture, which means let us settle down and actually put on paper what we know in our heads. My heartfelt thanks and love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Los Altos, CA. June 4, 1958. Dear Paul. It was wonderful to hear your voice again, and to learn that you are in good health and tolerable spirits. As I told you, the Operation Mexico was, as far as I am concerned, a great success. I liked the city, and in particular the countryside, and found the people there most friendly, benevolent, and hospitable. It was such a relief to be surrounded for a while by economists who are honest, open-minded, and intelligent, who have some enthusiasm for what they are doing, and who do not consider what we have to say to be merely manifestations of crackpotism or neurosis. Not that many of them are not confused and on the wrong track. The important thing is that they are willing and indeed eager to discuss matters rationally, to correct errors if they can see them, and to express their opinions freely and without regard to immediate existential consequences. Their basic trouble is the trouble of the whole country. A corrupt, demagogic government lives still off the great tradition of the revolution, engages continually in what Lenin used to call centrism, left phrases and right deeds, with only very few people seeing through this game and capable of piercing this ideological fog. The fog is at its thickest at the moment. An election is coming up and the presidential candidate Adolfo López Mateus has chosen a distinctly left tack, anti-imperialist, anti-foreign domination, etc. The boys are disturbed. They would like to trust him, although they know that this is all so much electoral eyewash. What is more important, the masses are taken in by it, and the fear of antagonizing the northern neighbor serves always as a powerful argument against any critical view. They know that they are a semi-colonial country. This is the way they refer to themselves all the time, and feel that impotence strongly. Many remark sadly that the leading role of Mexico's on the LA continent is gone, that it is now up to Frondizi in Argentina, to the new regime in Venezuela, and perhaps to the Chileans to pick up the banner of resistance and to carry it forward. Nowhere can the dialectic of the bourgeois revolution be studied as fruitfully as in Mexico, its salto mortale from the progressiveness to reaction, with the glorious spirit of the former covering up the sordid practice of the latter. What develops is a cultural lag, producing that strange phenomenon of the main street in the city called Avenida de Insurgents, of revolutionary peasant leaders being worshipped as the nation's saviors, of Diego Rivera's sickles and hammers adorning the presidential palace, which is the residence of a president wholly subservient to the most rapacious, most cold-blooded ruling class. All fascinating stuff, but unfortunately hardly any qualified observers there to fully develop and describe it. But the intuitive understanding of all of it simmers underneath, and this is the reason why we mean so much to them. They do sense that it is in Marxism where they can find a possibility of comprehending their situation. The true aim of human development is the restoration of man himself, the abolition of alienation, the transformation of human nature. This obviously raises a fundamental problem: is there any reason to share Marx's view that what is at issue is a return to a paradise lost, a liberation of the intrinsically good human nature of the shackles and distortions imposed on it by the thousands of years of exploitation and injustice? Or could it be, that what lies ahead is simply a forward movement in which there is a chance of improving, changing the human nature, with this change and improvement being altogether new, unprecedented? Not a return but a fresh arrival? To be sure, operationally, as is fashionable to speak now, there may be little difference. Still, the notion of a return has an optimistic connotation which the notion of the new trip does not have. If there is no return, there is no Selbstentfremdung, no alienation. For both Selbstentfremdung and alienation imply a departure from a Selbst that was originally good, integral, unwarped. If there is no return, then there is only the hope that in the course of history, with changed social relations, man will change too and become better, rather than recapture something that is deeply seated in him. I would tend to the latter interpretation as being the more sober one, as being also more contingent. There is no fixed goal of return to a point of departure. Who knows what that point was anyway? There is a goal of changing society so as to create the best possible conditions for human development. All we need to say is that enough is known about the moldability of human nature, its plasticity, to assume that a better society can produce a better human being. Period. It also leaves open the possibility that the whole thing may capsize. Marx, in keeping with his time, stuck to that notion of the aboriginal Selbst and carried it into his entire reading of history. Regardless of whether this has a certain ideological effect or not, there is no need for it. The teleology is superfluous. All that matters is that there is a possibility for a step forward. Much love. /your Paul. PAB to PMS. Los Altos, California. Dear Paul. This is a continuation of my yesterday's letter, and its purpose is to fixer days on a small point in theory zooms Vector Selbstverständigung. You remember, when you were here, we discussed a number of times the almost generally prevailing reluctance, nay unwillingness, to accept the proposition that 2x2 equals 4, in other words, to recognize rationality as a binding principle both of thought and conduct. I had made this point in PEOG, but have had an uneasy feeling about this whole business ever since. Having thought about it quite a lot, I have decided that this relates to a much more fundamental problem than appeared to me earlier. Viz., the characteristic feature of capitalist mentality at its present stage of development is the separation of reason from practical intelligence. Reason refusing to take anything for granted, subjecting the status quo to searching criticism, examining reality with the view to discovering its correspondence with the requirement for a healthy and all-sided development of man. This reason that has been traditionally the subject matter of all philosophical and scientific effort has become ostracized as a dangerous tool of social subversion. At the same time, practical intelligence, i.e. the capacity of making the best of the given status quo, of exploiting fully the opportunities offered within the framework of what is being taken for granted, this practical intelligence which is indispensable for the functioning of the capitalist society itself, has been furthered and promoted by bourgeois education, bourgeois science, and bourgeois ideology. What is more, a powerful attempt has been made and is being made continually to deny the existence of the above distinction, to blur the boundaries between reason and practical intelligence, to declare the mere making of this distinction to be metaphysical, unscientific, and what have you. As a result, in the common mode of thinking, this differentiation hardly exists, or appears only in the form of short and sharp lightnings in times of crises. For the rest, reason and practical intelligence are identified with both appearing in the form of 2x2 equals 4. Yet, practical intelligence, which takes everything for granted, is by its very nature an ideological machine defending and perpetuating the status quo, defending and perpetuating the state of injustice, alienation, exploitation of man by man, and the overall misery resulting therefrom. 97. And as this misery increases, as this state of Unmenschlichkeit becomes progressively intolerable, the revulsion against it, the protest against it, assumes naturally the form of hostility, indeed bitter aggressiveness against practical intelligence. Practical intelligence, however, is identified in the minds of people, and necessarily so because it is the only thing that they know with reason itself. Hence anti-intellectualism, hence the revolt against both reason and practical intelligence. While revolt against the former okay with the ruling class, the revolt against the latter is most dangerous. It undermines the foundations of the capitalist society itself, its ability to produce, to make profits. In somewhat different terms, the man who refuses to accept the proposition that 2x2 equals 4 is actually right. This proposition taken by itself justifies the perpetuation of his misery. But since he is unable to move from this proposition to reason, i.e. to ask himself what is the end which practical intelligence is serving, what is it that it takes for granted, since he identifies practical intelligence with reason, he throws up both, expresses his frustration in neuroses, turns to God, to blood, and to soil, and becomes a fascist. I think that it is very important to understand this point, namely that irrationality is not the refusal to accept the canons and conclusions of practical intelligence. On the contrary, that is probably the supreme test of rationality. Irrationality is the refusal to accept practical intelligence in favor of religion, mysticism, etc. Therefore, Marxist efforts which appeal exclusively to practical intelligence are doomed to failure. Practical intelligence is very likely to be against them. The elucidation of the profound distinction between reason and practical intelligence is, however, terribly hard both to provide and to accept. Hence the scantiness of real Marxist influence. Only where reality is so obnoxious that taking it for granted becomes altogether unbearable in underdeveloped countries does practical intelligence collapse and yields either to reason or to utter mysticism. I would like to work it out sometime. What do you think of it? It belongs to the Marx story if and when it should be written. There are lots of interesting radiations from this central point, but on those some other time. So much for today. Kana More. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Cambridge. June 12, 1958. Dear Paul, I have just read over again your letter of the 5th in Reason versus Practical Intelligence and am even more impressed than on first reading. You are right that it belongs to the Marx story, and what is most important, it goes beyond Marx himself. The enclosed clipping from last Sunday's Times book review is an interesting commentary. And b. how the conservative critic of the status quo puts his finger on the taking for granted disease but poses a mystical alternative. Reason is, functionally and logically, the exact counterpart of religion. In this connection, it is most significant how in underdeveloped conditions Marxism merges into a sort of religion, showing again how close the two are in an epistemological sense. I return here with the photostat on productivity which Link sent you. Most interesting. Points very strongly in the creeping stagnation direction. If productivity increases sharply, the rate of investment needed to produce any sort of decent recovery in employment will grow pro tanto. I'm not sure whether the distinction between production workers and non-production workers employed in these figures has much significance, or rather I'm sure it hasn't got much. The point is not whether a worker actually mans the machine or works in an office, but whether his actions are directed toward the production of goods and services or whether they are directed toward selling the products in the capitalist market. There is overlap, of course, but it is certainly wrong and misleading to identify non-production workers with non-productive workers. It would be good if you had time to write up your Mexican impressions, but my own feeling is that the time now should go into the opus. Anyway, what you say makes excellent sense. Too bad we don't have more writers in this country who can get at what is important. But the left is almost as badly committed to superficialism as the right. On communismus, I agree wholly. In this matter, Marx was very much the child of his times. There is no need for piety in such things, and no need for elaborate disassociation either. As to the actual capacity of the human animal for real improvement, as distinct from changing the forms of expression of his bad nature, this is something which I don't believe can possibly be determined except by experience. But the point is that until a centuries-long experiment has been tried and tried seriously, there is no justification for concluding that it is impossible any more than that it is possible. In the meantime, it is by no means a matter of indifference whether evil takes one form or another. That would be like saying there is no difference between Oedipus and Mickey Spillane. Some forms of evil are worthy of human beings, others trivial or contemptible. More soon. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. July 2, 1958. Dear Paul. After much thought I decided not to waste time on rewriting the surplus story for the Haley volume but to do for that purpose the originally intended article on underconsumption. 98. It has the advantage that writing on this topic helps clarifying issues which are of general importance for our opus. And, indeed, I got stuck right at the beginning. As you correctly state in your letter of June 12, the distinction between production and non-production workers is not the one that matters. What does matter is the distinction between those workers whose actions are directed toward the production of goods and services and those employees whose actions are directed toward selling the products in the capitalist market. So far so good and so simple. Assuming that one could statistically sort out those workers, surplus would be equal net output minus the real wage of the, let us call them, useful workers. What worries me, however, is the following. A goodly number of those useful workers are engaged in putting chrome on automobiles, on building fins for same, in turning and twisting a product not with the view of increasing its real utility, but merely in order to promote its sale in the capitalist market. Why should we differentiate between the man who sits in the advertising office designing a new wrapping device and the worker who manufactures that wrapping device? Both of them are surplus eaters and both of them counteract the surplus overflow. But if this is true, then surplus is equal to rationalized total output minus. It is this potential surplus that has to be continuously fought off by the system, and this potential surplus is obviously much larger than the one mentioned first. In a sense, one may say that the distinction that matters is whether an activity comes natural, i.e. relates to the output of more and better use values, or whether it is dictated by the necessity to sell. But how does one say all this without immediately getting into the philosophical problem of what is a rationalized output? For what it comes down to is the proposition that we have to distinguish between work actually performed and work that would be performed in a more rational society still producing the same quantity of real utilities. From the standpoint of our underconsumption approach, the whole thing is most important if one wants to be consistent. What are your views on the matter? I am most anxious to get them at this stage of my meditations. All the best. Love. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Wilton, NH. July 2, 1958. Dear Paul. Preparing for Cornell has had the consequence of making me read a lot of stuff and attempt to put a few pieces together for the first time since we were working on the opus together at Los Altos. I'm afraid that the horrible truth, which I have long resisted, is that there is not a scintilla of hope for this country. It will be either bypassed by history and sink into a state of putrefaction, or it will infect the whole world with its fatal diseases. The very notion of reform from within is the wildest kind of utopia. And if all this is true, it makes the position of people like us doubly and triply excruciating. To go on writing MR-type stuff, which had its origins in very different assumptions, is almost as dishonest as selling out to the American celebration. And yet for me, at any rate, there is no other possibility to make even a pretense at employment and earning power. and it is obvious that Mr. couldn't survive a year purveying the kind of black pessimism which I know in my bones to be the truth. All of which adds up to intellectual confusion, moral doubt, and psychic torture. Unfortunately, there is even more grief than that. To cope with one's frustrations and neuroses in an environment of activity and hope is at least a possibility. In an atmosphere of unrelieved gloom and despair, they become monsters of supernatural size and power. Pardon my lucubrations. One ought, I suppose, to keep them to oneself. But somehow it seems to help just to say things sometimes, and you have the misfortune of being about the only one likely to understand what I'm saying. Yours as ever. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Los Altos, California. July 7, 1958. Dear Paul. In connection with your letter of July 2, first of all a word of protest. If a relation between people is that of friends, then intercommunication, solidarity, mutual support and cooperation are not only admissible but constitute in fact the essence of the matter. Your apologies for not keeping to yourself what oppresses you at any particular time are therefore not only redundant but rather insulting. They would suggest that you consider me a cocktail party encounter with whom PM are agreeably shared but with whom nothing that matters ought to be talked about. This is not the way I view things, and I may assure you that my being possibly able to understand what you are saying does not strike me as a misfortune. I would prefer to feel that this is a happy constellation, and that I may address myself to you without the thought that your exposure to my communications would expose you to additional suffering. But to turn to the substance of your letter. Let us leave out for a minute the frustrations and neuroses, and address ourselves to the question as to the usefulness and meaning of our present activities. I would be less than candid if I did not say at the outset that I fully share your profound pessimism with regard to the developments in this country. There are no seeds of change, nor is there any reason to expect that those seeds will appear in the foreseeable future. In the light of that situation, there can be little doubt that what we are engaged in is quixotic, that the chances of our influencing anyone here are approximately zero, that even if a few undergrounders should feel heartened by what we are doing, this heartening hardly matters. On this I never had any illusions, but this was also never what actually determined my own attitude. For I am willing to accept the proposition, albeit un-Marxian, that the confrontation of reality with reason is not only a worthwhile but an eminently necessary and meritorious job in and of itself, i.e. without regard to its attaining the politically, historically crucially important confluence with some popular movement. While in the realm of practical intelligence it would be obviously idiotic to say that what matters is reason regardless of what everyone else is thinking and doing in the sphere of reason, it is not only possible but imperative to say that everyone except Sammy is out of step if such is objectively the case. If all Americans go stark mad, if fascism should take over, if Negroes, Italians, Puerto Ricans, Jews and bicyclists should all be put into concentration camps or get one ear cut off, I still would believe that nothing has changed in what I consider to be my function in life, in the job of confronting the mad reality with reason. If the US and allies would tomorrow subdue the USSR and China and re-establish capitalism there, I still would continue to believe that socialism is a more rational order than capitalism, that reality is departing further from reason but that reason remains what it always was, a distant star, sometimes appearing and sometimes covered up by clouds but always to be concerned with, to be located, to be sought. At the present juncture we have to get away from the notion of success, of acclaim, of political effectiveness and go nearer the sense of l'art pour l'art, of serving reason for reason's sake. When Marx said that the philosophers have interpreted the world differently while what matters is to change it, he did not really announce that the philosophers were a bunch of do-no-good ERS. What they did was not sufficient, but it surely was necessary. We certainly cannot do a damned thing to change the prevailing skies, but saying this is far from saying that we cannot or should not do something about interpreting it. More concretely, as you well know, I never was an Mr. Enthusiast in the sense of believing that Mr. could or would greatly increase its circulation, expand its influence, etc. I always thought that Mr. is something of a necessary evil. It provides a bit of income, it forces you to write an article per month, and last but not least provides a mechanism for the publication and distribution of books, which is not only useful but actually indispensable. It has and can fortify an additional raison d'etre by being and increasingly becoming the best, if not the only, source of intelligent information on and appraisal of developments in the United States, not so much for the US public as for the world at large. Now, you say that if MR should openly and frankly purvey the truth about US prospects, it wouldn't survive 1 year. I doubt that. Such a hardcore of friends as it has will continue to stay with it, and to expect more than hardcore is unreasonable anyway. What is required is not to attempt to prophesize, to create illusions, to see silver stripes where there are none, and stick adamantly to uncompromising, unvarnished criticism of the American scene. In the long run this will pay off, in the short run there isn't a hell of a lot to lose. I would reduce to minimum articles on foreign events, give as much room as possible to theoretical work, and hope that the mag can survive. As for the rest, theoretical work, thinking and, to use your expression, squeezing problems until they squeak. We won't be M&E, alas, but we may turn out to have X and Z who have retained their heads on their shoulders at a time when everyone was losing his, who lived up to the function of an intellectual at a time when prostitution became the profession of all. I think, presumptuous as it may be on all counts, that if we manage to fight off to a tolerable extent our frustrations and neuroses, if we manage to do some thinking and some work, if we stick together and don't give in come hell or high water, we'll be able to say at the end that we have lived a meaningful life that was not by any means plain sailing but a purposeful and fruitful journey. And what more does one want from one's existence? And why should one give a damn what they say, for success, for influence? I could not care less, nor should you. This all sounds perhaps very naive, but this is what has been going through my head since I received your letter, and even the most beautiful young girl of France cannot give more than she has. I hope Cornell is bearable. Right? As ever. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Cornell University. Tuesday. Dear Paul. A very hasty note in reply to yours which was waiting for me when I got here. I agree entirely with your analysis. Useful workers are what we are interested in. I think it was at least part of what Marx meant by socially necessary, but I haven't checked the relevant passages. And clearly the maker of the fins is not useful. However, it must be stressed that there is no sharp dividing line. This is a case where practical judgment must decide what has real utility and what is a mere adjunct to salesmanship. It is not necessarily only in relation to a more rational society that the judgment can be made, however vide wartime simplifications which show that even the bourgeois ideologues, when put to it, can make rough and ready judgments about what is and what is not useful. Don't overlook other categories of unproductive and useless workers judged by the standard of a more rational society. E.g. the several 100,000 people employed in life and other kinds of insurance. With insurance socialized, most of these would immediately be seen to be redundant without the public's getting any worse protection against insurable risks. Or the whole financial and real estate apparatus which is engaged in selling titles or otherwise trading in values. All nonsense by any rational standard. More soon. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. September 30, 1958. Dear Paul. As to your differing with some of the positions suggested in my piece, I am not surprised, since it has long been clear to me that on certain ultimates we do not always see quite eye to eye. That in itself, though regrettable, i.e. nothing to get upset about. Or rather it wouldn't be if we could be quite sure that these differences won't get in the way of our reaching agreement about what should go into the book. If they do, perhaps we can go back to the plan which I believe was suggested once before, that each of us assume responsibility only for the part of the book of which he is the author. What do you think about this whole problem? All of this assumes that there is going to be a book, about which I must say I feel somewhat less than 100% certain. My output lately is asymptotically approaching zero, the monthly ROM seems to be about all I can manage, and unfortunately I can see no hope of early improvement. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Los Altos, California. October 3, 1958. Dear Paul. To repeat what I have said over the telephone, I did not have the slightest intention to offend you when writing my hasty note to Leo, and I am terribly sorry if this has nevertheless happened. I did not care for this particular piece of yours, and felt that it failed to do justice to both your standards and your actual position. Not having the article in front of me, I cannot right now specify the passages to which I took exception. When I get the October issue of Mr. I'll write to you about it just for the sake of theoretical clarity. It may be silly and quixotic on my part, but I do attach considerable importance to that theoretical clarity. The neglect of it and indeed contempt for it that is characteristic of our academic colleagues is one of the many signs of intellectual decadence which confronts us on all sides. Even if no one should care about it, I would want to strive for it for own sake. I said and I mean This too may sound silly and sentimental, but to me our intellectual solidarity is not just a matter of agreeable personal relations but a crucially important aspect of my life and work. Indeed, the mere fact of our being able to maintain and develop genuine cooperation and community of outlook represents a dialectical jump from the quantity of commonly observable conviviality to what might be called an unalienated relation. To be sure, this does not mean that we have to see eye to eye on every damn thing that happens to turn up. What it does mean, however, that we ought to try to thrash out such important problems as we encounter, and to try to reach an understanding about them. Discussion may be pointless and worthless when the basic positions are so far apart that no amount of talk or correspondence can hope to bridge the gap. Discussion and effort at a clarification of possible disagreements are most necessary, if the basic premises are very similar, if in other words the chances of agreement are very large. Needless to say, this is my view of the matter which may not coincide with yours. I would greatly deplore it if such were the case, but I thought and still think that you might think similarly. Most concretely, I am convinced that whatever differences we may have with regard to what you call the ultimates, not that I am too certain as to what those differences actually amount to, they have absolutely nothing to do with what we have planned to put into our book on monopoly capital. In general, I would suspect, that in everything related to economics we would have nothing to quarrel about. At least I know of no proposition which I would wish to maintain which would be unacceptable to you. Nor do I know of any statement of yours that I would not wholeheartedly subscribe to. Such divergences of views as there may be refer rather to some philosophical aspects of Marxism where I am at the moment groping for some new ground. Being far from clear on all this myself, I obviously don't expect you to agree with me or to change your own views on the matter. What I would want very much would be to have an opportunity to clarify all those things as soon as possible, to talk it over with you and to arrive at some, if ever so tentative, common conclusions. 3,000 miles is a long distance. Still more concretely, we must do the book come hell or high water, and I am terribly sorry to hear that Der Hundeskommerz detains you from working on it. Still we have to try our best and aim to complete it by next summer. Such is at least my plan, and I wish I could do something to help you in realizing the project. But, alas. So much for today. I hope that you won't regard all of this as immature sissiness not worthy of white-haired men living in a business world. But I am just saying what I have on my mind, and changing that mind is by now beyond me. Love as always. /S Paul. P.S. PMS to PAB. 66 Barrow, November 15th. Dear Paul. We had dinner with Harry Magdoff last night, and it seems clear from the ensuing conversation that your articles have already, or soon will, succeed in fluttering the dovecots of the keepers of Marxist purity. 99 Harry disagrees with just about everything in the articles, or at least with just about everything he thinks are in the two articles. He is especially dismayed by all suggestions that Marxism is not a positive science, finds your juxtaposition of reason and reality to be a distressing example of relativism, etc., etc. My attempts to defend you, e.g. by insisting that you do not want to deny that Marx was an economist but only that he can be judged simply as an economist, that your emphasis on the changing character of reason in history is not an example of Hegelian idealism, and so on. All such efforts, I am afraid, achieved very minor results, except to put me in the same category of heretic as your heretical self. All this took place most amiably and without any heat or hard feeling, but the good will hardly serve to bridge the ideological gaps. Harry is writing you a letter about all this, and I mention it mainly to forewarn you of the nature of the arguments which will be advanced and to indicate my own guess that his reaction will be fairly widespread among Marxists. Under the circumstances, the opportunity would seem to be present for a useful discussion in the pages of Mr., and we invited Harry to put his arguments in form for publication and rebuttal by you. He said he would think about it. I rather hope he and/or Stanley takes us up on this, because I think it would give you an excellent chance to repeat and expand your arguments, something which obviously has to be done if the essential ideas are to be got across. Let us know what you think about the whole matter, especially after you've got Harry's message. Love as always. /S Paul. P.S. PMS to PAB. Cambridge. December 1, 1958. Dear Paul, I have been once again turning my mind to the problems of the opus, having actually brought myself recently to reread all the accumulated outlines and drafts which have been residing undisturbed in a folder for many months now. Your last outline is excellent, and even the draft chapters which I wrote in Los Altos have much that is okay. But I think I can see a weakness or a difficulty in the way my work was developing. The last 2 or 3 chapters are tending to get into too much detail, too much attempt to justify theoretical generalizations, too much casual empiricism. The effect is to divert attention from the large, bold theoretical framework which it is the essential purpose of the opus to put across, and to give the critics all sorts of small things to dwell on and haggle over. I believe that it is essential to establish at some length that the corporation is a rationalized profit-making machine, but, having done that, it is not necessary to attempt to give arguments satisfactory to the economics profession to the effect that realized prices and profits tend toward the monopoly solution while competition remains in the realms of salesmanship and technology. The economics profession is not going to be convinced of anything it doesn't want to be convinced of, and this book is not the place for the kind of arguments that properly belong in a treatise on price theory. These matters can more properly be stated, so to speak, in the form of theses, with supporting detail left to another occasion or other workers. All this leads to the conclusion that what most wants doing on the drafts is cutting and pruning and streamlining, perhaps even telescoping of chapters. I hope fairly soon to be able to clean up various chores and to get to work along these lines. When I get into it, I suspect that other problems and difficulties may crop up, but as of now the crucial thing is to make a genuine start toward doing something. In any case, I am more convinced than ever that the opus is important and that if it is done right, it can refocus the thinking of the whole international left about the problems of U.S. capitalism. We are publishing an American edition of J.D. Bernal's new book World Without War. It is a first-rate piece of work, much broader and more socio-politically oriented than Meyer's Science and Economic Development. But his conceptions of the mono-cap economy are often rather naive. It ought to be a very useful book for use in economic development courses, i.e. in any such courses where the instructor wants the class to think rather than be obfuscated and confused. In re Stanley Moore's letter which you asked about over the phone a week ago, I will have to be clearer as to how correct he is in his interpretations of what you say. He seems to think that you wanted to say that Marxism is nothing but an intellectual attitude, has no elements of positive science about it, etc. I did not interpret you that way, perhaps because I know that that is not the way you use Marxism. I thought that you were trying to emphasize certain aspects of Marxism which have been badly neglected and which, in our present circumstances in the capitalist world, are of transcendent importance. If Stanley is correct in his interpretation, then I would accept some of his criticisms. But nothing that he says convinces me that he is correct. In any case, I think there should be some discussion in Mr. to clarify these points. In thinking about these matters, I have run into a problem. Marxism is on the one hand what Marx said and implied about a lot of subjects and things. On the other hand, it is a living set of principles and doctrines which must in the nature of the case change with time. Since many of the things Marx said or implied are dated and have since been disproved or become irrelevant, does it not follow that Marxism, the living set of ideas, grows progressively away from Marxism, the creation of Marx? If one follows this logic up to its ultimate conclusion, I am inclined to think that one finally comes to the result that Marxism is nothing but an intellectual attitude, that this is the only contribution of Marx that can survive all change. Further, that this attitude is basically nothing but that of all real science, the search for closer and closer approximations to the truth and for ways of employing knowledge in the interests of humanity. But at the same time, there is as of any given point of time a whole body of knowledge which also has a right to the name of Marxism, even though it may and will change through time. How then can one avoid the conclusion that Marxism is necessarily two different things? As always. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Los Altos, California. December 5, 1958. Dear Paul. In re. Opus, I fully share your views. I have also gone over the available material and some additional scribblings of mine, and have come to the conclusion that the story as it is written down is somewhat out of balance. We should hit at a theoretical presentation advancing a way of looking at American capitalism rather than try to present an empirical study of the vast penumbra of matters that would be relevant to our theme. For doing the latter well would require a multi-volume operation which is beyond our present possibilities, while doing the latter in a spotty and tentative way would immediately open us to the accusation of using selected and biased evidence, casual empiricism, etc. We would make the same error as was made by Steindl, who obscured his important theoretical contribution by loading his book with doubtful statistics. It is my feeling that our story should be relatively short and snappy, challenging both orthodoxies not on the level of facts, but on the level of the theoretical framework within which those facts are examined. This would make our task more fruitful, and at the same time in the light of our possibilities more manageable. We can talk it over in New York, and DV should be able to complete the thing this spring and summer. As far as Stanley's critique of my Mr. articles is concerned, I must admit that some of it is due by excessive brevity and therefore imprecision of my formulations. The way I would put it is the following: as a matter of principle, Marxism is nothing but an intellectual attitude, or better, a philosophical position. In the words of Lukács, supposing, if by no means granting that more recent research had proved beyond all possible doubt that all single statements of Marx are substantively wrong, a serious orthodox Marxist could accept those findings without any difficulties, could reject all the particular Marxian statements without abandoning for a minute his Marxian orthodoxy. This is obviously a terribly strong, indeed too strong a statement, for if taken literally it would cover the limiting case of rejecting Marx's finding that the capitalist system is an irrational system. If that were true, then there is nothing left of Marxism. The confrontation of reality with reason comes to a close with the attainment in the form of capitalism the best of all conceivable worlds. I would argue that the Lukács statement is okay short of this point, at which the quantity of wrongness would switch into the quality of irrelevance. As long as the fundamental finding of the irrationality of capitalism stands, I would argue that it is immaterial for the validity of Marxism as a philosophical position in what specific form this irrationality appears, how the irrational system works, etc. Marx may be outlived on those concrete details, he remains right on the basic issue. And this leads to the point which you raise at the end of your letter. I would agree with you that abstractly speaking there is a tendency for the individual Marxian statements to become irrelevant with the progress of science. De facto, however, this tendency is not quite as strong as one might think, simply because in the realm of social sciences there has been very much less progress since the days of Marx than one would think on the basis of what has happened in the field of natural sciences. Putting it quite simply, there is still a hell of a lot that is okay in Marx, all that has happened since his days notwithstanding. In other words, Following the dialectical principle of truth being always concrete, the general principle of Marxism being nothing but a philosophical position is fully compatible with the specific statement that much of what Marx has said by the way of positive scientific assertions is still fully valid. My impression is that Stanley may be long on materialism but somewhat short on dialectics. He always sees either ors where there should be as well as. We can talk about it more in New York, and then, I suppose, one ought to reformulate and clarify the thing in the course of subsequent discussions. Aufbaldiges Wiedersehen. Love. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Cambridge. December 8, 1958. We are completely d'accord on the opus problem. Remains only to figure out concretely what is to be done. Also probably we are in step on Marxism, though I think one has to say that even the irrationality of capitalism is a result of applying Marxism, not an axiom or starting point. I think it most unlikely that anyone will succeed in proving the rationality of that system. The possibility causes me not 1 minute's loss of sleep, but if one should produce such a proof it could only be by Marxist methods. M.A.W. Marxism is science in the realm of social phenomena, the search for truth by appropriate methods. It can also be extended to mean the knowledge thus acquired, but the two meanings must be recognized as quite distinct. Love. /S Paul. P.S. 5. The Magnum Opus and the Cuban Revolution. PMS to PAB. Cambridge. January 7. Dear Paul. Have a look at Dorfman's review article 100 on Koopman's 3 essays on the state of economic science in Kiklos, 11/4. It is the most devastating commentary on what goes on among these fine scientists that you are likely to find anywhere. Here is the key passage. As an answer to the detractors of the mathematical method in economics, I almost wish it had never been written. For it does not contain an adequate answer to their essential charge, that of sterility. What is the purpose of building a refined mathematical structure on premises that are a crude first approximation to the reality we seek to understand? The efforts of some of the best brains of a whole generation of economists have extirpated Walras' old slips in logic, but how little they have added to his insights. To doubts such as these, Koopman's provides only the inadequate answer that the new methods will show their power and value in the future. And I doubt that there is any adequate answer except performance, which, as Koopman's concedes, has not been commensurate up till now with the enormous effort and talent expended. After which comes a pitiful collection of arguments as to why Dorfman thinks these methods will pay off, including the lovely argument that it is intellectually satisfying. At least it is to a large proportion of young recruits to the profession. They can hardly be prevented from adopting it. The whole thing is a virtual confession of bankruptcy and escapism. I wonder if we shouldn't do something like Mill's autopsy job on economics. 101. It is high time someone came out with a really hard-hitting indictment of all this high-sounding crap. Maybe that should be the next piece of work after the opus. The only drawback is that one would have to read and study an awful lot of boring and worthless stuff. I am trying to do a sort of thoughts on China ROM. 102. The implications of what is going on over there are really staggering. I am inclined to think that the commune may be the crucial institutional form of socialist society, combining agriculture and industry, government and economics, public and private life. The big puzzle is what to do about the city. The Chinese have postponed that problem because even for them it is going to be a very difficult one. But they are lucky compared to the advanced capitalist countries where urbanism has already grown to cancerous proportions. The Chinese are also lucky in that they are starting the building of socialism before the automobile has become a real factor in their economy. They will be able to use it rationally, combining it with a highly developed public transport system. But I must get to work. Don't forget that you were going to get Chapter 1 copied and send it to me. I hope to be able to do some work on the opus in the not too distant future and need Chapter 1 so as to be able to start Chapter 2 on the right note. Right? Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Los Altos, California. January 11, 1959. Dear Paul. 1. I'll try to get hold of Dorfman's review. On the basis of my local contacts, I have been suspecting for quite some time that the more honest and intelligent practitioners of mathematical economics are getting increasingly uncomfortable in their chairs. There is, however, one very important escape clause which many of them employ, and which is by no means altogether mendacious. This is the argument that while most if not all of the mathematic maneuvering is indeed irrelevant to the comprehension of the capitalist economy, it is fully significant to economics of planning. This line of reasoning permits even some of the brethren to consider themselves crypto-socialists and to think that in a very sophisticated way they are really pushing forward the economics of the future. And there may be actually something to that. Input-output research, linear programming and similar things which advance neither the understanding nor the criticism of the existing conditions may very well turn out to be significant tools of scientific planning under socialism. The peculiarity of the situation is arresting, diverting people's attention from political economy, from the comprehension of the irrationality of capitalism represents a contribution to the stabilization of the capitalist system. The means by which this diversion is accomplished may lead to the advancement of the science of socialist planning. This is just as it is with the development of other forces of production. A thorough critique of all of this, and a clear separation of what is science and what is ideology in the present social science mill would be indeed a terribly important task. For there can be no doubt that we all have lived too long off Marx's critique of bourgeois ideology, adding very little to it, while a hell of a lot of ideology has piled up unanalyzed, uncomprehended, uncriticized. 2. You ought to be careful with regard to the Chinese communes. From a number of Chinese statements that I saw in the Soviet press, one gets the impression that they are beating a retreat on that front, and consider much of the communes movement to be premature, a left deviation. This is not to say that your principal notion is wrong and that the communes will not represent eventually the genuine nucleus of a socialist society. Garden settlements abolishing for all practical purposes the city-village dichotomy, it may be only too early to assign to them this role now. China will have to go through quite a lot of dirty industrialization, including expansion of old and creation of new cities, before it will have the wherewithal for organizing a plentiful existence in the countryside. And this undoubtedly raises the whole nasty dialectic question: do the dialectical negations work? Can you get back to a decent life via maximization of misery? If one destroys all basis for humanist education as they do now in Russia in order to obtain more skilled manpower for the advancement of the economy, which is then to provide the basis for humanist education, if one does that, can one still return to humanist education? And if not, how else? 3. I have reached a state of mixed-upness which is worse than ever before. At this stage I think that going back to economics, to an effort to comprehend as well as possible what in hell goes on in that relatively matter-of-fact realm of human affairs, would be a good thing. An attempt to orient oneself in the larger universe is too damn frustrating. And better still, perhaps give it all up, teach 6 hours a week whatever happens to be in the textbook, and for the rest read novels. I do not know. 4. Just received Starobin's piece. 103. He understands nothing, resurrects Edward Bernstein, sees in the establishment of every new public pissoir a step toward socialism, and is at the same time hard to answer. For it all comes back to the basic question: what is the use of talking about the need for socialism, about the irrationality of what is, about the urgency of a transformation, if there are no social forces pushing in the direction of a change? I am aware of the fact that my attempt to deal with that in MR was inadequate. But how does one deal with it? The dilemma becomes in a way very simple: either one says that one has to ally oneself with such social forces as there are and become their spokesman, their ideologist, their Galbraith, or one has to stick to uncompromising criticism of the existing conditions in the light of reason, stick to the truth even at the risk of remaining completely isolated and politically ineffective. Tertium non datur, at least not here and now. Starobin slides into the former position and becomes a social democrat. The alternative is dialectical rationalism a la Adorno, which in a sense breaks with Marx, because Marx believed that the latter position is only a temporary, fleeting one, and that insight and movement will meet very quickly in a revolutionary party. More later. Right? Love as always. S/Paul. PMS to PAB. Cambridge. Dear Paul. Your theory of the present state and trend of bourgeois economics is neatly paradoxical, and I have no doubt that there is something to it. But let's not exaggerate. What you say may apply to a small segment, but I can see no reason whatever to assume that it applies to a very much larger pile of dreck econometric model building, activity analysis, welfare economics, etc. All this seems to me to be not only useless but also completely without prospects of becoming useful. And I am inclined to discount the importance of the contribution which Leontiev et al. Are making to the economics of the future. My guess is that the job will be much better done, and independently too, by those who are actively engaged in the practice of economic planning. If this hasn't yet happened in the USSR, the reasons are special historical ones which are unlikely to continue operative for much longer. I get mad every time I pick up one of the professional journals these days, how unseriousness, triviality, moral degeneration can be so tied up with intellectual arrogance, and an assurance of moral superiority is almost more than the human understanding can encompass. I have half a mind to write a slashing polemical piece on the subject, using the Dorfman article in Kiklos as a springboard. I wonder if it might not actually find a warm reception in large parts of the profession, people who are deeply suspicious of what is going on but afraid to say anything out loud for fear that they can't back it up with differential equations of the nth degree. What do you think? You are of course right that one must be careful about what one says on the subject of the communes. I finally managed to complete an ROM on the subject and confined it mainly to a few points. The basic driving force behind the movement is nothing more nor less than our old friend economies of scale. It is only natural that this should be first sensed and acted upon by the peasants themselves, once they have been liberated from the shackles of individual cultivation, and in fact all the reliable evidence suggests that this was par excellence a movement from below, not a revolution imposed from above. It is the aims of the communes rather than their present practice which arouses the fury of bourgeois critics, precisely because these aims, as boldly stated and defended in the Chinese press, are the classical aims of socialism from the utopians onward. Let the bourgeois journalists and academic hacks scream bloody murder, they have every reason to. But socialists should rejoice that the Chinese are really trying to put socialist ideals into practice and wish them all success. Finally, no one should get the idea that everything is hunky-dory in China. There is a long uphill road to be traveled, and all indications are that the present is a period of strict discipline and intellectual regimentation. I imagine you will have heard from Leo by now. I was gratified that Mr. is in a position to send you a non-negligible check, even though one could wish that it were much bigger. He will also have told you our feeling about the Star-Oben piece. I don't think one needs to answer him at the level of the need for socialism, but it would be useful to demolish his apologetics for monopoly capitalism. It is most interesting how these people, once they begin to turn away from the party, can find all kinds of hitherto hidden virtues in capitalism, become addicted to bourgeois democracy, etc. What it shows, I suppose, is that they never really understood anything, and it was only the party line that kept them from ideological capitulation long ago. I suppose one could account this a virtue in the party, though I am inclined to think that it is more than offset by the party's failure to teach them anything about the nature of capitalism, the true meaning of Marxism, etc. Love as ever. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. July 9, 1959. Dear Paul. Attached is the outline which was drawn up in 1958. The only additional outline document is the one which you wrote in longhand, and which reads as follows. Introduction. 1. Nature of the system. 2. Microdynamics. 3. Macrodynamics. 4. Defense responses, internal waste. 5. Defense responses, external waste. 6. Political repercussions. 7. Cultural repercussions. 8. Prognosis. The way matters have gelled in my head at the end of our this year's discussions is something like this. Introduction, methodology, etc. Written and to be revised. Part I, The Factory of Surplus or Quel que nom cum ca. Chapter 1, The Physiology of the Corporation. Chapter 2, The Corporation as Surplus Maximizing Agent. Chapter 3, The Good Uses of the Surplus and Their Limitations, Why Not Full Reinvestment for Good Expansion. But also new products, new industries, spilling over into other markets, primarily competitive ones, etc. Part 2, Breaks and Braces the Surplus Absorption Mechanism. Chapter 1, The Automatically Functioning Absorption Mechanism Resulting from Non-Price Competition. Sales Promotion. Product Variation for Artificial Obsolescence. Chapter 2, The Automatically Functioning Absorption Mechanism Capital Export Imperialism. Chapter 3, The Deliberately Provided Absorption. Good absorption and its limitations, welfare spending, etc. PMS Nation Article 104. Chapter 4, The Deliberately Provided Absorption. Bad absorption, military etc. etc. Part 3, Culture etc. To be worried about a bit later. I am now working on Part 2/Chapter 1. If you are done with Part I, the question is whether you want to leap into Part 3 or whether there are sections in Part 2 which you want to do. If I remember correctly, you said something about wanting to do Part 2/Chapter 3. With regard to Chapter 2, we may be able to use some of the MS on imperialism which we did for MRS some time ago. More later. I want to send this off right away. It is absolutely subhumanly hot. Regards for Zyril. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Oregon Ave. Palo Alto, California. August 3, 1959. Dear Paul. Thank you very much for fixing the Psycho Piece. 105. I have adopted nearly all of your suggestions, and made a couple of additions where they seemed to serve a useful purpose. I did not use the excellent quote from Gramsci because I have no quotes in the whole thing, and thought that sticking in one would merely underscore the absence of references everywhere else. There would be after all many places at which Marx, Freud but also from et al. Could have been appropriately quoted. This all I must leave to a later occasion if such ever occurs. With regard to your general questions, I could embark on a longish exposition for which there is no time at the present. The more I have thought about all of it, the less I am impressed with the whole repression coefficient problem as treated particularly by Marcuse. If you wish to use Freud's model, there are 3 ways of discharging libidinous energy: 1 sexual activity, 2 sublimation, and 3 repression. The crux of the thing is that is superior to but not superior to. In fact, if should be the only outlet, matters would be in lousy shape even from the standpoint of the libidinous household itself. The trouble with capitalist culture is not that it provides too little of this, there is actually a lot. The trouble is that it provides too little of. And it is by no means utopian to expect at a relatively early stage of socialist development a significant widening of sublimation possibilities. I would say, that even at the present stage of the Soviet development this has already taken place with regard to the young. And only if the sublimation outlets drain off enough from the direct sexual activity outlet can the latter become a genuinely happifying experience. The identification of sublimation with repression, which is continually explicitly or implicitly smuggled in bourgeois writings, confuses badly the entire issue. Instead of talking about human nature, one gets to talking about highly complex industrial societies, and before you know it you have landed in the so fashionable swamp of monopoly capitalism and socialism being essentially the same because they are both highly industrialized, therefore alienated etc. etc. This is where Mills gets off, but also many others. After everything else is settled, I'll try a tiny book on all of this, an essay on Marx with various Marxiana. By the way, Gus Kelly sent me a copy of Bernstein's Voraussetzungen des Sozialismus. 106. It is amazing, how little the modern welfare boys have added to what the old fellow said 60 years ago. More later. Right? Since you got to Cornell, you stopped writing. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Palo Alto. December 1, 1959. Dear Paul. Have you read Lang's article on Marxism and bourgeois economics, 107? It was published in Polish early last year and has appeared in English in some Indian students' journal in London. There he argues that Marxism has not been keeping up with the positive developments in bourgeois economics, while the latter have been leading to a far-reaching deapologization and scientification of the discipline. I have the feeling that he touches upon but fails to come to grips with a very important problem. As Stalin put it in his last booklet, we are confronted with the emergence of two world markets, i.e. two economic systems. It would be silly to believe that the same economic theory should be appropriate for both, that those two radically different forms of economic organizations should admit of the same system of generalization. And if this is silly to assume, then what reason is there to think that Marx's Capital represents such an all-embracing set of propositions encompassing not merely all of capitalist development but also the development of socialist economies? Now the interesting thing is that in the West, economic science is doing very little indeed to comprehend and to elucidate the working principles of monopoly capitalism, but is driven partly by escapism, partly by the necessities of the individual monopoly enterprise, and partly by the intellectual logic of the subject matter into developments most significant to the science of economic planning. Yet, in this very process it develops also its apologetic, unscientific character as far as monopoly capitalism is concerned, by washing out the all-important point that what it arrives at scientifically is relevant to socialism and not to capitalism. The fact that it does produce certain things useful to socialist planning should not obscure the different role played by all of this under monopoly capitalism. This dialectic is of IAA importance. It would be a terrible trap to fall into to say that because of the excellence of General Motors' distribution system it is a socialist enterprise. I think to disentangle that, to show how Marxian economics are of prime necessity under monopoly capitalism, and how bourgeois economics, regardless of its technical accomplishments, possibly useful to socialist planning, remains an instrument of obfuscation and ideology formation, would be a very useful job. When done with opus, let's write a longish article on Marxism and economics. Those things should serve as stimulants to finish quickly the first volume. More later. Love as always. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Palo Alto, California. December 2, 1959. Dear Paul. Just received the MS of my Stresa hiccup, much obliged. I'll have it mimeographed and give it to whoever wishes to look at it. Incidentally, this statement includes a sentence of which I am proud, particularly in the light of the Schulze monograph 108. An economy in which a large part of output is accounted for by monopolistic and oligopolistic producers is marked by an asymmetry which may not have been entirely absent under competitive conditions, but which grows increasingly pronounced with concentration of capital, while declines of demand do not lead to declines of prices but rather to reductions of output. Increases in demand tend to cause price increases rather than larger output. From this follows, however, that such fiscal and monetary policy measures as might be undertaken with a view to raising sagging demand to the level required for the maintenance of full employment do not necessarily lead to full employment but produce inflation instead. Last night Nicky Calder gave a paper here which I thought was really elegant. In particular, the part of his talk in which he devastatingly demolished the marginal productivity theory was absolutely superb. I believe that he is on weaker, or actually weak, ground in his theorizing in growth, etc. I had a talk with him this morning and it became even more clear to me that the whole dog is buried in the notion of the surplus. It is here where the best bourgeois economists dig in and refuse to yield ground. He says that our position would be okay if we could show a rising share of profits in Y. To my reply that what matters is not the share of profits alone but the share of, and that one could even have a continual increase of S with a stable or declining share of P, his answer is, this may be right, but who cares? This means, he admits, less than potential growth, less than potential good consumption, less than potential education, etc., etc., but this is somehow outside of the economic domain. We have to stress the S concept, and we have to place very much emphasis on 2 points. the waste of a large portion of S is not merely a cultural phenomenon. Without that waste the system would go to the dogs, and the cultural phenomenon and all that goes with it is nothing to be pushed aside. Either we are social scientists or not, if not then what is all this theoretical fuss about? More on all of this later. As ever. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. December 3, 1959. Dear Paul. Bombarding you with what must strike you by now as eminently tiresome reading. I have been pondering one remark made by Calder in our yesterday's conversation. His point was that all that we are saying in S may be well and good, but that our notion of S has no firm point of anchorage. How does one get it a firm point of anchorage? Mind you, I have no illusions about our ability to influence the professional brethren, still the thing ought to be formulated as well as possible even by their standards. In Marx the situation is fairly unambiguous. The difference between Y and is S, and there you are. Out of this S all sorts of things are covered: profits, rent, interest, mercantile activities, etc. 109. When it comes to unproductive labor, Marx obviously operates with two concepts not always clearly separated. One is that various labor contributing to the bourgeois-shaped output is unproductive because necessitated by the bourgeois-shaped social order. There the most obvious example, police etc., necessitated by the existence of the bourgeois state, but also Pfaffen, Prinzen und Huren, who would not exist in a decent society. In other words, in establishing the unproductive nature of that team he uses a criterion of objective reason or of a model of another society which would be according to his reasonable judgment a better, more rational outfit. This, however, music of the future, and very anxious not to appear as a utopian, he continually sidesteps that line of argument. Since the bourgeois society is a progressive society as compared with feudalism, no point in raising a historical hell about a future, better society. From this comes the second view of what constitutes unproductive labor, namely all labor which does not contribute to bourgeois output, i.e. does not produce surplus value and is paid out the basic income streams, V and S. This latter unproductive labor may be most essential and laudable, doctors, scientists etc. It still is unproductive by the standards of the capitalist order. Now, as long as the capitalist order was genuinely progressive, and as long as it actually was cleaning out all kinds of feudal modes of existence, courtiers and clowns and ecclesiastic parasites and knights and butlers, those two standards tended to lead to the same results. What did not contribute to bourgeois output was not much good by standard as well as by standard. To be sure, the bourgeois output began generating its own feudal type dreck, but this could have been treated as yet as a minor matter, and in any case taken out of the positive economic theory, as something to worry about in the general critique of the capitalist order. What is more, since full employment was assumed, all of those birds may have been either eating into consumption of the capitalists, no great loss there, or into accumulation of capital, more serious but still unimportant in absolute terms. Now we have a different baby altogether. Standards and do not tend to lead to similar results, mais au contraire. What by standard objective reason, more rational society, or however you wish to formulate it, is staggering madness, is by standard okay. The stuff is paid out of the basic income streams all right, but to the extent to which it is paid out of S is indispensable to the functioning of the system as it has evolved. Therefore when well-meaning liberals kindly agree with us that there is unproductive stuff going on, they actually, without ever officially acknowledging it, use the otherwise despised objective reason criterion. But when it comes to official attitudes they stiffen up and say, where is your point of anchorage? Surely for this system all the rubbish is indispensable, but what this means is that this system is mad. In other words, Marx's second criterion, which he took over from Smith and Ricardo and which historically in the anti-feudal struggle made excellent sense, is of no use to us. Then we get back to the formulation which I have in PEOGP 32 as a starting point, and this thing reworked and re-explained and reiterated has to be somehow stuck in at the beginning of the opus. Without it the S notion hangs in the air. I do not think that the term utility which you have been using on and off is too good, it opens you immediately to the asinine attack. How do you know that Jim Bim does not derive utility from having his chewing gum nationally advertised? As you may remember, even a Marxist like Marcuse is not above this line of reasoning. Well, think about it too, and let me know what occurs to you. This is important for Selbstverständigung. Love as always. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Ithaca. December 4th. Dear Paul. This will be a quickie. The Dorfman review certainly shows that he didn't understand anything from your piece in the Haley volume. I suppose the fate of the opus will be the same. But you are right, this doesn't make it any less important for us to try. I'm beginning to understand one thing about intellectual history: not only is it hard to get a new idea accepted, it seems to be even harder to get it recognized as a new idea. There's the real challenge. What you say about NK is most interesting. Full employment is all any of the Keynesians have ever worried about. That one offers them an entire economic theory of the socio-cultural shape of an historic epoch means absolutely nothing to them. Who cares? My God. I suppose I should do a piece on Schulze for MR? I find that the professional economists around here tend to find in it nothing but a slightly fancy version of the cost-push inflation story. My guess is that it will get the same sort of silent treatment as Steindl, a result to which Schulze, ironically, probably contributes, since it is clear that he doesn't understand any of the deeper implications of the work. Schulze needs to be saved from Schulze. Point 110. YRS. /S Paul. PS. PMS to PAB. Cornell University. Thursday p.m. Mon cher Pavel. Pardon my long non-writing. I am not only one of the world's worst correspondents but an even worse character. Nor do I see much hope for improvement. I have been thinking much about your letter re the need for pinning things down for the likes of Nicky Calder. It would be desirable, of course. But my trouble is always that what they are asking for is a solution of the problem in advance. I don't see how the question of what is and what is not productive labor can be sensibly discussed in a vacuum. After the dimensions of the problem and its nature have been established by an analysis of the system as it really is, then I think a useful discussion of definitions might be possible. But as a part of the introduction, I can only see it as delay and diversion, which would not convince anyone. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's my reaction to the problem as you formulate it. To put it otherwise, I think that a realistic analytical discussion of the system, the tendency of profits, the character of costs in the concentrated industries, etc., will convince anyone who isn't hopeless that there is a very real and in fact ineluctable problem of waste and unproductivity. But tell them that there is such a problem before you have shown it to them, and I think 90% will pay no attention at all. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Palo Alto. December 17, 1959. Dear Paul. Our last night's telephone conversation transported me into a state of acute despondency. It is obviously inappropriate for me to offer you unsolicited advice on what you should do with your time and on how you should run MR, but even having slept over the matter, I feel that I should register dissent in Cuba. Not that Cuba is not a very interesting place at this particular moment, and not that you could not do a very good report on the situation down there filling in this way the summer issue. My feeling is only that at this stage of the game the opus deserves a priority. And this is not only because of our personal commitment to produce it, but because at the present time this is the opportunity that we have to make a lasting contribution to socialist thought. Ours is the time not of articles and reportages but of weighty books that may push Marxism a step further and rescue it from being accused of sterility, obsoleteness, etc. What needs to be said about Cuba can be said by Harvey O'Connor and a number of other people who have their heart in the right place and their nose stuck out in the right direction. You should do now more than ever theoretical work of basic nature and not fritter away your energies on running after the latest event. I know that you have to do some of it for the ROMs, etc., but doing it more than is absolutely necessary is, in my humble opinion, misinvestment of energies. Concretely, if after finishing with Cornell you will spend some time reading up on Cuba, then go there and then spend some time writing it all up, you'll be busy with it until you go back to Cornell for the summer session. This means that as far as work on the opus is concerned, you won't have time for it until autumn 1960. I emphatically protest against such an allocation of resources. You can clearly send me to hell, and tell me not to pester you with my wisdom, but if you choose not to do so, I would submit to you a different scheme, make the summer issue in something that is of burning interest, and is relevant to the opus, e.g. a somewhat deeper analysis of American education or the fallacy of the Soviet comparison, explaining that the problem of socialism in the US is fundamentally different from that in the SU or any other poor country. After you are through with Cornell or whenever is convenient, come out here and work here solidly for as long as possible on the opus. And let us get it done by the end of this year. The financial side of that project is surely no more complex than that of going to Cuba. In the first place, if Mr. can finance your Cuba expedition, it could equally well give you an advance on the book. Secondly, I am confident that we can get some extra money for the book from the Rabinovitz Foundation. Anyway, think it over. Pity, I won't see you, but I hope to see you here soon. Don't be mad at me for sticking my nose into your affairs, but in this case I act as the German lawyers used to say in Wahrnehmenberechtigter Interessen. Love always. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Cambridge. December 19, 1959. Dear Paul. Your quickie was waiting when I got back here about midnight last night. Please believe that I gave full and careful, even agonizing consideration to the points you make before agreeing to the Cuba issue. If I finally decided to go along with Leo on it, the reasons I think are very strong ones. I will set them out, not necessarily in order of importance. A good Cuba issue will be a coup for MR both here and abroad. It is true that Harvey can write about Cuba, but I don't trust him to get to the real heart of the matter. And I know of no others whom I would even ask to write for MR on the subject. I shall in any case have to spend quite a lot of time on the double summer issue. I always do. Going to Cuba for a week or so will add to the time, but will by no means imply, as you suggest, that I will have no time for opus between Cornell first semester and Cornell summer school. I expect to spend most of that period on opus. Mr. can finance the Cuba trip, and both Leo and I think it a good investment, even in the strict business sense. Here comes the real reason. I think that Cuba is the beginning of the real Latin American Revolution, and think that in a very real sense it may be the LA Revolution that will determine the fate of US capitalism. I don't think that we can afford to stand aloof at this critical juncture. We must establish close ties with the LA Revolution, and I believe this is the time to do it. We have already established an excellent contact with Raúl Roa Kouri, a Cuban delegate to the UN and son of the present foreign minister. I believe all doors will be open to us, and that we may be able to give as well as receive valuable educational material. In the long run, I think very seriously of you and me as going somewhere in LA and teaching Marxism where it would really count. Not now, of course, but now is the time to get to know the people who are going to play the key roles in the years ahead. And of this you may be sure, they all have their eyes completely glued to Cuba now, and many of them are in Cuba or visiting Cuba from time to time. I badly need to see and feel and be revived by a real revolution. The atmosphere of this country and its academic life is stifling me. I'm utterly convinced that Cuba is the real thing. I realize that the US may be able to overthrow the present Cuban regime, but it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Here is something really happening on our very doorstep, and I want to participate in some way. I'm convinced that I'll be a better person for it and that all of us will reap great benefits in the longer run. I confess that I am dying of curiosity about how much the present Cuban regime understands and whether it is prepared to take the measures which may become necessary to carry through on the required socio-economic reforms and to prevent Cuba from becoming another Guatemala or Iran. From a few glimpses of what's going on, I have a strong impression that Castro is now surrounded by people who know the score and who are not going to be any pushovers for Alan Dulles and co. But I want to confirm this impression firsthand. All of this may involve a month's delay on Opus. I don't see why it should be more. But I honestly think that in this case it is worth it. Don't imagine for a moment that I disagree with you on the importance of the Opus. Quite to the contrary, a stretch in the regular season at Cornell has convinced me that our colleagues in the economics profession, clever as many of them are, simply don't see what US capitalism is like, what its inner essence consists of. And though they won't let us show them, we have a sacred duty to show anyone who is willing to look. My trouble now is that the semester's work has produced for me quite a lot more facts and details on corporations, price policies, waste, etc. How much of all this should we try to include? Or should we try to present the bare bones of the theory, the vision without clothes, as it were? I lean to the latter view. We should write the book with no more facts or references, but write and get it out. But it is hard to do it that way. This, and not Cuba, is what holds me up, I am afraid. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Palo Alto, California. December 23, 1959. Dear Paul. I can see and sense exactly what you say about Cuba, and I know that you have a point there. It is indeed quite possible or even probable that the big shake-up here may start in Latin America, which is more important to American capitalism than China and the rest of Asia, but I wonder whether Washington won't be able to crush, bribe and destroy there for a considerable period of time. To be sure, the crushing, bribing, and destroying would in itself constitute a major historical force back home and would not be very easy to carry out, but the smoothness of the Guatemala operation and the zero effect of same back here are worth remembering. One thing about Cuba which is most remarkable is that the USSR is apparently destroying one of our strongest weapons. Their sugar purchases may actually avert a major economic catastrophe into which we would very much like to plunge Castro. I wonder whether this will do the trick. Love. S/Paul. PMS to PAB. March 7, 1960. Dear Paul. This is a beautiful and fascinating place. There is no doubt that the revolution is genuine. The old state apparatus has been completely smashed, but completely, and replaced by Castro supporters. Armed workers and peasants' militias are all over the place. Castro is the most genuinely popular leader I have ever had any experience of. And, last but not least, the boys around him are tough, able, and dedicated socialists with a very good understanding of the problems of political power and the economics of underdeveloped countries. We spent all day yesterday in continuous discussion with the planning group at the Agricultural Reform Institute, including the number 2 man, a former journalist who is very able and is the executive driver of the central institution of the revolution. The weakness of the setup is not economic. It is a rich country with so much potential surplus that they have been able to raise standards of living very considerably, especially for the landless and unemployed rural workers who are the political backbone of the revolution even in 1 year. With Soviet help, and even moderately effective planning, they should be able to keep the balance of payments problem under control and get a workable development program underway. The potential Achilles heel is the lack of a real political party to educate and discipline the masses for the tough years to come when they really feel the brunt of the imperialist counterattack. Everything is in fine shape now, but if Castro should get killed and when the revolutionary enthusiasm wears off, the old divisive and corrupting power of the still largely intact bourgeoisie will begin to do its nefarious work. Whether the revolution can stand up then is a big question mark. The CP of course is trying to fill the gap in the political machinery, but I doubt if it can. It has made too many mistakes and seems to have little feel for the special problems of this kind of underdeveloped country. Castro himself is an absolutely brilliant and highly intelligent political leader who learns fast. If he lives, maybe it will succeed. Anyway, it's a very exciting place and makes you feel wonderful to be in it. We've been given the red carpet treatment. I'm told that you can come down here and Hub and I will come back too to help with their educational and training problems, but only after Opus is finished. We must get that thing out of the way in the shortest possible time. I'm to talk on planning sometime next week for all government officials who want to come. Meanwhile, we're going to travel around the countryside and see some of the agricultural co-ops. Hub joins in sending love. Write to this hotel. YRS/SP. PAB to PMS. Palo Alto, Cal. May 2, 1960. Dear Paul. You are busy now with other things and probably do not feel like pondering the dreck I am concerned with, but I want to communicate it to you anyway because something may occur to you, and of a need for Selbstverständigung. What is at issue is the following: the opus hinges, in my opinion, not on statistical measurement, and not even on a big display of factual information. What it does hinge on, however, is what you have called vision combined with conceptual clarity. I think we have the former, but I am having a dog's time now with the latter. The difficulty is essentially to define properly the notion of the economic surplus for the purposes of our discussion.